Gabriel. Another few days passed, in slow, aching silence, and a never-ending marathon of Stephen King movies. If Amara had ever bothered to come back and see me, I might have expressed my concerns over her selection. But she'd kept her distance for 3 days. Smart of her, but inconvenient for my scheming. I kept track of the ship's subtle shifts, the creak of boots across the hull, and the number of times Elira came to see me. Satan's approaching, he muttered, hearing the echo of footsteps against the deck. Elira walked like she was on a mission that would inevitably result in someone's demise. Hopefully not mine. The door swung open, and she appeared, carrying a food tray. This catering to you is getting so fucking annoying, she muttered as a greeting. I flashed her a smile, keeping a keen eye on her movements. Well, you can always uncuff me, and I can fetch my own food. It's not like you could run off, considering we're in the middle of the ocean. Say, I drawled. It's a win-win. She rolled her eyes. Not exactly, considering you would kill us all in our sleep. Not everyone. I chuckled, the sound lacking humor. Yeah, I know. You'd keep Amara alive because you're borderline stupid obsessed. She scoffed. I ignored her sarcasm. Where is Amara? She shrugged. Not here, obviously. What did you do or say to send her running? It was my turn to shrug. Nothing. She narrowed her eyes at me, then placed a tray on the side table. She leaned over slightly to uncuff me, then pulled out a gun and took several steps back. She took a seat on the farthest chair in the room, crossing her legs, pointing her gun at me. Go freshen up and do your business. Then get to eating. I don't want to hang out here all day. I have better things to do. I headed into the bathroom, then quickly took a shower before I selected a change of clothes. I had to admit, the women had done well when they stocked up my wardrobe and toiletries for me. There was no expense spared. Once done, I stepped out and found Elira still in the same spot. You and Amara sure know my tastes, I remarked, taking a seat on the bed. Every time I look at the wardrobe you procured for me, I am impressed anew. She shrugged. Amara's doing. I would have left you uncomfortable and stinky. It seems Amara knows me well. Then, I remarked, although I couldn't quite decide whether it was surprising or not that she did. Of course she does, Elira said with a smug smile. Listen, Santos, I'm going to give you a tip or two. I reached for the egg sandwich. This ought to be good. Let's hear it, he muttered, then bit into it, as if she were settling in for a long conversation. She sank deeper into the chair, then said, Amara is a no-nonsense girl. She might not be my mother's biological daughter, but she might as well be. I swallowed, the food going down harder, kind of like her message. You don't say. Yep, the two are the same, she continued. So, in order to get Amara to like you, forget charm and romance. Instead, you need to prove to her that you'd have her back. She appreciates loyalty, reason, and, well, sex above all else. I took a drink of the hot coffee, pondering her words before replying. So, how will that work out for you and your brother? Then she raised her eyebrows. What do you mean? What do you think will happen when Amara learns of your and Jet's betrayal? I clarified. You and your brother are certainly not keeping her in the loop. Are you? Where's your loyalty? Her expression cracked for a flicker of a second before a cold mask slid into place, and she shot to her feet. You're done eating. She gritted, then closed the distance between us. Gun still in her hands. It was obvious I'd hit a sore spot because in the next breath, my wrists were cuffed and she left, slamming the door behind her. Late afternoon bled into early evening, and it seemed another day would waste away untouched. Outside, the light turned into the kind of gold that always reminded me of blood on sand. That's when I heard it, the soft pad of footsteps. Hers. The door clicked open. No knock. No warning. Just Amara, shadowed in the doorway. My heart slammed against my ribs the moment she stepped into the cabin, tray in hand. She strode in with the casual grace of someone who knew exactly what kind of storm she could stir. She hadn't sent Elira this time. Thank all the saints. Because I was more than glad to see Amara. In fact, I was lit up like a boy holding his first BB gun on Christmas morning. Hands shaking with excitement too big for his body. I'm not freeing both of your wrists, she said, not meeting my eyes as she entered. Not after last time. Understood, I replied evenly. Thank you for coming. She glanced at me then, clearly surprised by my civility and lack of resistance. I only came because Elira refused to, and the men are busy running maintenance checks down below. She mumbled. Her guard stayed up as she unshackled one wrist. I took the tray, settled it on my lap, and began eating with one hand while the silence stretched between us. You were right, I said eventually. I'm overprotective of Anya. She didn't respond, just shifted her weight. And you're right about my flirting. It's a reflex, not one I'm proud of. She walked over, her steps careful, and came to stand at the foot of the bed before she replied. I didn't say anything about your flirting. I was out of line the last time you were here. Not just what I said about Jet, but how I said it. You didn't deserve that. I looked up and met her eyes. I was angry and scared for Anya's safety. She crossed her arms thoughtfully, scared of what I swallowed, gaze dropping, and let the silence simmer before answering. Of losing Anya, I murmured. I heard the subtle shift in her breath. She didn't sit. But she didn't leave either. My mom sacrificed so much for me. I owe it to her and Raphael to keep Anya safe. She finally sat beside me, and I resisted the urge to exhale in relief. I called Anya. She said, she's safe. She told me she's never met Jet. I tensed. You believe her, I do. What if he's using an alias? She shook her head. He isn't. I placed the tray aside, appetite fading, and leaned back, eyes on the ceiling. What makes you so sure? She sighed. I don't want to betray Anya's trust. The man she described, it can't possibly be Jet, because he'd never run from you. So there's a man. Why hadn't she mentioned him to me? Maybe it was a recent thing. And deep down, I was certain it had to be Jet. Amara. I promise you. That's Jet. Santos. Drop it. There is no Jet and Anya, she claimed stubbornly. Did you call Jet and ask him? She tensed, and I silently cursed myself. If he has nothing to hide, he should be answering your calls. I'm not calling him. She gritted. And this has nothing to do with him. So put it through your head once and for all. Besides, let's say, hypothetically, that Jet has met Anya. He would never hurt her, but he's a Tijuana heir. And even if it doesn't hurt Anya, it will hurt the woman who I consider my mother. Amara shot me a surprised look, clearly not following. It was comical how clueless she was about me, considering I'd looked into every detail of this woman. But that was not what mattered right now. Sailor was kidnapped and tortured by Santiago. Tijuana. It almost destroyed her. And I won't allow the reminder of that dark time to touch her again. I didn't know that. She muttered. You wouldn't. But now you see why Jet cannot be allowed to put his hands on Anya or nurture whatever twisted thing he has going on in his mind. Amara flashed me a glare. He doesn't have or do twisted things. He's not his father's son, but he's his mother's. Amara tensed, and I knew I'd fucked up. She and Liana Volkov were extremely close, and hinting to Liana's gray past wouldn't earn me any points. I'm sorry. I apologized, meaning it too. Not because I was wrong, but because I hated upsetting Amara. I'm protective of Anya and Sailor. I vowed when I was a boy that I'd protect them, and it seems I'm failing. She nodded as if she understood the sentiment, and I suspected she did. You're not failing them, she claimed. Silence stretched until she continued. Honestly, I've never realized your family is as blended as mine. It can sometimes make our family dynamic complicated, I admitted, and that's putting it mildly. All families are complicated, she muttered. Did you know your mother? I shook my head. No, although I've heard stories of Sailor's sister my entire life. She had a hard life. Sailor made sure I knew about Anya, the woman who died, giving birth to me. Anya. Yes. My sister, or cousin, if we want to be technical, was named after her. I explained. Told you our family is complicated. Your mom died, and your aunt adopted you. That's how families should work. My mother got pregnant as a result of force, I said, voice edged with shame. Amara's lips parted and she swallowed audibly. It wasn't something I readily shared with people, but it was important to me that she understood where I came from. Learning that changed me. I had never spoken those words aloud. It doesn't make you any less of a man. Santos. Her voice was a whisper. Things like that don't make any child any different than one born out of love. Sailor definitely agrees with you, I said, letting out a sardonic breath. So that's your connection to the Santos cartel? She asked softly. I always wondered, since it seems your mom is closer with the Ashfords, and they aren't exactly criminals. The billionaire kings. No, they aren't criminals. They helped Sailor raise me and ensured our protection until Raphael entered our lives. You see, Amara. I owe it to Raphael and Sailor to keep Anya safe, just like Sailor kept me safe. You're doing everything right. she claimed. Aside from whatever it is you're after when it comes to Jet. Because he's not a threat to her. She was blind and too trustworthy when it came to her brother. And, although admirable, it was also very frustrating. Let's agree to disagree for now. I muttered under my breath. She let out a relieved breath and smiled. Yes, let's. And, Gabriel, yes, it's obvious your birth mother loved you. And Sailor loves you very much. This conversation was getting too close to the truth, and it made me feel uncomfortable. But the next words slipped out regardless. I always wondered if Sailor looked at me and saw him. If that were true, Amara said gently, she wouldn't have protected you like she did. That's not shame. That's love. It's the kind of love that chooses to see more than where you came from. Or some kind of sick complex. I muttered. No, she said. It's just love. Simple as that. She sees her sister in you. That's why she loves you even more. I focused on her. Her expression was unreadable, but her eyes were soft with compassion. After I found out the truth about my birth, I said, I started using charm like my armor. It gets me what I need and keeps people from seeing the wreckage underneath. She nodded slowly. I dropped my voice to a whisper. But you see through it, don't you? Her eyes locked onto mine. Something soft flickered behind her blue gaze. I didn't move, didn't speak. Just let the moment settle between us. I know what it's like, she said at last. Words and truths, secrets you were never meant to uncover can split your world in two. I love my parents, and I love Liana like a mother. I was 5 when I left to live with my biological parents, and I love them a lot. But it changed me fundamentally. Her hand twitched in the space between us, pausing for a heartbeat before she reached out and touched me. It was just a brush of her fingers against mine, but it felt like fire. She didn't pull away. I turned my hand, palm up, and let our fingers entwine. My heart, tunda. Definitely not the reaction of someone unaffected. When I looked at her, she was already watching me. The walls between us weren't down, but they were cracked enough for heat to seep through. I shifted slightly, giving her space to retreat. She didn't. Our lips met, soft at first. A tentative question neither of us dared to speak. Then she leaned closer, deepening the kiss, heat rising, distrust melting. Something fragile and real, blooming in the embers. Her hand slid to my jaw. Mine cupped the back of her neck, thumb brushing that tender place beneath her ear. Her breath hitched. When we finally parted, our foreheads rested together. Her eyes were wide, searching. We can't do this, she whispered. I know. But neither of us moved. The fire had been lit, and it wasn't going to let up anytime soon. She was the first to move. An inhale. Then the subtle shift of her shoulders as she pulled her hand back. Her eyes flicked away, as if the kiss had betrayed her more than me. Outside, the yacht rocked gently, the water lapping against the hull with a hollow, rhythmic thump. The mattress creaked beneath us as she readjusted, moving a good 2 feet away. Her voice, when it came, was firm. That shouldn't have happened. I didn't respond immediately. My pulse was still hammering in my throat. I needed a second to gather what was left of my composure. So I studied her instead, the way she folded back into herself. Tension drew tight along her spine, an emotional retreat as abrupt as a slammed door. A part of me admired the control, the discipline. Another part of me hated it. Why? I asked softly. Her gaze snapped to mine. Why? What? Why shouldn't it have happened? She didn't answer. But a muscle in her jaw flexed, tight. I tilted my head, eyes narrowing. That quiet, calculating part of me, the one trained to read people like ledgers, clicked into place. Every breath, every blink, the subtle twitch of her mouth. She was unraveling. She just hadn't realized how far. You think it makes you weak, I said. To want something or someone. Her eyes darkened. This isn't about wanting. You're right, I murmured. If we were smart, we'd stay on opposite sides of this room and pretend the chemistry between us doesn't exist. We can pretend this kiss or the other we share didn't tear a hole in the walls we spent years building. You spent years building, I corrected. Her breath caught for just a second. But pretending won't protect you. Amara. It only dulls the blade until it slips and cuts you anyway. She looked away again, jaw-locking. You think I'm the risk. I continued, voice low and measured. But it's not just me. You and your siblings have trained yourselves to compartmentalize so well that you've forgotten the difference between love and loyalty. Her glare returned. Don't pretend you know us. I don't pretend to know them. The psychopathic twins were doomed, and there was no point in trying to understand them. But I know you. I've watched you long enough to know you. She stood suddenly, her boots thudding softly on the wooden floor as she turned away. Spine rigid, arms folding over her chest like a shield. I should have made Elira come, she muttered. But you didn't, I said, tone calm but cutting. Just admit that a part of you trusts me. She spun back around, eyes flashing. No, some part of me wants you. That's not the same as trust. I let that sit for a moment. Let it echo beneath the distant hum of the yacht's systems. What if I told you something real, I asked. Softer now. Something you could use to hurt me. She stopped moving, hesitated. I already know how to hurt you, she said, voice quieter now. Anya is your weakness, but I'd never use her. She's my friend, and she's my sister. I gritted. The air tightened between us like it bore weight. It thickened with unsaid things, with each passing second. I've spent years protecting the people I love, I said, and somewhere along the way, I became hard to love. And now I'm failing to protect the one person who matters most. She blinked slowly, then walked back toward me. She came to a stop, not as close as before, but close enough that I could feel the heat of her skin. You're not failing, she whispered. Anya is safe. But are you? I asked, eyes locking with hers. Am I? You are, she claimed with foolish conviction. I talked to Elira about her and Jet's treatment of you. They were wrong, but their intention was to protect me, just like yours is to protect Anya. You three are actually not that. Different. You know I let out a sardonic breath. realizing she meant it as a compliment. But I couldn't take it as such. I trust them, she continued. And I wish you would too. At least when it comes to this. Because there isn't a scenario that connects Jet to Anya. Your sister has nothing to do with this. She has everything to do with this. I gritted, her stubbornness getting the better of me. And with you. Jet's using my affection for you to get her. She rolled her eyes and scoffed. There's nothing between us. Santos. The yacht rocked slightly, the mattress shifting under me again as I leaned forward. Isn't there? Or are you lying to yourself? You don't scare easily. But the kiss we shared scared you. And the look in your eyes now scares me. I don't know what you're doing. Santos, she said. If this is some kind of game, it's not. But tell me you didn't feel anything when you kissed me. I said, this thing. Between us, it's been simmering for years. And now that I've tasted your lips, and you've tasted mine, it's not going away. She didn't respond. Not with words. I reached out and touched her wrist with 2 fingers. Light and steady. Her skin was warm. She didn't pull away. I'm not asking you to trust me, I said. But don't run. Her breath was shallow now, the rise and fall of her chest matching mine. I'm not afraid of what's between us. I added, you shouldn't be either. Her lips parted like she was going to argue, but then she moved fast, decisive, and kissed me again. Harder this time. Harder. Desperate. It wasn't gentle. It was a crack in the dam. Years of pressure rushing through. Her hands fisted in my hair, pulling me closer, and I gripped her waist, dragging her against me despite the awkward twist of my cuffed wrist. The mattress groaned beneath us. The metal shackle on my other wrist scraped softly against the headboard. We only broke apart when we had to, because we were too breathless. This changes nothing, she whispered, but her voice trembled. I smiled. Just barely. It changes everything. You're chaos to my control. Don't fear this thing between us. Preciosa. And this time, she didn't argue. Instead, she fastened the cuff back around my wrist with a soft click and walked out the door.
Amara. The door snicked shut behind me, but the sound stayed lodged in my chest. I didn't move. Not at first. My hand hovered next to me. Fingers curled. Body still too full of heat. Not just from him. From the truth of it all. I'd been walking this line for far too long, pretending the pull between us was friction instead of gravity. And today, it came to a head. I walked away from his cabin slowly, my body feeling raw, now stripped of the armor I'd grown accustomed to wearing. I'd kissed him. Even worse. I'd wanted it. Needed it. I was ready to let it shake something loose inside of me that I'd kept bolted down for years. Ever since we first crossed paths at D-Arc, and my mind flitted back to my first months on campus. And this enigmatic man, Gabriel, I kept running into. The sun struck the courtyard with merciless brilliance too bright for comfort. The air smelled like freshly turned stone and ambition. I was in my 3rd week. Long enough to make friends. Not long enough to know which ones I could trust. That's when I saw him. He was leaning against the west archway near the archives wing, dressed in a dark 3-piece suit. Older than most students, but not old enough to clearly mark him as faculty. His hands were in his pockets, his posture too relaxed for this place. He wasn't watching the quad like a student at all. He was surveying it like a chessboard. "Hey." Santos' shout rang out across campus. He turned, flashing a smile that made my heart stutter. That's when it clicked. Gabriel Santos. The only student turned professor on campus this semester. A strange arrangement cloaked in even stranger rumors. Heir to the Santos cartel. Raised by an aunt who was a journalist and a half-brother who was a mobster. People whispered about him the way they whispered about blackmail carefully. And only when they thought no one was listening. But the man leaning against the arch didn't fit the image of a professor or a criminal. He was too still, too self-assured, too charming. The way he watched people wasn't idle. It was calculating, as if he already knew everyone's next move and found them predictable. Then his gaze shifted and found mine, holding it for a stretch of a moment. I didn't look away. Neither did he. A flicker passed between us, not flirtation. Not quite. More like recognition. Two hunters, spotting each other from across a clearing, each wondering who'd make the first move. Then he smirked. Barely. I turned away before the moment could stretch into something more. I had no time for trouble. Still, as I walked off, I felt his eyes on my back. He didn't follow. He didn't have to. Somehow, I already knew I'd see him again. And I was right. He'd be my silent, dark shadow for many years to come. Santos ended up playing the long game. He always knew how to spot things people tried to bury. And now he'd seen it in me. Worse, he'd named it desire, house, fear. Damn it. This wanting, especially when it came to someone like him, was a liability. Although deep down I knew he was right, it didn't make me weak. Pretending I didn't want him, that was what would break me. I pressed the heel of my hand to my chest, grounding myself in the steady thrum of my heart. Below deck, I could hear the men working away. The sound of metal clanking against metal. It served as a reminder of why we were here, and what we'd yet to accomplish. Pull yourself together. Amara. No sooner had I stepped into the office than the comms unit on my wrist buzzed a sharp, needling vibration that felt more like a slap than a nudge. It startled me, slicing through my memory like ice water down the spine. Mom, call us. Dad and I want to hear your voice. I stared at the message for a moment, jaw tight. The last thing I wanted was to hear their voices warm, probing, and well-meaning, but inevitably dangerous in the state I was in. I was still reeling from what happened with Gabriel. Lying to them now would be like trying to thread a needle in the middle of a storm. But ignoring the message, that would only be worse. Silence was suspicious. Silence made them worry. And worried parents in my family didn't just ask questions. They started pulling strings. I drew a slow breath and fished my phone from my jeans. The office was supposed to be soundproof, though the open windows undermined that illusion. Still, with the yacht floating in the middle of a calm, empty sea, the risk of anyone overhearing was more paranoia than reality. I flicked through my contacts until I landed on Dad. Calling him first was more of a strategic move on my part. He could be distracted. Dad was. After all, the reigning kingpin in place of my mom, and the de facto head of the Irish Mafia for his family. That meant his calls were often interrupted, and that was an advantage I could exploit if I played it right. Still, even that plan felt thin. I hesitated, thumb hovering over the call icon for a second or two before my finger pressed it. It took only 2 rings for my father to answer. Hello, sweetheart. My chest instantly warmed. My father wasn't like most. He was warm, but also not overbearing. He worried about me, but also trusted me to take care of myself. Until my recent actions. I'd earned that trust. Hey, Dad, I greeted him, ignoring my guilty conscience. Good time for you, always. I smiled at his response. People always assumed I was like my mom, or even compared me to Mother Liana, but I like to think I was more like my father. The two of us were two peas in a pod. Our tempers always ruled by reason. Mom texted, so I'm calling you. I hope that's not the only reason. Of course not. I love talking to you and hearing your voice. How is backpacking going? He asked. Is it all you dreamt it would be as a little girl? I've been talking about doing this for years. And my father had always been supportive despite my mom's worries. It was the reason I agreed to delay backpacking until I was a bit older. It is even better. Dad, I answered. Everyone should do it at least once in their lifetime. He chuckled. I can't imagine your mama backpacking Europe. The image made me laugh too. Yeah, me neither. But she might enjoy it. I know you definitely would. Oh, speak of the devil, Dad said. Alain. Our daughter is on the phone. For as long as I remembered. My dad called Mom beautiful in Gaelic, and treated her like he really believed that. Their love story might be unconventional, but it was a love story nonetheless. Your mom's about to snatch the phone from me, he said, with humor lacing his voice. I love you, and hurry back home. We miss you, sweetie. I will, I said, although I wasn't sure if I had any business making that promise. Amara, sweetie. Mom's voice filled the line. Liana's worried about you. And now I am too. Is everything okay? I should have known it would somehow lead back to Mother Liana. Of course. Everything's fine. Did she say why she's worried? Mom's laugh sounded somewhat forced. You know her. She's always scared something is happening. Ici. Yeah. Unfortunately, it's the side effect of her name and power. It is. Mom agreed. But she isn't often wrong either. I swear I'm fine. It was best not to comment on Mom's latter statement. You and Dad would be the first people I'd call if I wasn't. Good. I'm glad to hear it. I could hear the smile in her voice. Tvo. Heartbeats passed before she continued. You know, sometimes I worry about you having to take over for your father. I don't know. I know you're capable of doing it. I just wish you didn't have to. It wasn't the first time she'd voiced those thoughts. She was happier being the pillar, Dad's helper, and thought I would be too. She might be right, but there wasn't an alternative, so it made no sense to ponder on it. But Mom sure did enough for the both of us. Well, unless you marry, she added pensively. I groaned. Mum, really, well, it's a thought. I know you're independent and strong, and you can take over for your father all on your own. But it'd be easier with a husband by your side to share the load. My sexy Colombian prisoner flashed in my mind, but I instantly shut it down. Marriage wasn't on my agenda, and I certainly wasn't going to entertain it while going through this mess. Besides, I was fairly certain I'd extinguished any chance I'd had with Gabriel when I kidnapped him. I know you want me to find what you have with Dad, I said slowly, and I hope it's in my cards one day. But it's nowhere on the horizon right now, so... But you're open to it, she questioned. Yeah, sure, I stated, matter-of-factly, although I wasn't so certain that I was. But it was what my mom wanted to hear, and her next words confirmed it. "I'm glad you're keeping an open mind." Her voice practically bubbled with delight, and it made me smile. With the right person beside you, it makes all the difference. I know. Mom, I see it every day with you and Dad. You'll find that too, she stated confidently. I just want you to be happy. I chuckled. I don't need a man to be happy. Of course not, she said quickly. But an equal partner is nice. We exchanged a few more words, and then I ended the call with a small smile. But my reprieve was cut short when my phone buzzed again. Mother Liana FaceTimed me. I groaned, not wanting to talk to her. The universe, with its impeccable timing, had chosen this precise hour to unleash everything at once. I drew in a steadying breath, squared my shoulders, and then I tapped the button. Her face flickered onto the small projection panel embedded in the wall. Liana appeared as she always did, posture flawless, expression composed, every inch the embodiment of regal poise. But beneath that calm exterior, a quiet intensity simmered. "Amara," she said. Her voice carried that familiar clipped edge, but beneath it was the warmth that kept me alive for the first 5 years of my life. "Hi." I smiled brightly. "I'm worried about you three." Just for a breath, I froze. My mind leapt to conclusions. Had she found out about Gabriel? Had something slipped? But then I remembered she believed Jet was with us. That illusion, at least, was intact. "You've been wandering the world long enough," she continued, her eyes narrowing just slightly. "Why don't you all come home?" The word home landed like a stone in my chest. "Well, we haven't exactly been roaming the world," I said lightly. "Just Europe." Remember, it was a small lie, rehearsed and already worn smooth by repetition. Her gaze sharpened. "Just Europe, yes," I replied without flinching. "Europe is grand." I said it with a smile, careless. "Casual." Entirely fabricated. She studied me for a moment, like she was listening not to my words, but to what I wasn't saying. "What's keeping you there? Are you thinking about moving to Europe?" she asked suddenly, panic in her voice evident with each spoken word. "Are your father's connections tugging at you? That's too far from me." There it was. Not suspicion, but her greatest, unspoken dread that I would disappear, that I'd sever the thread and go where she couldn't reach. I felt the churning in my gut, but I kept my features still, my voice calm. "No, of course not," I said. "Moving to Ireland hasn't even crossed my mind." Her shoulders eased almost imperceptibly. Relief softened her expression, and for a moment she looked older, tired, but also oddly at peace. "Good," she said. "You know how much I love you." And she stopped, lips parting as if the next words were too heavy to speak aloud. She swallowed hard instead. "I love you too," I assured her. "I promise. I'm not moving away from the States." We stayed in silence for a moment. Then she gave a short nod, as if convincing herself everything was fine, that she still had some hold on me. The call lingered another few minutes, her voice smoothing into calm, the way it always did when she felt in control. I offered reassurances, one after another, until her expression cleared completely, until her peace of mind was restored, until the screen went blessedly dark. I exhaled, pressing my palms to my thighs. The kiss with Gabriel had unsettled me more than anything in the past month, and I'd had my share of excitement in that time. Leanna Boston. The screen went dark, and for a long while, I just sat there, my fingers resting lightly against the control panel, my body still and perfectly composed. It was how the world knew me to be. But inside I was unraveling. Amara's face lingered in my mind like a ghost, those perceptive eyes watching me too carefully, the corners of her mouth twitching with restraint. She was too poised, too polished, just like me when I was lying. Just Europe, she had said. It was a lie. I knew it. A mother always knew. My phone buzzed, and I wasn't surprised to see Emery's name flash on my screen. I slid the message open, and my suspicion was confirmed. Emery Amara's lying. I don't know what's going on, but she's definitely up to something. I rose, my chair sliding back across the marble floor. The city blinked back at me through the tall windows of my penthouse, but I looked at it without seeing it. All I could feel right now was this space growing between me and my children. My hand met the window pane. It was ice under my palm. Jetmir. Elira. Amara. I had crossed oceans, spilled blood, and buried ghosts to protect them. And now I could feel them slipping from my reach. Anbion. Like sand I couldn't hold, no matter how tightly I closed my fists. God. What was happening? What were they up to? What if I lose them? There was one man on this planet who wouldn't tolerate my 3 children getting into trouble, Kian. No one knew my children's world the way I did except for Amara's birth parents. My husband was their anchor, their light, the steady presence they could always trust. Emery and Killian were their warm and cozy corner. But Kian and I, we were the shadows behind them. The ones who didn't hesitate to draw blood in their defense. We weren't the gentle ones. We were the ones who killed first and asked questions only if we had to. It wasn't malice. It was instinct. That's how we were wired. I pressed the call button and waited. When he didn't answer, I tried again. No answer. So I used our emergency method. And he finally answered on the 3rd ring. You need to tell me something, was my greeting. But instead of a response, I was met with a moan. A woman's moan. There was rustling. Then a distinctly male groan that could only have come from one place. Oh, for God's sake. My fingers pinched the bridge of my nose. Kian, if you're inside your wife right now, couldn't your call have waited 10 more minutes? He asked. And I could practically hear the grin in his voice. In the background, his wife laughed while I sat here unraveling by the minute. You didn't think to send my call to voicemail, I snapped. It's about Amara, and how I just got off the phone with her where she lied to me like it was second nature. You're lucky I waited this long. That shut him up. I sank back into the chair, this time letting the exhaustion bleed through my bones. My heels hit the floor with a thud as I kicked them off, the pressure in my temples pulsing like a drumbeat. Put your damn pants on, he muttered, and meet me on a secure line in 5. This isn't a social call. He inhaled sharply, the mood between us shifting in an instant, and Kian dropping the charm. The call ended, and for the next 5 minutes, I paced like a caged animal as I waited for his call. What happened? He asked as I hit accept on my end. Amara's hiding something, I whispered, my throat tightening. I know it. She's afraid. Saying the right words with the wrong eyes. She's drifting. And the twins are acting off too. Although I had yet to hear from Jet. Jesus Christ. The joys of motherhood were certainly rivaled by a fair share of anguish. Are you sure they're not just kids being kids? I mean, they're adults. No. They'll want their space. You're just too used to having them close. Leanna. I shook my head, even though he couldn't see me. No, it's more than that. My instincts tell me something's off. His heavy exhale came through the line. Fine. I'll check it out and call you back if I learn anything. In the meantime, go find your husband and enjoy the alone time with him. Then he hung up. I stayed where I was, staring blankly at the flickering lights of Boston. Beyond the glass, my responsibilities had me often roaming the world Russia, Venezuela, Boston, and England since Jet and Elira went to college there. Truthfully, no place was my home without my children. On the shelf to my right, 2 photos stared back at me. In one, Jet and Elira were frozen mid-laugh and caught in that fleeting, golden age just before adolescence. They clung to the swing's ropes, legs flung high into the air, faces lit with joy, as if nothing could ever touch them. In the other, Amara sat beside me on a patch of sun-warmed grass, her small hand curled tightly around mine, watching her older siblings with a grin so wide it nearly swallowed her cheeks. Back then, she held on to me like I was the center of her world, like I was gravity. And if she let go, everything would drift. Now she held on to the distance like it was a shield. And the worst part was that I couldn't blame her, because I was the one who taught her how to build walls. I was the one who taught her how to lie. And now all I could do was wait. Wait and wonder just how far away my children really were. Not in miles, but in spirit. Amara, I couldn't sleep all night. The cabin was too quiet, unnaturally so. The shadows on the walls stretched too long, like they were watching me instead of the other way around. I lay on my bed long after my call with Leanna, staring at the ceiling like it held answers. It didn't. The taste of Gabriel still lingered on my lips, far too vivid for comfort. It was the kind of kiss you didn't forget. That alone scared me more than if it had been laced with lies. Calculated kisses I could survive. Honest desire, this was something else. Something that slipped beneath my ribs and made a home in the softest parts of me. I got up before the sun was finished bleeding across the sky. I stepped out into the narrow hallway wearing nothing but a simple 2-piece pajama set. My feet knew where they were going before I did. I stopped just short of his door. The air was cooler this morning, as if it warned of something that was about to come. What the hell am I doing? A man like Gabriel Santos, haunted with his charisma and charm. And when he kissed me, it was like I was something he was dying to taste. And when he smiled, gosh, my soul shuddered when that man smiled. And then there was the fact that I fucking loved the way he looked at me. He'd talked about his mother like someone still carrying the weight of her death. And when he kissed me again, it was with pure need and something far more terrifying. Hope. I hated that I believed he was being genuine. Because if it was real, then I was in trouble. And if it wasn't, I was already caught in the web. But when I reached the door, I couldn't bring myself to open it. Mother Liana's voice echoed from some long-buried training session in the back of my skull. Never show your throat. Never hand someone the blade they'll use to gut you. But I'd kissed him. Was that really handing him a blade? Or was it being impulsive for once in my life? Chasing something I wanted and craved, I'd fantasized about his mouth and hands on me too many times over the past weeks. Damn it, I whispered to myself. Then instead of walking into the fire, I turned and strode away. My feet were soundless against the deck floor as I made my way back into my cabin, where I got dressed and went to the comms bay. The satellite console buzzed softly, waiting for a purpose. You stared at it, pretending to check weather patterns. my reflection flickering faintly in the screen's glow. But I wasn't here for the weather. Instead, I stared at Jet's message, rereading it over and over since we'd kidnapped Gabriel. If you get this, follow the coordinates. Snatch, Santos. Yet, even all these weeks later, it made little sense. Jet left barely a breadcrumb with the coordinates and Gabriel's name. There was no explanation. Just a cryptic directive I'd obeyed out of blind loyalty. However, if Jet had apparently warned him away from me and violently, from the sounds of it, why push him into my life? Jet didn't trust anyone. Not unless he could use them. Did he intend to use Gabriel? Or was Gabriel the trap? And I was the goddamn bait. My fingers hovered over the screen, wondering if Alira knew more than she was letting on. They were connected by something tighter than blood. And she'd kept secrets before, but never from me. At least, that's what I believed. No. Every glance and word she spoke felt a little too careful. Every silence dragged a little too long. Alas. We'd stuck to each other like rubber and glue since we started this journey. Even before Jet and the explosion in Paris. We'd been everywhere from Albania to Norway. And not once did I detect any unusual behavior. She hardly spoke to him on the phone. And when she did, I was right there. With her. Right, I could push her. But my gut warned I wouldn't like what shook loose. Something about all of this didn't sit well with me. I'd always hated being left in the dark. And I especially didn't enjoy this feeling that I was walking into a trap laid out by Jet. And the glaring mystery why Albania Kian practically ruled that country, and he'd never allow anything to happen to me.
Gabriel, during my last nights roaming about the yacht, I'd learned we'd reached the Mediterranean. We were slicing through the waves, steady and fast. And in less than a week, we'd be in the Ionian Sea and closer to the jagged Albanian coastline. The yacht creaked beneath us, like an old man complaining about the cold. The hull letting out the occasional low groan as it swayed with the lazy slap of waves. But with each slap, I could sense the storm building. Although for now, the rhythmic hush of the water brushed against the sides and almost made it feel like peace. Almost, if you ignored the fact that my left wrist was cuffed to a steel pipe bolted just behind the couch I'd been so graciously moved to. It wasn't exactly 5-star hostage treatment, but Amara had at least made an effort. Tonight, I had a throw blanket tucked around me, a bowl of popcorn within reach, and I'd even been allowed to approve the movie that now played on the screen. Although the selection of movies was questionable horror, disturbing psycho type of movies, and more horror. Nonetheless, it felt like we were just two friends killing time on a stormy night. Her version of an olive branch. I guess? She sat at the opposite end of the couch, bundled up in her own knitted blanket, legs folded beneath her. The bluish light of the screen danced across her face cheekbones. Sharp, eyes steady. Lips curled into the faintest amused smirk as another unfortunate on-screen character got eviscerated by something with too many teeth and no soul. Your taste in movies is interesting, I said, keeping my tone casual, like I wasn't shackled to a pipe and under the watch of someone who once threatened to shoot me for sneezing too loud. She didn't so much as glance over. Don't tell me you'd rather sit here and do a puzzle. She sneered. Fuck puzzles. Woman. She see who. Good. I hate them. But I guess if you'd prefer a different movie, like a romantic comedy or 50 Shades kind of vibe, I could rummage around and see if I can find something to soothe your delicate sensibilities. I rolled my eyes. Right. Nothing says delicate like being kidnapped. But in romance, at least, nobody is getting butchered alive. She snorted. You'd be surprised. Ask Anya what she reads. That stopped me. Who? She let out a quiet laugh, still watching the screen as blood sprayed across it in high definition. Anya started all of us on smut back in the dorms. Regular old romance novels at first. Then it turned into erotica. Now she's deep into alien smut. Like 7 tentacled lovers who heal with sex level stuff. I blinked. Anya's too young to be reading that. Amara shrugged. Sure. I'll be sure to tell her you said so. I'm sure she'll stop immediately. I reached across the bowl with my free hand and grabbed a handful of popcorn, flicking a piece into my mouth. Lightly buttered. Barely salted. Exactly the way Anya liked it. My chest tightened. Not my sweet, innocent Anya. My baby sister was out there reading scandalous space romance, while I was chained up on a yacht watching horror movies like it was a sleepover. Jesus. Amara caught me glancing at her and raised an eyebrow. You look like a kid who just learned Santa Claus doesn't exist. I theatrically touched my chest with my free hand. What he doesn't, she rolled her eyes. Okay. Santos. What's up? Are you upset that Anya reads erotica? She said, voice laced with humor. I'm upset I didn't know. I grumbled pensively. How could it be that I didn't know? All I saw on her nightstands were photography books and classics by Tolstoy, Dostoevsky, and Gustave Flaubert. You look like you're plotting something, Amara said. Just wondering how many calories are in popcorn. I deadpanned. Liar. She smirked, tossing a piece at my chest. You're mad about the cuff and Anya's taste in books. I'm not mad. Ich hoffe. Just reevaluating some things. She threw her head back and laughed. You're such a man. Thanks for noticing, I said dryly. Don't evaluate things too much, and just enjoy the movie. Be grateful. I'm actually being merciful. I grunted but turned back, just as the main character let out a blood-curdling scream. Someone ran. Someone died. And someone else's face got peeled off. Amara flinched. I didn't. She turned to look at me like I was the monster in the film. That was explicitly graphic. She swallowed. Weren't you scared, trained assassin? I said with a shrug. Occupational hazard. Even Pennywise clowns are beneath me. She laughed. A real, soft burst of sound that echoed in the small space. It startled me more than the movie ever could. It was the kind of laugh that made you want to hear it again. You laugh like you weren't raised around danger. I said before I could stop myself. Amara looked at me with something unreadable behind her eyes. And you act like the world's problems are on your shoulders. I had no response to that. But she wasn't done. And another thing, she said, reaching for another handful of popcorn. Don't tell Anya I mentioned her reading habits. I assumed you knew. And I don't want her to think I betrayed her. Only if you tell me more about them. I joked. She nodded without looking at me. Well, You get the point with aliens and their inhuman dicks. But she also likes historical romance. The overly dramatic kind with shirtless men on the covers. I just can't reconcile that Anya with the one I watched grow up. He muttered, "Well, you better start. Because she's not a little girl anymore. She's a strong woman who sometimes cries," Amara said, popping a kernel into her mouth. When the brooding man tells the heroine he's loved her since childhood. He stared at her. "I'm not making this up," she added, almost laughing again. She even has a list of her favorite books with the hottest and sweetest annotations. You're too quick to judge. I leaned back and let a smile play on my lips. I didn't know that. Amara glanced at me sideways. It's healthy to admit you don't know everything. I didn't say anything. I hated that I'd spent what felt like a lifetime protecting Anya and still missed something as simple as the books that made her cry. Outside, the wind picked up. Inside, the movie surged into another jump scare. A flash of blood and screaming violins. But it all felt muted now, like the volume had dialed itself down in my head. "You okay?" Amara asked quietly. "Just thinking." "That's dangerous." "What are you playing at?" I asked, adjusting my position on the couch to face her. "What's your angle?" She just shrugged. "Tonight. My goal is to finish this movie and be so tired I fall asleep the moment my head hits the pillow." We fell into a heavy silence, both aware that once we hit the shore, the real storm would begin.
Amara. The time of reaching Albania's shores was quickly approaching. Elira and the crew had been tied up with looking for the best way to enter the Albanian waters, which left me to tend to our prisoner most of the time. Although, after some heartfelt begging on my part earlier, Elira did take over guard duty while he took a shower. I didn't trust myself not to peek through the door and venture into voyeurism. There was only so much self-control a woman could exercise. Gabriel haunted my every waking thought, even when we weren't stretched out on his bed or the couch, half lost in horror films. Somehow, without either of us naming it, we'd slipped into a predictable but intimate routine. He showered first thing in the morning. Emerging clean-shaven and freshly dressed like this wasn't a hostage situation but a floating vacation home. Breakfast came next with black coffee, warm arepas, and Colombian. Music I couldn't translate playing softly in the background. Then I'd retreat to the office under the pretense of doing work, staring blankly at a screen, too distracted to focus. By lunch, I was back in his orbit, and I stayed there through lazy afternoons, dinner, and whatever movie marathon we'd land on that evening. It shouldn't have felt normal. It definitely shouldn't have felt good. But it did. Still, it was the nights that undid me with dreams of Gabriel. He starred in them like Fabio on the cover of every over-the-top 90s romance novel. In those dreams, he looked at me in a way that told me I was his to ruin and worship in equal measure, and then I'd wake up aching, confused, and furious with myself for wanting any of it. It was unbearable. It was also part of the reason I found myself at the end of the hallway leading to his cabin once again. Elira was busy charming the captain and half the crew into doing her bidding, her flirtatious laugh traveling on the wind. She was probably halfway to convincing the first mate to take a fall for international smuggling just for fun. Because that was what she did in her free time torture. She could roll people around her finger like cigarette paper, then light the whole thing on fire without breaking eye contact. I made sure Gabriel got the best cabin on the yacht. I told myself it was my psychological warfare strategy. I would disarm him by ensuring his comfort. But honestly, a part of me just wanted to see how sexy he could look in the morning sprawled on the high thread count sheets. It turned out, he looked obscenely good. Hair tousled, jaw shadowed. His usual composed intensity softened. There was a moment, just a flicker, where he blinked like he wasn't entirely sure where he was. The sheets draped low on his hips, and I swear my rational brain just short-circuited. I'd intended to throw him off balance. But now it felt like he was the one flipping the script. And I was the one sliding toward recklessness. Preferably under those sheets. It was a dangerous fantasy. One I had no business entertaining. And yet, I couldn't stop. I stared at the polished door for a beat longer than I should have. Coffee mug in one hand, the other still resting lightly on the doorframe. The hallway smelled faintly like him, sandalwood, and sharp citrus. Clean. Leather. And danger. God. I hated how much I noticed that. This was supposed to be simple. But when he smiled at me and opened up, I forgot everything and everyone. It made me wonder just how messed up I might actually be. I sighed and glanced back down the hallway toward the bridge. I should go join Elira, but I knew I wouldn't. I was too busy staring at the door and wondering if Gabriel would smirk when he saw me again. I hated that smirk. Liar. You love that smirk. Shut up. I hissed to myself while every nerve screamed at me to turn around to ignore the pull, but I couldn't. Not tonight. I adjusted my grip on the mug. Nobody sane would drink coffee in the evening. But who in the hell was sane on this yacht? Certainly not me. I finally knocked and cracked the door just enough to slip inside. The soft thud behind me sealing the space between us. Gabriel was sprawled on the bed like a painting someone forgot to cover. Up. One eyebrow arched in lazy amusement. Almost as if he'd been expecting me. His dark hair was still damp, strands clinging to his temples. A confirmation he'd taken a shower. Elira just left, he said, confirming my thoughts. He'd changed into fresh jeans and a plain white t-shirt, both laid out in advance. Thanks to me. A fact I should probably not be proud of. And yet, here we were. His sharp, unreadable eyes locked on mine. He looked way too handsome for someone in such a compromising position. Yummy. My brain supplied unhelpfully. Is my favorite jailer back to keep me company, unless you're up for more? Gabriel drawled, his eyes bright with amusement. I leaned against the doorframe, aiming for casualness, although the heat curling low in my belly betrayed me. Are you offering your body? Santos, I joked. He smirked and shifted slightly on the bed, cuffs glinting in the lamplight. My body and soul are yours. Amada. Surely I've made that clear. I wanted to give in right then and there. But thankfully I still retained some of my brain cells. Feeling lonely, he continued in a husk that made my thighs tremble. Or just bored of your own chaos, maybe a little of both. I stepped forward, eyes not dropping from his. His laugh was warm and maddeningly genuine. You know we can start slow. I'm a patient man. Maybe we start with kissing. His tongue darted out, licking those full lips. I quite liked kissing you. My cheeks flared with heat. I never blushed except around him. Do you flirt like this with all women? I asked. No. He tilted his head with a lazy grin. Only you. Maybe that makes me crazy. Or you like the view. That sharpened his smile. Definitely the view. I took another step, close enough now to feel the heat radiating off him. My fingers brushed the cool bite of the metal cuffs. Are these staying on till the end? Gabriel murmured. We're nearly there, so probably. He nodded, then narrowed his eyes. Why don't we make the rest of our time together worthwhile? We can make the best out of these bindings. He scoffed. Don't tell me you're into that kinky shit. With you, I'm up for anything. Something tells me you would be too. So confident. What if I'm like a black widow and I kill my men after I fuck them? Now that would be a hell of a way to go, he said, laughing, though there was a wistful edge to it. I could be convinced. There's something seriously wrong with you. Santos. I rolled my eyes, but the smile broke through anyway. What was it about this man that made me feel like a sensual woman? Do you think you'll know what to do with me? Amada, I met his gaze. Steady. Don't worry. I'm not some clueless virgin. No, you're not, he drawled, watching me like he was ready to eat me. Alive. I knelt beside the bed, tracing my fingers lightly along the chain. I could teach you a thing or two about being kinky. It might be fun, he suggested, his tone full of dark seduction. Would you let me, since we're talking in hypotheticals? Sure. Why not? My voice was too breathless for him not to notice it. I like where this is going. His controlled mask slipped just enough for something raw to flicker through. Uncuff me and I'll show you exactly. What you've been missing all these years, you've avoided me. Amora. I leaned close, lips brushing his ear. I thought we were going for kinky here. With free hands. I could make you scream so much faster and louder. He purred, self-confidence rolling off him in waves. Strangely, I was fairly certain he had every right to boast, because Gabriel was sex on legs, and I suspected one night with him would be enough to get me off for the rest of my life by just picturing him. I attempted to rein in the wild impulse to let him have his way with me, and rasped. I'm in charge here. He smirked as he whispered. Always. For a moment, everything outside the unknowns. The danger. My uncertainty about this man faded to nothing. Just the two of us tangled in a dangerous dance. Pushing boundaries neither of us were sure we wanted to cross. It was time to accept that everything leading up to this moment had to be part of some greater plan. One that was beyond my control.
Gabriel. Her hands hovered over my wrists, fingers brushing the lock. But then, they stilled. I saw it in her eyes first. It was a flicker of doubt, of what it would mean if she let go, if she set me loose without one of her guard dogs hovering nearby. She stepped back, just a hair's breadth. But it was enough. You're not ready, I said, quietly and without accusation. She shook her head once. Not yet. I nodded as I relaxed into the restraint. That's okay. Her gaze snapped back to mine. Surprised. You thought I'd be mad, I asked, smirking faintly. Are you disappointed? Men usually don't take no very well. She muttered, trying to sound hard, but her voice was softer than she wanted it to be. I'm not like other men. I'm me, and I'm at your mercy. I dipped my head to catch her eye. Besides, you're protecting yourself. That's smart. She didn't move, but relief unclenched her shoulders. But, I added slowly, just because you don't want to uncuff me, doesn't mean we can't still do something else. Her brows lifted, guarded curiosity sparking in her eyes. Let me guide you. Amara, I said. Just my voice, no hands, and you'll stay in control. But we don't have to end it with just kissing. She was still watching me, cautious, but captivated. Let me talk you through it. If you don't like it, we stop. If you want more, I'll keep going. You might get too attached. She half teased. It's a possibility, although I suspected that ship had already sailed. Are you brave enough to explore this current between us? Oh, I'm brave enough, she scoffed. But I need your assurance you won't put too much emotion into us fooling around, and you'll stop it the moment I say so. I promise, I said. But rest assured, you'll be begging me not to stop. She rolled her eyes, but she was biting back a smile. You're ridiculous. Maybe, I murmured. But I'm here. Still very much yours to command. She hesitated a moment longer, then gave me a small but decisive nod. Okay, she said. Heat stirred in my chest. It wasn't just lust, but also a flicker of trust. The kind that mattered more than any chain. I tilted my head, voice dropping to a murmur. Good. Then, let's start simple. Close your eyes and let me tell you what I'd do to you if my hands were free. It wasn't a command, but a choice. She hesitated, then obeyed. If I could use my hands right now, I'd start slow. Fingers at your waist. Just enough pressure to remind you I'm here. That you're mine to touch. Her breath caught, sharp and subtle. I'd trace them up your sides, over your ribs, gently enough to make you shiver. Not just to tease you, but to learn you. Every breath, every twitch, every little sound you try to swallow. She opened her eyes at that, just for a second. Gaze locked on mine, like I'd pulled something honest out of her. God, she was stunning like this. Her cheeks flushed, chest rising and falling as she took measured breaths, like she was trying to keep herself from coming apart. And I watched her, really watched her. The way her shirt clung to her skin, the hem slightly wrinkled. A sliver of skin peeked out where her top had shifted, just above the waistband of her loose-fitting pants. It wasn't about what was exposed, it was about her. Her presence, her power. The way she held herself like she wasn't sure if she should run or take the lead. She hadn't backed away. She was still here. Amara, I said, voice low. Barely more than a breath. Will you take your clothes off for me? She blinked. Surprised again. But this time, it didn't seem to be about the request, more about how I said it. Her silence stretched for a heartbeat. Then another. Her gaze never leaving mine. I'm not doing it for you, she said. Her voice edged with steel. I smiled. I know. You're doing it for you. And I get to watch. If you'll let me. She tilted her head, eyes narrowing, studying me like she couldn't decide whether to be cautious or bold. I waited for her to choose. My goal was to let her burn down the distance between us in her own time and her own way. I keep control, she said. Always. I murmured. She stood slowly, every movement deliberate. Her hands went to the hem of her shirt. She paused, watching me like she was daring me to speak, to ruin it with a single wrong word. I didn't. I just looked at her like she was something sacred. She pulled the fabric over her head in one fluid motion, letting it fall to the floor. No shame. No performance. Just a woman making a choice. And it undid me more than anything else could have. My breath caught as I soaked in every inch of her skin, including the scar on her lower belly, a result of a transplant she needed as a child to survive. Thank God she did. Her eyes followed mine, and she brought her hand to it as if to hide it. Don't, he said. It's ugly. It's a reminder of what you endured to survive. Don't ever hide it. I wasn't sure if it was the right thing to say, because she hadn't moved. You're beautiful, I continued softly, the truth of it ringing in my voice. I swore I'd have fallen to my knees if I wasn't cuffed. She exhaled deeply, like maybe she needed to hear that, and her hand finally moved away, letting me admire her scar. Maybe you could lose your pants. Bumpties. And bruh, I suggested gently, if you feel comfortable. Of course. She nodded, then shimmied her pants and panties down those stunning legs. Her bra slipped off next, adding to the growing pile of clothes on the floor. My cock jumped eagerly. She stood there, completely bare and utterly breathtaking. I genuinely worried my heart might give out before I even had the chance to bring her pleasure. Then she climbed onto my lap, bare skin pressing to mine. Warm, confident, in control, still here. But she let me see her now, and that was the most intimate thing she'd ever done. Her body was soft against mine in the way that only happened when someone truly let you see them. She settled over my hips, like she knew exactly what kind of power she held in this moment. And she did. Not because she was straddling me. Not because I was cuffed. But because I'd given myself over to her. Willingly. Every inch of control. Every breath. Touch me, she said. Voice low. I pulled at the cuffs slightly. Just enough for the chains to rattle. Can't. I reminded her, and let a half-smile touch my lips. But I can talk you through every damn thing I would do. She pouted and huffed an impatient sigh. Then start talking. I breathed her in, her scent driving me wild. My hands would start here, I said, turning my head just enough to brush my mouth over the curve of her shoulder. I'd hold you like you were made for me. Her fingers curled in the fabric of my shirt, holding on like she needed the contact as much as the control. I'd run them down your back, make you feel every inch of how much I want you. She exhaled shakily, and her hips shifted slightly over my jeans-covered thighs. And then I'd kiss you, I murmured. Everywhere. Not just the places that make you moan. Though I'd do that too. But the places you don't let anyone touch because they remember pain. Her body stilled, and I'd worship them. I added with conviction. I'd worship every inch until those places remembered something else. That broke something in her. Her forehead dropped to mine, and I felt the tremor that ran through her. No one's ever said things like that to me, she whispered. I'm saying them, Iraspet. I've been wanting to say them for a very long time. Please, Amara, come undone for me. The sound of your voice alone could make me come. My cock twitched. I'd do anything to watch her fall apart, to see that raw, blissful look as she lost herself completely, her face etched with pure, unfiltered ecstasy, all for me. Somewhere in the deep corner of my mind, I realized my plans and lines of allegiance had started to blur. I'd wanted Amara for so long, and only kept my distance because I'd never jeopardize Anya's safety and Sailor's well-being. I started to think that maybe I could do it all, have it all, because Amara had become just as important to me as my own family. Her hands came to rest against my chest, supporting herself. The new position had her arms pressing her breasts together, tempting me. They were full and gorgeous. I couldn't wait to taste them and hear her moans as I sucked on her nipples. "Can I kiss you, fuck?" Maybe I'd be the one to come undone first. "Yes, you can do whatever you want to me, preciosa." Her dark hair cascaded around us like a curtain as she pressed her lips to. Mine, gentle at first, before dissolving into a kind of hunger that left no room for doubt. Her hips shifted, dragging herself against me, and I groaned into her mouth, needing more, but careful not to rush her. She moved with purpose, grinding slowly, teasing, learning me. Every small adjustment, every breathy sigh, felt like a conversation spoken through touch. "Amara, iraspet." She paused, her deep blue eyes finding mine. "Would it be okay to ask you to sit on my face?" Her mouth parted and her cheeks flushed deep pink. "Why I want to taste your pussy," I admitted, uncaring that she had kidnapped me and cuffed me in this god-forsaken cabin. "Fuck you with my mouth. But please, preciosa, I'm dying here. How are you going to breathe? Fuck breathing. I'd die if it meant being smothered by your pussy. Get up here." With an eager expression, she scooted up my body, her inner thighs, smearing her arousal over my shirt and perfuming the air. She smelled like heaven. Her hands reached for the headboard to steady herself, her fingers brushing against mine as they intertwined. I tilted my face, and she lowered her hips down until her pussy came to settle over my face and inhaled deeply, then licked a slow path over her entrance. "Heaven," I growled as I closed my eyes, then licked again. "Fuck." She breathed, and finally sat all the way down, her eyes locked on me as my mouth went to work. Her blue eyes became hazy, like she was drunk. And me, I ate her pussy like it was the last fucking meal I'd ever get. I licked and sucked, reveling in the way her hips rocked against my mouth. Her moans were the sweetest fucking sounds I had ever heard. Her hips rolled each time I flattened my tongue against her pussy. "Oh my God," she groaned, the desperation in her voice spurring me on. She was wet and slippery, the flesh around her sensitive nubs swollen. I lapped at her, drinking my fill, thrusting my tongue inside her entrance. "Oh," she exclaimed on a moan, rocking back and forth, fucking herself on my tongue and my face. "Fuck. Gabriel," Istilda, my eyes locking on her lust-filled eyes, and her cheeks flushed. "What? Why did you stop? You called me Gabriel. That's your name," she breathed, inching away slightly. "Don't tell me that's a deal breaker." I smiled while my cock twitched and throbbed against my jeans. "Certainly not. Now, give me back my pussy," I demanded in a growl. "Let me finish what I started." She shifted her body down, and I happily took her weight. A groan left me at the same time she moaned, her thighs shuddering with the impact. I drew her clit between my lips as she rocked her hips back and forth, eager to see her come. I pushed my tongue inside her entrance, humming my approval as she rocked faster. I sucked like my life depended on it. One of her hands stayed tightly laced with mine, grounding us, while the other wove through my hair with an aching tenderness. Her head fell back and her eyelids fluttered shut. The most magnificent, blissful expression passed across her face, and I knew she was tipping over the edge. My scalp burned as her fingers tightened in my hair, but it didn't fucking matter. It was the best feeling in the world. Her body jerked and trembled as she squeezed her thighs around my head. I lapped her sensitive sex as shudders rolled down her naked body. She came with a broken whimper, her body writhing in the grip of ecstasy. Every muscle tensed, then melted. Each breath caught between pleasure and release. I watched her unravel, luminous and wild, and in that moment, she was the most beautiful thing I had ever witnessed. Raw, sacred, utterly unguarded.
Amara, the breeze swept through the open cabin window, along with occasional laughter from Alira, who seemed to still be actively entertaining herself with one of the crew. Gabriel's chest rose and fell beneath my heavy head. Beyond the cabin walls, the sea stretched endlessly, dark and still as silk. The scent of salt and skin, sandalwood, sharp citrus, and our lust clung to the walls, the sheets, and the space between our bare skin. My body still buzzed, trembling in places I hadn't even known had been clenched from release, from surrender. Gabriel lay beside me on his back, mostly dressed, save for the shirt I'd half peeled from his body in a frenzy I barely remembered. The fabric lay wrinkled, untucked, and his hair was tousled from my fingers. Faint red marks circled his wrists, where I dug my fingernails in with achy, desperate need that I'd never felt before. I'd removed his cuffs after I came back to Earth following my climax, and we were now left with only the echo of restraint, the memory of surrender. I pulled the sheet up to my chest, but didn't move away. I physically couldn't. Not yet. I worried if I did, the bubble we'd surrounded ourselves in would burst. He turned his head toward me. Even in the low amber glow of the bedside lamp, his eyes found mine, like they always did. And this time I didn't look away. I wanted his eyes on me. In fact, I craved them. I don't regret it. I whispered, the words trembling between us. Do you? Not a chance, he said, voice like gravel, rolled in velvet. It's the best damn thing that's happened to me in as long as I can remember. My eyes flicked downward, lingering on the sharp outline of his erection beneath the sheet. A smile curved across my lips. Should we do something about that? He let out a strangled laugh that rolled through me like sea waves. Amara, he said, voice hoarse. I'm not a saint. Saying no to you is not in my nature. But a part of me thinks you're not ready. He wasn't entirely wrong. Okay, I admitted. But that could be why I need you. And maybe it wasn't just about need. Maybe it was about the fact that my heart was making decisions on its own. Maybe my soul had started to trust this man, although I wasn't ready to admit nor voice the growing, nagging feelings that something was off with Jet's request to snatch Gabriel. His eyes flickered full of storm and want. The space between us buzzed with it. This wasn't just about the night. It was about what we'd risked by crossing the line, and what might come next. I reached for him, brushing my fingertips along his jaw. His stubble was rough under my touch, and he leaned into it like he needed the contact more. Then air. Whatever happens, he whispered. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Neither am I. Is it okay if I touch you? I asked. Please. He grunted, and I let my fingers wander the angles of his face. I wanted to know every hard ridge of him, everything about him, and that should have alarmed me. But it didn't. I curled closer, resting my cheek against his chest. His heartbeat thudded beneath my ear, anchoring me. Gabriel, I whispered, letting his name settle on my tongue like a confession. Gabriel Santos. He turned slightly, a teasing smile forming as his eyes met mine. I like the way you say my name, he murmured. Better not go back to calling me Santos. There was a softness in his tone, a warning wrapped in affection, almost as if the name wasn't just his, but also mine to keep, if I dared. Fine. But if you piss me off, it's back to Santos. Full name. No mercy. He laughed, shifting closer so the warmth of him bled into my skin. If you're pissed off, just kiss me and we'll make up before it can come to that. He purred. You have no idea, Amara, what I'd do for you. I'd give you anything you want. A faint and unexpected blush touched his cheeks, and something fluttered inside me. I leaned up and kissed him once, lingering there. What he said. Pissed off already, I chuckled. No, I was just testing it. I like it. He held my gaze, something unreadable swimming behind those eyes. Good, he said, because once you start, it's hard to stop. A shiver rolled down my spine. This was real, potentially complicated, and there was no going back. Although, judging by my sister's recent behavior, I didn't think Elora would want me to deny this affection, or whatever it was, toward him. She'd been nothing but encouraging when it came to flirting with Gabriel, and the odds were she knew where I was and what I was doing. So, what happens now? He smiled again, and it was devastating. I hesitated, caught somewhere between caution and instinct. What do you mean, I already told you? I want to help you. I'm not only eager to protect Anya and Sailor, but you too. So, for the love of God, let me help you. I don't know what help you could give me. We're so deep into this, whatever this is anymore, that I'm not even sure what help I need. I looked down at his shirt, fingers absently tracing the fabric bunched at his waist. I just want to help my brother and protect my siblings from whatever is going on. He didn't answer right away. The heavy silence stretched until he finally broke it. You'll learn to trust me. Amara, just wait and see. I pulled back just enough to study his face. His jaw was tight, his eyes steady. You let me in, he said, voice lower now. So let me be in. Let me be. Whatever you need me to be. Just don't shut me out. The honesty in his expression made my heart drum with ache. Not the painful kind, but the kind that recognized something in him that demanded I cave into it. I don't know what to make of this, of us. I hesitated before I continued. This whole thing with Jet unsettles me. You, him, all this, it scares me. His mouth twitched. Good. I blinked. What if it scares you? It means we're moving in the right direction. And you're paying attention. Paying attention to what this is, he said, and what it could cost. My throat tightened. Are you threatening me? No. His voice softened. It's a promise. I'm not here to hurt you. Amara. But I won't pretend this thing between us doesn't come with risk for both of us. Especially since those Satan twins are playing a game and neither one of us knows the rules. Santos, he growled, and I let out a heavy sigh. Gabriel, don't start with that. You're being unreasonable when it comes to my siblings. He pushed himself upright beside me. I'm not, he said, though part of me hopes, for your sake, that your trust in them isn't misplaced. But if it is, and soon you see them for what they are, I hope you'll let me be there for you, that you'll choose me. And for the first time, I saw the fracture in Gabriel, the longing to be chosen, even if it terrified him. I didn't come here for this, I whispered, although suspicion and hesitation waved through my emotions of loyalty to my siblings. It started to feel like I was flying blind, and my trust in everything we were doing started to waver. I know, he said, voice like a promise. But you're here now, and God help me. I was, but I wasn't ready to dwell on it. So I did the only other thing I knew would completely distract him and me. I lifted my head, breath catching in my throat. I met his gaze. His eyes, dark blue and bottomless, reminded me of paradise. Not the peaceful kind, sung about in lullabies, but the wild, aching kind that tempts you to fall and never look back. He didn't look away, didn't blink, and in that stillness, I felt claimed like I was already his, body and soul. I closed the last inch between us. My lips brushed against his. A question, shaped in touch rather than words. The taste of him lingered in the air, warm, familiar, intoxicating. I want to make you feel good, I whispered against his mouth, the syllables trembling with need, with the weight of everything I wasn't sure how to say. I want to taste you. His eyes darkened. It wasn't lust that flickered there, it was something deeper. Something that curled around my spine and made my pulse stutter. That look alone had my skin humming, my body alive with anticipation. He didn't speak, but he didn't need to. His silence was louder than words inviting, daring, pulling me closer into the gravity of him. And I was already falling. I began to move down his body, my hands mapping the lines of his torso like I was memorizing him by touch. His eyes followed every movement, heavy with anticipation. His muscles were strung tight beneath me, as if holding himself back. Took more effort than he wanted to admit. He didn't say a word, but his gaze said everything hungry, evident, barely contained. He burned for me. I felt it with every inch I descended. The quiet inside the cabin pulsed with the sound of our breathing. Holding his stare, I slipped my fingers beneath the waistband of his jeans and boxers, easing them down over the curve of his hips and along the firm lines of his thighs. The denim rasped softly against his skin. The movement deliberate, unhurried. He shifted on the bed, raising his hips in quiet cooperation, the mattress creaking under his weight as the clothes slid past his knees and down his calves. My fingers trembled slightly as they found him, wrapping around his smooth, velvet heat. His reaction was immediate as his hips jerked upward, and a sharp inhale broke free from his lips. I glanced up instinctively. His jaw was taut, eyes half-lidded, the muscles in his neck flexing. He wasn't speaking, but his body was loud in its silence. Still, something in his expression told me he was holding back. Are you okay? Don't stop. Preciosa. Iraspet. Pressing the words like a command that stirred something wild inside me. I wrapped my hand around him, steadying myself. I began to pump him, feeling the heat and tension coil tighter with every movement. His hips lifted instinctively, pressing harder into my palm, seeking more contact. More relief. The pulse of his desire beneath my touch only worked to spur me on. I slowed slightly, wanting to savor the moment, to drink in every flicker of expression that crossed his face. Precum glistened at the top of his shaft, making my mouth water. I leaned in and drew my tongue out, licking the tip of him. His breath hitched sharply, an intake that vibrated through his chest. His eyes locked onto mine, dark and wild, full of need. I licked him again, all the way from the base to the tip, and a guttural groan slipped past his lips. Suck. Irospet. His hips thrusting up until his cock hit the back of my throat. I hated being bossed around, but right now, with Gabriel, it only sent a hum of satisfaction up my throat. So I obeyed, running my tongue around the head as if he were a lollipop before I sucked him into my mouth. Zarayo. He groaned, his head falling back against the pillows, and I knew this him at my mercy would be my addiction. My hands came to his muscular thighs, and I carved my nails into him, all the while bobbing my head up and down. My nipples brushed against his thighs, and sparks of pleasure fluttered through me, my pussy clenching for more. I sucked him harder, wanting to reciprocate the same pleasure he gave me. I took more of him in my mouth, letting his cock glide in and out and knock against the back of my throat. He thrust his hips into my mouth, and, if my mind had been clear, I'd marvel at the way he'd taken control of my body without ever touching me. My body hummed while heat bloomed in my stomach, moving lower, wishing he were deep inside me. I had to squeeze my thighs together to ease the dull ache. Look at me, preciosa, he ordered roughly, and my gaze instantly flicked to him. My Amara, you look so fucking good with my cock down your throat. He pushed himself deeper, and I gagged but refused to let go, relaxing my muscles and letting him fuck my mouth. Dark whispers of devotion, laced with aching desire and a hunger I could neither name nor deny, curled through me, settling deep in the marrow of my being. Can I come in your mouth? He asked, and I hummed my agreement. A heartbeat later, a deep, primal groan rumbled from the depths of his chest as he came hard, his cum shooting inside my mouth. I stayed with him, swallowing every drop, savoring the way he surrendered so completely. His cock slid out of my mouth with a soft pop. Our breathing came in ragged, uneven bursts loud in the quiet room, though not nearly as loud as the pounding of my pulse in my ears. I rose slowly onto my knees, settling between his parted, powerful thighs. My gaze locked on his. The air between us crackled with something raw and wordless. His fingers brushed my chin with a gentleness that contradicted the heat still radiating from his body. He wiped away the lingering cum, then brought those same fingers to my lips. I parted them without hesitation, tasting him again as he watched me with dark, possessive intensity. He'd given me all the control, handed it over like an offering. But somehow, I still felt like I was the one unraveling, like he'd had me all along. Amara moonlight spilled through the cabin window in slow, silken streaks, stretching across polished wood and pooling on the floor like liquid gold. I remembered the first time Gabriel approached me, the glint of amusement in his eyes that matched the teasing curve of his smile. The library wasn't built for enigmatic men like Gabriel Santos. This place smelled of scholars. This man didn't strike me as one. And yet, somehow, he fit. He stood beneath a soaring stone archway, one shoulder against a column etched with faded Latin. Behind him, the tall window looked out toward a courtyard fountain. The afternoon sun filtering through the canopy of trees above in fractured beams. Dappled light fell across his face, catching in his lashes and softening the angles of his cheeks and jaw. I wasn't surprised he'd found me here. Gabriel had a habit of appearing wherever I was. He was always observing, always present in a way that made you feel noticed and catalogued. Hello, Amara. It was the first time I'd heard his voice. Warm gravel, smooth and low. You shouldn't be in dark libraries alone, he drawled. I paused, tilting my head. Is that meant to be a greeting or a warning? A greeting, he replied easily. But it could be both. I crossed my arms, schooling my expression into something unreadable. You've been watching me. I have, he said without shame or remorse. You walk like you're one decision away from taking over the school. I find it compelling. I lifted a brow. Is that supposed to be flattery? No. He stepped closer, hands deep in his coat pockets, like he didn't want them doing anything else. Flattery is for people who want something. I just enjoy making observations. Careful, I said. You're 2 compliments away from sounding rehearsed. He tilted his head, mock considering. Would it impress you if I said I don't rehearse anything? It would concern me, I said. The mahogany desk, the only thing separating us now. I fought the urge to stand up, because seated like this, I had to tilt my head up to watch him. People who don't plan are usually dangerous, arrogant, or just plain stupid. Somehow, I'm not surprised there's a sharp tongue behind those lips, he said, and then added, I find it very attractive. Of course he did. The worst part, it didn't sound like some clumsy line. Gabriel Santos didn't speak like a flirt. He spoke like someone who already knew your pressure points and was choosing, for now, not to press them. Funny, I said coolly, though I could feel the heat rising beneath my collar. I don't find you attractive at all. He didn't flinch, just watched me, eyes glinting. I wonder if you always lie to yourself. I expect about as much as you do, I replied. What with telling yourself, you're charming. He blinked, and then he laughed again, lower this time, like he was genuinely enjoying himself. So we're trading jabs now, he asked, stepping just a little closer, enough that the shadows danced between us. All right, you're sharper than I expected. Of course I am. I'm my parents' daughter, after all. That, he said, his gaze dragging over me, was never in question. It wasn't surprising that he knew who I was, but the fact that my face flushed with heat definitely was. Of course, he noticed. I saw the flicker of amusement twitch at the edge of his mouth. He enjoyed seeing me flustered, and even more, he enjoyed being the cause. I'm not interested in your flirting, I said quickly. Sure you are, he replied. You just haven't decided what to do with that interest yet. My jaw tightened. You think you're so clever. I know I am. I pushed the chair out of my way, the old wood creaking. Books were still scattered around me, open and waiting. I didn't give them a second thought. He didn't follow. Remember this conversation. Amare, he called, his voice catching up to me. We'll tell it to our children one day. Sooner or later. You'll be mine. I never turned around, but the heat in my cheeks stayed with me all the way back to the dorms. and I would remember every word from that day for many years to come. It would seem Gabriel was right after all. That moment, almost 8 years ago now, had felt like standing on the edge of something vast and uncharted, much like the Ionian Sea now stretching endlessly around us. I lay awake before the sun rose fully, my body tangled in the sheets and still tingling with the memory of last night of Gabriel, of the weight of him beside me. His breathing was even, but the tension in his jaw told a different story. I watched him, tracing the sharp planes of his face. The way the early light made him look peaceful, almost human, though I knew the storm beneath his calm was never far away. We hadn't had sex, but we sure did everything else during the past hours of touching. His skin against mine, while we succumbed to the pleasure like two desperate lovers. It was messy and urgent, yet so much more. But the quiet that followed wasn't peaceful. It left me wanting with the weight of what we left unfinished. And maybe what we both knew we couldn't finish, at least not yet. Finally, I reached out, my fingers brushing the sleeve of his shirt where it fell across the pillow. His eyes opened, clouded with sleep, then cleared as they met mine. "Why aren't you sleeping?" he murmured. "I keep wondering," I said finally, "if last night was just an escape." "You're asking if it meant nothing," I nodded, the words too bitter on my tongue. "No," he said firmly. "It meant something. Everything. To me. At least, I wanted to believe him. But the doubt was a shadow clinging to my ribs, and it wasn't helping my loyalty to my siblings or to this man who had done nothing to betray my trust. "You don't have to say that to be kind." "I'm not being kind," he said. "I'm being honest. I don't do this," he gestured between us, "because it's easy. Or safe. Or to forget. I do it. Because I don't want to let you go. It's been in the making for almost 8 years. Amara." My heart stumbled. "Gabriel." He reached for me then, his hand closing over mine, rough and steady. "Look," he said, "I don't have answers for you. I don't know where this goes, or if it should even go anywhere. But I know what I'm feeling isn't just a moment." I swallowed hard, the weight of his words sinking in. "Last night was real," he added. "And if you want it to be more, if you want me, then we figure it out. Together." I looked down at our hands, letting his warmth ground me. And for the first time, the uncertainty didn't feel like a trap. It felt like a beginning.
Gabriel, she didn't say she wanted me. But damn it, she didn't refuse me either. And I decided to focus on the positives in this blooming relationship between us. I stared at the dark ceiling. The question of where to go from here, and what lay ahead, circling like vultures overhead. Satan's twins were orchestrating shit behind her back. The conversation I overheard between them couldn't be taken as anything else. And if I stayed silent, it would be Amara's and my beginning of the end. Last night, with her, it was like a crack with a hope for our future. She was unlike anyone I'd ever met. Unfortunately, she came with the lunatic Satan twins. But I could handle them. I just needed to get to Anya. Tuck her away somewhere safe. And then I'd be all in. This time there'd be no handling Amara with kid gloves. I'd pursue her, charm her, and seduce her into submission. Until she was mine alone. I shifted, glancing over at her. She'd been dozing on and off, and I couldn't help but watch the way her chest rose and fell. So fragile and so fierce all at once. I wanted to be the man who kept her safe, but I also knew she could hold her own. The cuffs from last night lay on the bedside table. Cold reminders of our reality. But Amara's hand in mine all night was my reward. It felt more than just a touch. It was a lifeline. A promise that maybe, just maybe, we could face the storm together. I wasn't going to let her slip away. Not this time. Keeping my hand on hers, I felt the steady pulse beneath her skin. It was so alive, so real, with a fragile root of trust. Her eyes fluttered open and she smiled at me. An intimate smile that stole my heart. Amara, I began. I don't expect you to flip the switch and trust me completely. But believe me when I say that I'm on your side. Her eyes met mine and didn't waver. Instead, she reached up, fingers tracing the line of my jaw. Thank you. I swallowed the lump in my throat. It wasn't exactly the response I expected, but it was a start. I moved closer, the space between us shrinking until I could feel her breath mingle with mine. I wasn't going for your gratitude, I whispered. I know, and I trust you, but I also trust my siblings. Just please be patient until we get to the bottom of this, and then, well, I'm not going anywhere. Are you? Her words were a balm I didn't know I needed. No, I'm not. Preciosa. I leaned in, pressing my forehead against hers, closing my eyes and letting the quiet between us speak louder than any fear or doubt. When dawn came, sunlight filtered through the porthole, splashing over the sheets tangled around our bodies. Amara stirred first, stretching with slow, easy grace. Her skin brushed against mine in a quiet, deliberate drag that made my pulse catch. She trailed her fingers over my chest lightly, almost absent-mindedly. I let the silence hang for a minute longer before I broke it. I have to tell you something. Her fingers stilled, but she didn't pull away. Okay. I picked the lock to my cuffs, I said, turning my head to lock eyes with her. I got out and scouted the yacht a few times. She didn't flinch, but her eyes flicked with something sharp and calculating. I didn't leave. Obviously. I supplied. But I did learn something. What? Her voice was low, and her expression unreadable. I overheard Elira on the phone. I said, with Jet. She sucked in a breath. How would you know it was him? She had him on speaker. Amara's brows drew together, the shift in her demeanor visible. Jet mentioned distracting you. I continued. From what fuck? I was tempted to lie, but I couldn't. Their conversation was vague, but I think it was about Jet going for Anya. Why wait until now to tell me, she asked, pulling her hand from my chest. Because last night was real, and I don't want to ruin this thing between us. I paused, feeling the ugly knot of guilt coiling low in my gut. But you deserve the truth, even if it shatters what we've built. She sat up, the sheet slipping down her body, revealing the scar on her abdomen. How do I trust this isn't you manipulating me? She asked. That you're not just playing me against my family. I'm not here to play anyone, I said, voice steady. I just need you to keep your eyes open, and I need Jet to stay away from Anya. She exhaled sharply, staring at me with disbelief. I already told you. There is no Jet and Anya. They've never even met. Amara, Have I ever lied to you? Her eyes narrowed. Not that I know of. But we haven't exactly had years of honest conversations between us. I let out the breath I'd been holding since she withdrew her hand and reached for it again, brushing my thumb over the soft skin of her wrist. From the get-go, I was honest about my intentions. She said nothing as she slid out of bed and stood up, then began to get dressed. Her pants, her t-shirt, and finally her holster. I followed suit, dressing without a word, because whatever warmth lingered between us had cooled into something sharper. I think it's time I have a heart-to-heart with my sister, she finally said. I'm going with you, I retorted. Her gaze flicked to mine, reluctant. Searching. I don't trust your siblings. You've made that perfectly clear, she said without much bite to her words. And I couldn't help but think that she was starting to not trust them either.
Amara, we'd be in Albania in 2 days. And I couldn't afford to discount Gabriel's words. I didn't believe them. But if he overheard Elira with Jet, then something was going on. And I had a right to know what. The stairs up to the sun deck were slick with condensation, the morning heat already turning the ship into a low-simmering oven. The blue sea stretched out around us, blinding beneath the rising sun. I barely noticed it. Gabriel walked beside me in silence, his shoulder brushing mine every few steps. Elira was exactly where I expected her, leaning against the railing, a glass of an umbrella drink in her hand while wearing nothing but a skimpy bikini. Her sunglasses were perched on the edge of her nose, and that obnoxiously loud yellow swimsuit clung like it had an agenda, while her golden hair spilled down her back, swaying with every practiced tilt of her head. She threw her head back and cackled, brushing her hand against the captain's arm. The laugh was as fake as her interest in him. I knew that much. Elira, I called out. She turned around, a half-smile still on her face. But it was the victorious flicker in her eyes that sent a flicker of unease down my spine. Amara, I didn't expect to see you up on the deck this early. Her tone told me otherwise, her gaze locking on Gabriel with a smug expression. Sleep well. I see. Too well, judging by our prisoner. The captain chuckled like he was in on a joke. I ignored him. We need to talk, I said. My voice didn't rise, but the chill in it sliced through the sun-warmed air. Elira's smile faltered just slightly. Now, yes. No. I narrowed my eyes on the man standing beside her. And you, Captain, need to pay attention to the coastline now that we're approaching Albania. She scowled at me, mumbling into his ear, and he disappeared, glancing several times over his shoulder with puppy dog eyes. I was just getting somewhere with him, she said once he was out of earshot, clearly annoyed at the interruption. She straightened, rolling her eyes. Now, what's this about? So I can finally get laid, too. I stepped in closer, annoyed at her casual stance. It's about your phone call with Jet. Her mask didn't crack. It barely even shifted. But I didn't miss the flash of panic behind her expression. You must be confused. She pushed her glasses atop her head and folded her arms. I'm not. My tone was flat. The conviction that my siblings were up to something and I wasn't privy to it growing by the second. I heard everything, including his instruction to you to distract me. She scoffed. I haven't talked to Jet in days. If you had heard something like that, you wouldn't wait to call me out on it. I might know my siblings, but they knew me as well. Then her words sank in. So you have been talking to him, I hissed. She shrugged. I was able to get in touch with him. Yes. So what the fuck are we doing? I teased, clicking my tongue. Why this charade with Gabriel behind me? Gabriel stood still, his presence grounding and protective. But he didn't interfere, and I appreciated that more than anything else. No charade. Elira grumbled defensively. We're doing what's best for our family, for you. Yet, and me. And Gabriel and Anya, I questioned. What does it have to do with them? Elira clammed up. And seeing the stubborn tilt to her chin, I knew she wouldn't respond to aggressiveness. If I were anyone else, she'd have probably sliced my throat and ended this conversation. Elira, I said, softer now. I'm asking as your sister. Please tell me what Jet's up to. Why are you keeping secrets from me? She looked away, out toward the blinding sea. And for a moment I saw guilt, or was it regret, tug at the corner of her mouth. Jet has a plan, and nothing will stop him from getting what he wants, she said quietly. What does he want? I demanded. Don't know and don't care. I let out an exasperated breath. You do know. Her lips thinned, refusing to divulge whatever truth she was hiding for our brother. Is it Anya? She shrugged. You know Jet. He keeps his cards close to his chest. Disappointment and hurt washed over me. You used me. My voice cracked. You made a fool out of me. And Anya, she's my friend. How could you? Elira, I didn't do anything, she claimed stubbornly. And I didn't say it has anything to do with Anya. I stepped closer, chest tight as she let out a heavy sigh. But you know who she is. I smiled coldly. Technically, you shouldn't. She was your roommate in the dorm. Elira snapped. Suddenly sharp. I make it a point to know who you surround yourself with. Sister. My back stiffened. What about Jet? Then she rolled her eyes. I don't know. I have no idea how they met. He started her, the words ringing in my ears. My heart pounded against the cage of my ribs. But they met. I whispered. Apparently so. Elira deadpanned. This makes no sense. Why had Anya lied when I asked her point blank on the phone? I don't know any specifics. She added. You need to tell me his plan and what he wants with Anya, Gabriel said, stepping between us. And I need the truth. Elira. Both Amara and I do. Elira held our gazes. I don't know, she said, sighing. I've never seen Jet go to such lengths for anything or anyone. He just asked me to help him, with what I demanded. He told me where we needed to go in the jungle and instructed me to drop that stupid bag and encrypted device in there. She muttered. I got to the location before you and dropped the bag off. It was part of the plan. And the coordinates I rasped. Why Albania Gabriel stiffened next to me. Answering, because that's where Anya is. Yes. The coordinates are to the house she's renting next to Kian's. Elira answered. And betrayal flooded me. It burned on the way down, but I didn't let myself get distracted. I couldn't dwell on that. Now it was time we closed in on Jet and got to Anya before he did.
Kian. It had been a week since I received the frantic call from Liana Volkov, the woman whose life I had saved decades ago, and who had saved my granddaughter's life in return. The web of our life choices had forever connected us, and I hadn't regretted it for a single minute. I picked up my phone, waited until the secure line blinked green, and then hit dial. City lights flickered in Vlor, my default home for years. The streets, still glistening from the storm that had rolled through earlier. I checked the time on my watch. It wasn't terribly late in Boston, although I knew she'd be awake, even if it was. Liana picked up on the first ring. "It's bad, isn't it?" she said, her statement laced with dread. I let the silence stretch just long enough to confirm it. "Well, they're in Europe. Just not where we expected them to be." A pause. Why am I not surprised? Her voice was soft and controlled. Liana. Volkov had learned the hard way to keep her composure. Elira and Amara purchased a yacht. Yes, she grumbled. They told me that. Well, they took it to Colombia, and at this very moment, they're approaching my shores. Another beat of silence. Vlore. That's unexpected. It sure is. Especially since neither one of them has given me a heads up on the visit. However, they've done weirder things before. At least the three of them are together. She muttered. Well, there are 3 on that boat, plus the crew. I paused, wondering how to break this to her. But it isn't the 3 you're thinking of. I'm not following. Elira and Amara kidnapped Gabriel Santos. I sighed and leaned forward, propping an elbow on my knee. He must have deserved it. Liana rushed to say. Maybe so. But I came to an agreement with Rafael Santos long ago that their family would be protected on my territory. Anya, I shall remind you, is his daughter. Do whatever you need to sort this out. But if Gabriel hurts either one of them, kill him. I let out a sardonic breath. He isn't that kind of man. Liana. And where's Jet? She questioned, her breath hitching. The alarm in her voice was unmistakable. I pinched the bridge of my nose. If you didn't like that, you're going to like what I'm about to tell you even less. You're scaring me. Please don't tell me he's Dino. No, Jet's not dead. But when Rafael Santos or Gabriel get their hands on him, he might be. I could practically hear her gulp over the line. I don't follow. What are you saying, standing up? I turned away from the window and pressed my palm to the back of my neck. I'm saying that Jet decided he's in love, I said slowly. With Anya Santos. She cursed once. Low and vicious. Are you sure? How do you even know this? I called him and he told me. What? He's not answering my calls, she said. And I heard her start to. Bache. You told him to cut it out. Right, I laughed. Although there was no humor in it. I sure did. And I told him if he sets foot in Albania, I'm going to wring his neck. What did he say? Just that Anya is his and he intends to make it legal. Oh my God. She rasped. You have to stop him. Kian. What the hell is he thinking? I looked out at the city again. I put extra guards on Anya and have additional eyes on her property. I'll get eyes on Jet. I should come out there. No. It's best you stay where you are. I protested. I'll figure out where he is and let you know. And I'll deal with my guests and their prisoner. This is my fault. She muttered. No, I said. It's Urs. We told him to find a girl, get married, and ensure a legacy so he can take over the empire. It would seem he took it literally. Who could have envisioned it going this way? She didn't respond at first. But when she did, it was with the steel she was known for. If Jet gets Anya, we need to make them disappear and pray those two have a connection. I prefer to stay out of gossip, but I think Anya might already have a boyfriend. Do you know who he is? How in the hell would I? She hissed. I don't even read People magazine. Jesus Christ. When I get a hold of my son, I could practically envision Liana pulling her hair out. My only comfort is that I know Jet would never endanger a girl, regardless of his intentions with her. For all of our sakes, I hoped she was right. I hate to admit it. Liana. But these kids turned out just like us. I grumbled. She scoffed. I wouldn't tut that too loud. Kian. The line went dead with a soft click, leaving the house in a hush so profound it felt like the walls themselves were holding their breath. I was leaving the office and headed to the back of the house, where my bedroom suite was, when my phone buzzed again. My brows knitted at the name on the screen. The newest head of the triad that had taken over after Enzo Marchetti executed the last one had just entered Albania with his men. He didn't sneak in but crossed the border legally. As in, they wanted their presence known. I wasn't about to jump to conclusions, but I didn't like the timing. My fingers flew across the screen as I typed a message to my right-hand man to look into the purpose of the visit. Once upon a time, I handled it all myself. But now that I had a wife and more of a life, I'd learned to delegate. After sending the message, I slipped the phone into my pocket and continued toward the bedroom, drawn by the golden glow spilling into the hallway. Inside, my wife waited for me, half covered by the sheet, her body curled into the softness of the mattress. Her hair fanned across the pillow in wild, dark spirals. She turned her head lazily when she heard me. One leg, bending and drawing the sheet just low enough to reveal the smooth line of her thigh. She made a small sound, almost a pout, as she shifted onto her back. The sheet slid farther down her body, revealing the bare slope of her hip. I might have to be away for a day or two, I said. She murmured. What am I going to do without you? None of my vibrators do the trick anymore. Her tone was playful, but there was a quiet ache threaded through it. I moved to the edge of the bed and climbed in beside her, pulling her close. I kissed her shoulder, slow and unhurried. Then the curve of her neck. Then the line of her collarbone. I tasted her skin warm, lightly salted from sleep, faintly scented with the lavender oil she loved. I'll call, I murmured, lips grazing her jaw. Lots of video calls. Her fingers slid into my hair, nails lightly grazing my scalp as she drew me closer. You know it's not the same, she whispered, breath catching as I traced a line of kisses down to the hollow of her throat. Not even close. I know, I said between kisses. So I'll give you something to remember. Open your legs for me. Wife, you're going to use me as your personal vibrator.
Amara, I gave Gabriel his phone back to tell his family he was okay and to let him handle some business. Strangely, I trusted him, and I felt like he was on my side as well as his family's. I wasn't sure if that made me gullible. Cock-whipped, was that even a thing? Or plain stupid? Either way, I had decided to go with my gut and trust him. My siblings, on the other hand, had started to lose my trust, and I hated the distance that Elira's admission and Jet's actions had created. The conversation with Elira, where she deflated any culpability to whatever she and Jet were up to, played in my mind, biting at me. I gave a nod to Gabriel and mouthed, "I'll be right back," then went in search of Elira. I found her in the office, pacing around, agitated, tension in her shoulders. I entered the room, letting the door shut with a soft click behind me. She stopped her pacing and whirled around. "Amara." "What?" "I think it's time you and I talk," I said seriously, locking eyes with her. "And no more bullshit." "I haven't bullshitted," she spat defensively. "But you hid the truth from me, didn't you?" Her nose twitched in that familiar way when she didn't want to answer a question. "Didn't you listen? I think it's best if you clear the air with Jet." "I would if I could get in touch with him," I snapped. "But since you're helping him with whatever the fuck he has planned, you can enlighten me." "Too." She shook her head. "I'm sorry. I can't." I blinked. "You can't," I stated slowly, the pitch of my voice increasing with each syllable. "You can lie to me, deceive me, have me kidnap Gabriel, and start a war. But you cannot tell me the truth." By the time the last word left my lips, I was screaming. I couldn't recall a single time in my life where I lost my cool and saw red. But it was happening now, and with the person I would least expect it with. This felt like the worst kind of betrayal, and it hurt like hell. She sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Listen, I don't want to argue." He scoffed. "You don't want to argue. But you don't want to right the problem you and Jet created either." My chest constricted with pain at their deceit. "And you certainly didn't mind manipulating me or using me. Neither you nor Jet bothered to be concerned with me or my feelings." My eyes stung with tears that refused to fall and frustration that threatened to smother me. Getting nowhere with her and knowing that I wouldn't get the truth from her, I whirled around and left. Amara, tonight we'd set foot on Albanian soil, 4 weeks after setting sail from Buenaventura. Gabriel had been attempting to call Anya for the past 24 hours. Without any success. We sat across from each other at the breakfast table, the morning light filtering through the half-closed blinds and casting thin stripes across his face. Elira hovered nearby, but kept her distance, her eyes darting nervously between us, avoiding any direct contact. Her betrayal and the discovery over the past 24 hours of her conspiring with Jet was hard to swallow. Although her loyalty to our brother should hardly be surprising. It didn't hurt any less, though. She finally spoke up, her voice hesitant. "He tried to reason with you at Revelation." Remember, my brows knitted. "With me," she shook her head. "No, with Gabriel." I repeated her words twice before realization dawned. My mouth gaped, in shock. It was Gabriel who'd met Jet that night by the emergency exit in the club. Damn it. Why hadn't I recognized him? That explained why I'd run into him by the stairwell, not long after Jet had disappeared into the night. Jet wanted to make a deal, using my affection for Amra in exchange for Anya. Gabriel gritted. "I don't do that kind of shit. I would never force anything on either my sister or Amara." "Well, it wouldn't have come to this if you'd have at least considered." Elira snapped. "Do you hear yourself? Elira ihiset. How can you possibly excuse Jet in all this time you've claimed to be protecting me, keeping men you deem dangerous away? And now I'm learning you were both okay with using me as a bargaining chip," she sighed. "I'm not making excuses." Gabriel's jaw was tight, his fingers wrapped around a chipped ceramic mug. Untouched coffee gone cold. Ignoring my sister, he dialed Anya again. Beep. 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 There was no answer, and the silence that stretched between us was thick, layered with tension. Next, he tried the guards that Rafael Santos placed at the house she was staying at. Still nothing. The engine thrummed beneath us, a steady reminder that we were moving towards something, maybe resolution, maybe disaster. She always answers, he said, mostly to himself. She could be busy, I offered, though I didn't believe it. If Anya had seen Gabriel's name flashing on her screen, she would have answered. Something was wrong. What could she be busy with? She's in Albania doing photography, not performing surgeries. He looked up at me, his eyes dark and unreadable. Jet might have. He would never hurt her. Elira Kutin. Glaring at him. I pinched the bridge of my nose. I agree. That's not Jet. He's hurt you, Gabriel reasoned. Lied to you and manipulated you. You want me to believe that he doesn't hurt people. I nodded slowly. He was wrong in all those instances. But I can assure you he would never physically hurt her. How comforting. Thanks. Gabriel sneered. The captain says we'll dock after sunset. He knows a smaller harbor outside the main port. Quiet. We'll manage to stay somewhat under the radar there. Gabriel glanced at her. Is that another one of Jet's arrangements Elira didn't flinch? No. Although I'm sure if he had any input, it would have been because it's the safest way to get into Albania undetected. Gabriel scoffed. Clearly you underestimate Kian Cortez. Which is, frankly, clearly stupid on your part. I stood up, crossing to the window, and watched as Vlora's lights began to appear in the distance, rugged, green, and cloaked in shadows. This was Kian's safe haven, and we were about to bring havoc to it. If he learned about it, he was sure to be pissed off. Maybe we should call Kian, I suggested. He would be able to confirm that Anya is safe, as well as Jet. Gabriel's brow furrowed. Kian raised Jet and Elira, and despite their stupidity, I cannot fathom that he would make Anya his priority. That's not fair, and you know it. Gabrielle, Kian is family. I paused. And if Anya is on the property bordering his, and he vowed protection, then I'm sure that she's safe. Even from Jet's plans. She's not his blood. Neither are Jet and Elira. Yet he protects them. We should hold off on Kian. Elira chimed in nervously. If our parents learn we've been lying for weeks, I let out a sigh. It crossed my mind too. Although, if it came to Anya's safety versus our parents being pissed off, I'd pick the former. What could our parents do? We were grown-ass adults. Don't tell me you're scared of a little time out. Elira, Gabriel said sarcastically. My sister rolled her eyes. No, I'm not. But I don't want my mother to trust me less and take on more. She's supposed to retire, not work her ass off until the day she keels over. Her eyes flicked to mine, pleading for help and forgiveness, and my shoulders slumped. I couldn't say no to her. Can we wait until we get to Anya? Maybe we can avoid unnecessary confrontations. Gabriel stood, tension radiating from him. And if Jet's already gotten to her or kidnapped her, then we either stop him or go after them. He held my gaze, that unspoken thread between us tightening. Together I nodded, glancing at Elira, who gave me a barely noticeable nod. Together, I echoed, We stood in silence as the yacht slowed, the coastline rising to meet us like a warning. The crew finally dropped the yacht's anchor, the sea around us inky, black, and deceptively still. The air smelled of brine and distant pines, which were, at once familiar, unsettling, and beautiful. We were all dressed in black, wearing combat boots and armed to the teeth. Elira stepped on the ladder that led down to the dinghy when I put my hand on her shoulder. "Not you," I said firmly. Her eyebrows met her hairline. "What do you mean, not me? I mean, you're not coming along. I'm not risking you ganging up with Jet and endangering Anya or turning against me." Her mask cracked, her pained expression staring back at me. "I would never hurt you. Amara, you already did," I stated coldly. "Both you and Jet. So forgive me for not believing you." She squared her shoulders, her hair swinging in the breeze. "You can't stop me from going. If you don't want me, then I'll be there to ensure you don't hurt my twin. I would never hurt Jet. I his sit. Or you. And I would have never used either one of you to get what I want. Unlike you two." Elira opened her mouth, ready to argue, when Gabriel stepped in. "Elira, I vow that if Jet hasn't hurt Anya, he has nothing to fear. But if you want to repair this relationship, it's time to do the right thing and stand with your sister." She tilted her head, watching him with an unreadable expression. "And what's the right thing to do? Santos, earn your sister's trust and prove to her that you do care for her," he said somberly. "Stay on the yacht and don't tell Jet that we're coming." "Fine. But only because I love Amara, and I am sorry for my part in this. However small," she hissed, her shoulders slumping. "Besides, I suspect my brother probably already knows, considering he gave us the coordinates." She stepped aside, standing tall and proud on the deck. And for a moment, I felt my chest constrict. I didn't like this. I detested this wedge that Jet had put between us. "I do love you, Sis," she said quietly as I stepped forward. I glanced at her, pausing my descent, and locked eyes with her. "I love you too." Then I continued down, taking a seat in the dinghy. Gabriel was right behind me. We slipped ashore with nothing but our shared urgency and the unspoken weight of what was to come. There was no real plan, just instinct, dread, and the kind of suffocating uncertainty that curled like smoke in my lungs. Gabriel and I moved on foot, our boots crunching against the gravel path that curved up the hillside. We were deep in his shadow now, figuratively and literally. The path twisted and climbed, hemmed in by old cypress trees and stone walls laced with creeping ivy. Somewhere in the distance, a dog barked, and the sound echoed through the night like a warning. Gabriel tried to dial Anya again. "She always answers," he muttered for the 100th time, his voice threaded with barely restrained panic. I didn't respond. I couldn't. My throat was too tight with the same fear, the same ugly pressure building in my chest. I wanted to believe Anya was fine. I had to believe that. But her silence stretched out like a blade. Too long. Too sharp. I knew Jet wouldn't hurt her. That much I was certain of. But if we were talking obsession, that clouded people's judgment. And infatuation, it had teeth. Jet had never been denied anything he wanted. And right now, he wanted her. We reached the top of the hill. The air cooler now. The house came into view. A modern villa with windows on all sides. Its terracotta roof and pale. Stone walls glowing faintly in the moonlight. It was beautiful. Too peaceful for what waited inside. I could see golden light spilling from the front windows. Curtains drawn but not tight enough to conceal the movement of shadows behind them. The house didn't look like a battleground. It looked like a safe haven. The kind of place I could picture Anya reading on the patio with lemon tea. Her camera handy. The car was parked just off to the side. Is that hers? No. I stopped, grabbing Gabriel's arm, heart knocking against my ribs. This is her house. I whispered. He nodded once. His jaw clenched so tight I could see the muscle twitching. He didn't say a word, just kept moving forward like he was being pulled by something he couldn't resist. We approached the wrought iron gate in silence. The garden beyond it was quiet. No cicadas. No breeze. Just the muffled beat of my heart in my ears. I reached for the buzzer, my hand trembling as it hovered above the button. My breath caught in my throat. Amara, Gabriel said, turning to face me. Whatever happens, we'll get through it together. His words pressed against something soft and raw inside me. I nodded once, exhaled slowly, and pressed the buzzer. We waited until we heard footsteps. They were measured, unhurried, and deliberate. The front door creaked open, and in all his glory, Jet appeared in front of us. He leaned against the frame with a practiced kind of nonchalance. He'd been waiting for us. His hair was a mess, pushed back like he'd just raked his hand through it. His signature three-piece suit was gone, replaced with dark jeans and a slate gray shirt. Sleeves rolled to the elbow, exposing forearms inked with symbols. His arms were crossed. His expression was smug, and his mouth was curved in that trademark half-smile I'd known since we were kids. It was the very same one that meant he was up to something and it was already too late to stop him. Welcome to Albania, he drawled. Took you long enough? I blinked. What the hell are you doing here? Jet, I gave you the coordinates. Didn't I? He cocked a brow. I'm protecting what's mine. Gabriel moved before I could stop him. His fist shot through the air and connected with Jet's cheekbone in a sickening crack. Jet's head snapped to the side. But he didn't stumble. He just lifted one hand, wiped at the corner of his mouth, and smiled up at us. Where is my sister? Gabriel roared. She's safe, Jet said smoothly. Where? You piece of shit, Jet tilted his head, eyes glinting with something unreadable. My wife's resting inside. So if you don't mind, my blood turned to ice. You're what? I choked out. Jet turned toward me fully now, grin widening. My wife. Gabriel's next punch was a blur. He surged forward, tackling Jet across the threshold and slamming him to the floor with a grunt. I gasped as both men hit the tile, rolling into the entryway like a pair of wolves. Fists flew in a wild, brutal, bone-shaking way. Stop it, I hissed. Stop. Both of you. They didn't listen. Jet landed a hit to Gabriel's jaw. Gabriel responded with a punch to Jet's nose that sprayed blood across the white marble. They were going to kill each other. I dove in, grabbing both of their shirts and yanking as hard as I could. I might as well have tried to stop a landslide with my bare hands. Enough, I shouted. Gabriel, we need him to explain. He'll explain from the grave. He snarled. Jet spat blood onto the floor, then laughed, low and savage. Not if I put you there first. They lunged again, but this time, I shoved myself between them, using every ounce of force I had to separate them. Listen to me, I snapped. If Anya is in this house, Then none of us are going anywhere until I see her, and we get some goddamn answers. Jet's chest heaved. Gabriel's eyes were wild, but slowly, reluctantly, they both pulled back, just as I thought we were in the clear. Jet shoved Gabriel against the wall, hard enough to rattle the windows, and pulled out a gun. He pressed it against Gabriel's temple. "Don't you fucking dare take her away from me. She's my wife, and I don't give a shit about what you want." Gabriel growled. His own gun, now pressed against Jet's temple. "What's wrong with you two?" I hissed, my heart beating. "I have half a mind to shoot you both myself. You're lucky I love you both." I broke off suddenly. Had I really spoken those words out loud, I just said I love Gabriel Santos. Before I could dwell on it, somewhere down the hall, a door creaked open and a familiar soft voice called out, "Amara."
Gabriel. The walls of the corridor felt like they were closing in, narrowing, tightening around me until the only things left in focus were her words echoing in my head. "You're lucky I love you both." Amara had said she loved me. The world didn't stop. But I did. The word love felt jagged and unreal. Too big for the space we were standing in, and too bold for the chaos around us. Did she mean it? Or was it just rage and adrenaline, twisted up in the moment, and spit out like a truth she didn't know she'd spoken? I couldn't breathe. The air scraped in and out of my lungs like broken glass. My heartbeat galloped behind my ribs, like it wanted to break free and chase after her. I wanted to ask her about it, question whether she meant it or not. But then a familiar, soft voice traveled through the air. "Amara." The soft call pierced the moment. "Anya." I turned, slowly, with Jet behind me, bruised and forgotten. My knuckles throbbed, the coppery tang of blood filling the air. But none of it mattered now. Only two things existed in the foyer of this house: the woman who said she loved me, and my sister at the opposite side of the room, lingering in the hallway. Anya stood just beyond the shadows, barefoot on the marble floor, her body fragile in the pale silk of her nightgown. She looked like a ghost the house had been holding on to. Moonlight spilled across her face, catching in the mess of her silver blonde braid. She looked so much like our mother in that moment that it hurt to look at her straight on. But she wasn't looking at me. Her eyes had found Jet and locked onto him with an intensity that rooted me in place. There was hope, longing, and something else on her face that I didn't dare speak, because naming it would make it real. And then I saw her left hand. My breath snagged in my throat. A ring. A fucking ring. It glinted in the dark hallway. And in that second, everything tilted sideways. And suddenly, it wasn't just about blood or secrets or love blurted in desperation. It was about family and friends. Lovers. I opened my mouth to call her name Anya, and I did. I knew I did. But I never heard my own voice. Because that was the exact moment the world cracked open. A deep, bone-rattling boom tore through the hill, the earth, and the house itself. The windows shuddered violently, panes groaning in their frames. The chandeliers above us swung like pendulums, glass shards threatening to scatter on the marble. The air pressure changed so fast it made my ears pop and my knees falter. My eyes snapped to Amara, her face frozen. Wide-eyed, then darted to Anya. who stood exposed in the hallway, looking fragile and terrified. Jet moved first, closing the distance between them in seconds. No hesitation, no thought, just pure, brutal instinct. He lunged, throwing himself over her just as another shockwave ripped through the foundation. I saw their bodies hit the floor hard, Jet shielding her completely with his own. His arms wrapped around her as debris began to fall. I was already moving, reaching Amara in 2 strides. I wrapped my arms around her and shoved her behind the nearest wall. My body folded over hers, covering her head with my arms as crumbling plaster rained down on us. "Gabriel," she shouted beneath me, voice shaking. She tried to sit up, tried to see what was happening. "Stay down," I barked, the command ripping raw from my throat. Louder than I meant. Louder than anything had a right to be over that noise. She flinched, but listened, curling into me as the ground itself seemed to heave beneath us. My heart was a war drum, thundering behind my ribs. Each second felt like a battle. One part was a relief that she was here, alive, beneath me, and another was panic that something worse was still coming. I felt it in a rising, consuming rage that we'd found ourselves in this position. And all the while, my mind screamed 2 things. My sister married a psychopath. Amara said she loved me, and I didn't know which one of those truths was going to undo me first. Another shockwave pulsed through the walls, and pain exploded in my skull and my shoulder.
Amara fire licked the night sky. Smoke choked the air. I coughed through grit and heat. Gabriel was on top of me, shielding me with that irritating, noble instinct of his. The world was still ringing, but the shaking had stopped. At first, I didn't realize it. My ears were filled with a high, shrill whine that made it hard to tell what was silence and what was just the adrenaline crash. It was like the house had taken a deep breath and was now holding it, waiting for another strike. But it never came. Dust drifted through the air. Something hissed from deeper in the house pipes. Maybe. Or the sound of something still breaking. But the explosions had stopped. I pushed myself up on shaking elbows. My body still curled beneath Gabriel's. His breath was rough in my ear, labored and too shallow. "Gabriel," I whispered, reaching for his face. "I think it's over. We're okay." His arms didn't move. "Gabriel," I pressed harder, pushing gently, trying to shift him. His weight tipped to the side. Something warm and sticky dripping on my cheek. And that's when I saw blood. Crimson was spreading fast, soaking through the fabric at his shoulder and dripping onto me. "Oh my God." My voice cracked. "Amara," he blinked, his eyes bloodshot and his face pale and tight with pain. His eyes moved, but they weren't focusing on me, almost as if he wasn't seeing me. "Gabriel, hey. Hey, look at me," I said, grabbing his face between my hands. "I'm right here. We're okay. Look at me. Come on." His eyes shifted toward me. His head leaned closer, but his gaze stayed distant and unfocused. He blinked, then blinked again. I can't see," he rousped, blinking hard. "I feel your hands, but I can't see you. Where are you?" My heart dropped, and it took several heartbeats for me to find my voice. "I'm right here," I whispered, panic rising in my throat like acid. "You're okay. It's going to be okay." I tore at the hem of my shirt, ripping it into a makeshift bandage, hands shaking as I pressed it hard against the wound in his shoulder. He flinched, his jaw clenched, but he didn't cry out. "You're bleeding bad, but I can stop it," I murmured, mostly to keep myself from spiraling. I ripped his clothes, searching for the wound, and found an ugly slash on his shoulder. I pressed down on the wound, ignoring the way his blood soaked through the cloth, while locked on the gush too close to his eye. "Stay awake. Gabriel. Stay with me. Just need to rest," he murmured, closing his eyes. "You're not dying on me. You hear me." His next words were slurred as he muttered, "So, bossy." I glanced toward the hallway, searching for Anya and Jet. They were gone. The place where they'd fallen was empty. No sign of them anywhere. There was just a pair of shallow indentations in the dust and a swirl of plaster on the ground where they'd been. "Jet," I screamed. "Anya." My answer was silence, along with Gabriel's harsh breaths and my thundering heart. They were gone. Fuck, they were gone. But my anger was very present. In fact, it grew by the second. I was infuriated at my brother for putting us in whatever danger this presented. I was beyond furious that, due to his scheming, Gabriel lay in my arms bleeding. How could he leave? How could he not stay and help? When I get my hands on him, I'm going to murder him myself. I muttered under my breath while I stared at the empty room for too long, trying to decide whether to scream or run or tear the house apart with my bare hands. Gabriel groaned again, and I turned back to him, my priorities crystallizing. He was here. He needed me now. "Don't you dare pass out," I told him. "I swear to God. Gabriel, stay awake. You better not die on me." His fingers twitched near mine. "You can't get rid of me that easily," he tried to tease, but I couldn't find humor in it. "Is Anya okay?" I hesitated just enough to cause him to panic. "Amara, is Anya okay?" I swallowed. "They're gone." He opened his mouth to answer when footsteps echoed through the rubble, coming fast from the back of the house. I twisted around just as a tall figure emerged. Broad shoulders, dark clothes, a familiar silhouette that made my chest seize. "Kien," he gasped. He took in the scene, Gabriel bleeding, me covered in dust and blood, crouched over him, and the wreckage of the house collapsing around us before he moved toward us. "What the hell happened?" He glanced around. "Where is Anya Jet?" And Anya disappeared. "Please help me," he begged. "He's losing blood in his eyes. He can't see." Something dark passed over Kian's face, but he didn't waste time asking questions. He dropped beside me, and the two of us got Gabriel to his feet, then made our way out of the debris. And just like that, our own survival began. Amara. The hospital in Vlor felt like a mausoleum when we first tore through the ER doors cold. Sterile. Far too quiet for what we were dragging in with us. Then the chaos erupted. Kian had driven like a madman through the city, headlights slicing through the dark, his hands white-knuckled on the wheel. The moment we crashed into the emergency bay, the silence shattered. Voices rose and orders were barked. The sound of shoes slapping across the linoleum floor signaled. Incoming doctors and nurses. The fluorescent lights overhead were too bright, sharp, and surgical, cutting through the fog of dust and blood. Gabriel Vincit, his face contorting with pain as he blinked rapidly. Eyes flicking around the room, but landing on nothing. "My eyes are hurting," Irrespect. Squinting hard. I can't see. Someone dim those fucking lights, I shouted. It's hurting him, to my shock. Someone actually did. The lights dimmed a fraction. Not much, but enough for Gabriel to stop flinching. A doctor in navy scrubs materialized. Sleeves already rolled up. Gloves snapping on. What do we have? Explosion wound. Kian answered. Cold as ice. Left shoulder. No exit wound. There was an explosion and he was shielding me, and now he can't see. He says he can't be pee dropping. Another nurse shouted. 70/40 and falling get him to trauma 2. Call ophthalmology. Someone else called. Patient presenting with loss of vision. They moved in tandem, like dancers on a stage performing an ominous routine. Gabriel was lifted from our arms onto a gurney. IVs stabbed into his veins. His vitals shouted down hallways. A nurse tried to push me aside, but I clung to the rail, following along until another nurse blocked my path. Amara, Kian said behind me. Let them work. He's bleeding, I whispered, barely able to hear myself over the panic. And he can't see. Kian, what if... Let them work, he repeated. My focus on my blood-soaked hands. My ears rang. The anger still whipped at my chest. How could Jet allow it to come to this? Gabriel and I were just chess pieces on a board. And he'd been playing us for who knew how long. And Elira. I inhaled a deep breath, trying not to spiral with fury or risk going on a rampage. Gabriel's hoarse voice echoed faintly as they wheeled him away. Amara, where are you? I'm right here, I tried to follow. But a nurse caught me by the shoulders and pushed me back. I need to. He can't see. He needs to know I'm God. I just wanted to be there for him. I wanted to fix all the wrongs that he was paying for because of my siblings. You'll just be in the way. Miss, the nurse said, her voice calm but iron-willed. My heart shattered, and I called out, I'll wait here. Gabriel, you just hang in there. Okay. He didn't have time to answer before the doors to Trauma 2 swung shut, cutting him off. I stood in the hallway, numb and shaking, trying not to scream or collapse under the weight of everything that had happened. It was my fault. All of it. I brought Gabriel into harm's way, playing into Jet's manipulation. I did an unforgivable thing. And Gabriel and possibly Anya were the ones paying for it. How could I have been so stupid and blind when it came to my siblings? Gabriel couldn't see and was in surgery because of me. It didn't matter that I was an unwilling participant to this charade with Jet and Elira, because he'd tried to warn me. But stupidly, I didn't listen. Instead, I cuffed Gabriel, kept him a prisoner, and treated him horribly. How could I face Gabriel after all that? I stood frozen from guilt, heart trying to beat its way out of my chest. Dust still clung to my skin, and I couldn't stop shaking, staring at Gabriel's blood drying in streaks down my arms. Somewhere in another room, a machine beeped too fast and a child was crying. But it was all background noise. All I could think about was the repercussions of my actions. I kidnapped Gabriel, was manipulated by Elira and Jet, experienced 2 explosions. And now Gabriel couldn't see, and Jet had gone missing with Anya again. And Kian? Where was Kian Amara? His voice found me, solid and grounding. Come with me. You need to get cleaned up. I turned toward him like I was surfacing from underwater. His white shirt was singed at the collar. Blood Gabriel stained the front of his clothes, too. But his face was composed. his expression already calculating. Kian in crisis mode was terrifying. I followed him down a side corridor and slipped into the bathroom to get cleaned up. Afterwards, we made our way into an empty waiting room with low lighting. The hum of vending machines, and the faint smell of antiseptic and burnt coffee. "He's in surgery now," Kian said. "The shoulder wound didn't hit any major arteries. He'll pull through." I sagged into the nearest chair, every muscle in my body collapsing under the weight of that one sentence. Relief hit like a wave, and I was dizzy from it. He'd live, and that was the most important thing. But his eyes, I whispered. "We don't know yet. It might be temporary." Kian's voice was measured, but I heard the undercurrent of concern he wasn't letting show. "What was the explosion about?" I asked, terrified to learn the truth. If Jet had set it up, I didn't think I could ever forgive him. It was the triad. Surprise and shock washed over me. The triad. What do they have to do with any of this? I breathed. I don't understand. Did Jet get involved with them? Kian's expression darkened. I think it was revenge aimed at me. And Jet. He shook his head. The explosion had nothing to do with him. So where are they? My voice cracked. Did the triad take them? My intel points to no. He gritted. Jet knows this area as well as me. He knows exactly how and where to move to avoid detection. We lost their trail 5 miles from the house. But why run if he had nothing to do with this explosion? I questioned. He paused. It's hard to understand Jet's motives. All I can hope is that he took Anya somewhere safe. But that won't matter to Rafael Santos. Will it? I said. His brother's been hurt. His daughter's been kidnapped. On your turf? Kian didn't answer immediately. He crossed the waiting room, hands clenched behind his back, his jaw flexed, his eyes flicking toward the clock like he could feel time running out. He's en route, he said finally. Private jet. He'll be here in less than 6 hours. My stomach dropped. Jesus. I gave the Santos family my word. Amara. They brought Anya here on my promise of safety. And now he stopped pacing and turned to face me fully. Now the heir to their empire is in surgery. And their daughter is missing because a member of my family took her. I flinched at the emphasis. He considered Jet his family. Therefore, Jet's actions reflected on Kian. On all of us. Really. They'll see it as betrayal. He continued. An act of war. I don't need to tell you what happens if this spirals. No, I said quietly. You don't. Kian took a step closer. I can't undo what's already happened. He glanced at the hallway, then back at me. But I can offer something that buys us time and maybe even peace. My brows knitted. What he was watching me like he thought I'd understand before he even said it. But I didn't. Not really. You're going to marry him, Kian said. And my breath caught. You're going to marry Gabriel Santos. I stared at him, trying to find the words. Have you lost your mind? I hissed. Have you forgotten the man has been blinded by what my siblings and I did? There's no scenario in which he could possibly forgive me. He will. It wasn't often that Kian was wrong. But in this instance, he was dead wrong. I knew his conviction was misplaced because I was his granddaughter. But he couldn't possibly be that delusional. There's no other reason a man holds an interest in a woman for years other than true love. He scoffed. Maybe. But I'm pretty sure whatever affection Gabriel held for me will be squashed by the events of the past 24 hours. As it should. So forgive me for saying this. But there's no fucking way I'll propose marriage to him now just to save our own skin. If he and his family want revenge, they're well within their rights. And I sure as hell won't be. Trying to save my own skin or Elira's and Jet's. Amara, listen to me. When Raphael gets here, he'll want blood. But if he walks in and sees that Gabriel is being cared for by his fiancée and that there's already a formal alliance in place between the Santos family and our own, well, that changes the narrative. It's no longer betrayal and instead makes it family business. Something that can be handled without a war. But, Kian, my voice broke. He's in surgery. How can you even suggest something like that? Because I love you, he said matter-of-factly. And I want to protect our family. Gabriel can settle his score with Jet and Elira, but not kill them. And you'll ensure alliance between our families? What if he doesn't agree he's lost his sight because of my and Jet's manipulation? Yes, there were many mistakes made, he said gently. Surprisingly so. But right now, peace is what matters the most. Jet and Anya need time. And I have to believe they will work out. After all, that girl married him with a big smile on her face. She did, Kian nodded. They need time. We need time. You and Gabriel can give us all that. I sank into the chair, heart racing again for a completely different reason. It wasn't that I didn't want to protect Jet and Anya and our family, or that I didn't want Gabriel. It was that I didn't know if Gabriel felt the same, and he deserved more than this, especially if his injuries turned out to be permanent. He didn't deserve a future that was about to be rewritten by politics. I'll do it, I finally said softly, my voice barely more than a breath, but only if it's what Gabriel wants. I'm not forcing him, and neither will you. Kian nodded once. Good. We've got 6 hours. And then he walked out, leaving me to sit there in shock, waiting to tell a man who might never see again that I wanted to marry him. If he would have me. Amara Elira sat beside me in the private hospital room, her shoulders hunched as if trying to disappear into the plastic chair. Her designer coat was too bright and too happy for this place. But it wasn't exactly as if she knew what she was walking into when she came to visit. Kian just dropped the address and demanded that she show up. She hadn't said much since she got here, just sat quietly, guilt-ridden and taking Kian's scolding. But I couldn't summon the energy to comfort. Here. Nor did I think she deserved it. Not now. Not with Gabriel lying in that bed, motionless. The gauze over his eyes a stark reminder of how badly everything had gone. Machines beeped softly around us. Too steady. Too calm. I stared at his face and wondered if he'd ever see again. Or if the first thing he'd do when he woke up was reach for his gun when I told him my solution, a marriage alliance. Strategically. It made sense. It would bind our families. Offer some kind of shield from the mess I'd dragged him into. But in the back of my mind, I couldn't ignore the truth. My family was getting the better end of the deal, and he would see that. Elira finally broke the silence, her voice a cracked whisper. I swear to you, I never imagined this would happen. I didn't look at her, but you knew it might, and that makes you just as guilty as I am, and just as responsible as Jet is. She let out a frustrated breath. Love is supposed to conquer all and have a happy ending, she argued. Jet loves her, and I thought, I don't know. Why shouldn't he have the one he loves? Anya loves him too. Right, otherwise. They wouldn't be married. I didn't exactly have time to ask her, I retorted dryly. An explosion got in my way, and ultimately Gabriel paid for Jet's and our fuck-up. He didn't know, don't. My voice came out sharper than I meant. I exhaled slowly, pressing my fingertips against my temple. I can't listen to you justify Jet's actions. Not right now. She fell silent, but I could feel her watching me. I told him to wait, she said after a moment. I told him to wait until Anya was a bit older. You think that matters? I turned to her. And finally, she flinched. He lied and manipulated us. And we played along. Anya's age has nothing to do with it. Damn it. Our actions led to this clusterfuck, and no amount of words or excuses can absolve us of our guilt. You think when Gabriel wakes up blind, knowing his sister has disappeared again with Jet, that he'll give a damn what was said or not said to you and Jet? It was a game leading us on, all to get us to this very point. Whether you knew the ending or not is irrelevant, because you knew someone could get hurt in the process. And you did it anyway. Elira looked away, blinking hard. So what now? You throw me and Jet under the bus and make a deal too? Save yourself. I'm not saving myself. I said flatly. I'm trying to keep us alive. All of us. A marriage alliance with Gabriel could stall the retaliation. We can only hope Jet and Anya know what they're doing. You think he'll agree, she whispered. He might. I glanced back at the bed. She gave a bitter laugh. Gabriel should be grateful. He's had the hots for you for years. The only reason he didn't act on it was because we kept driving a wedge into his attempts. I shook my head. Wedge or not, I never entertained anything with him, because my own reaction to him worried me. But I wasn't going to voice that now. Jet knew. You know, Elira grumbled. Knew what he knew if you two were forced into close proximity. That you'd fall for each other. Well, that you'd fall for him. Because Gabriel was a goner for you already. That was his angle, not this stupid explosion. My brows knitted. I don't follow. Elira sihil. When Gabriel flat out refused Jet's offer back at Revelation, Jet started planning. Hence all the games. He wanted you two to fall for each other, and it would give him the opening to get Anya. In Jet's mind, Gabriel would have to be okay with him and Anya. He scoffed. That is the most fucked up, not to mention chauvinistic, methodology ever. And all of us are old enough to recognize it. Elira shrugged. Be sure to say that to Jet next time. Oh, I will. Elira stared down at her lap. I'll apologize to Gabriel. On behalf of Jet and myself, I couldn't listen to it anymore. No amount of words could be enough here. And my frustration and anger bubbled back up. Please leave. Elira. She gasped. What outside the room? The commotion was endless. Orders barked at nurses. Footsteps echoing down sterile hallways, but in here, everything felt frozen. It almost felt as if something was trapped between what had already been lost and what still might be salvaged. I need you to leave, I said firmly. I don't want you to be here. Not right now. And I'm getting to a point where I'm so fucking angry at you and even more at myself that just looking at you makes me sick to my stomach. I can only imagine how Gabriel will feel when he wakes up. I didn't tell her that I was fucking terrified Gabriel would ask me to get lost, too. Or that he wouldn't forgive me. As he shouldn't. And most of all, I struggled to get rid of this guilt of what I had done to this man who had been nothing but supportive, charming, and so goddamn understanding in recent months. I never wanted it to end like this. Elira murmured, standing by the door. Neither did I said quietly. But that doesn't absolve us of our guilt or our responsibilities. I stood and crossed to Gabriel's bedside. letting my hand hover over his. Not quite touching. He looked too still, too far away from the man I remembered. Sharp eyes, sharper tongue, always calculating. Would that man wake up and see me as a traitor or a solution? Would he be able to see me at all? I'll make the offer, I said to no one in particular. He deserves the chance to say yes or to destroy us. Amara, outside Gabriel's room. The air changed, announcing the arrival of newcomers. You could feel it in the way the security team subtly repositioned themselves by the door, and the way Kian's shoulders went still. Keep an eye on him and let me know the moment he wakes up, I instructed the nurse, then slipped out of the room with Kian to ensure we wouldn't disturb Gabriel, who had yet to wake up. Rafael Santos strode toward us like he was God's gift to the human race. And suddenly I knew exactly where Gabriel got his confidence from. His suit was crisp, dark, and his expression was carved from stone. Beside him, his wife, Sailor Santos, walked in with soft feet and an even softer smile. Her platinum hair was pulled into a severe twist, her eyes unreadable behind dark sunglasses. But her hands were clenched and there was a distinct wobble to her chin. Kian stepped forward to greet them. The hospital hallway, suspiciously empty. I stood beside him, spine straight, hands clenched in front of me like Mother Liana taught us when dealing with powerful men. Raphael, Kian greeted. Sailor. Raphael's eyes didn't flicker. Where is my brother stable? Recovering from surgery. His internal organs weren't damaged. Kian gestured toward the door behind us. He still hasn't woken up from surgery, and they have him under observation. He's not alone. Raphael's chin twitched. And my daughter, Anya's with my brother. I chimed in. There was a beat, a pause in which I felt the heat of Raphael's attention move to me. She's safe. Jet took her away so they can lie low in case the triad attacks again. Truthfully, I couldn't believe that after all the manipulation, I was saving my brother's ass. The only excuse I had was that I knew I hoped I knew that he would do the same for me. Amara Kulin. His voice was low and smooth, but beneath it was thunder. So you're the girl who says she's going to marry my brother? Damn it. How much had Kian told them I silently cursed him for saying anything at all, especially since I hadn't had a chance to ask Gabriel. Jesus Christ. Am I actually proposing to a man? Talk about unorthodox. Don't tell me I rendered you speechless. Girl, Raphael said sharply, causing Sailor to pat his hand as if to soothe him. The weight of the moment squeezed my chest like a vice. I stepped forward. Yes, I said. I'm going to marry Gabriel, if he'll have me. You think he will? Raphael asked. After you kidnapped him, well, this was going splendidly. I squared my shoulders. It doesn't seem to be a problem when one of you kidnaps your future wife. So I thought I'd just follow suit. Sailor's lips twitched and her head tilted slightly. Eyes locked onto me even behind the tint of her lenses. It was as if she were judging my worth. The result of our future wives' kidnapping never ended in a trip to the hospital. Raphael continued. Iskoft. My brows furrowing. You're joking. Right. Do you think I'm an idiot just because I'm young? He ignored my sarcasm and my comment. My brother is blind and unconscious. Jet has taken my daughter. And all of this, he turned to look at Kian, happened under your protection. Excuse me, but you won't be putting all this on me. Kian cut him off. Cold and deadly. You never mentioned the girl had a boyfriend. Raphael's jaw tightened and I swallowed hard. Was I really going to defend the asshole? I sighed. Because yes, I was. He'd had a rough day. Raphael couldn't have known. Anya merely said there was a boy she liked, and flat out told me it wasn't Jet. I don't need you to defend me. Girl. Watch it. Kian growled. Listen. We can do this all day. I cut in, trying not to tremble. We can. Blame each other and blah. 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 Your guards obviously didn't report there was a man staying with Anya. Kian has his own organization to run. The bottom line is that Jet protected Anya when the attack hit. We should focus on the triad and how to keep all of us safe. Damn good speech, if I may say so. Raphael's nostrils flared. Are you suggesting I be okay with Jet taking Anya and not alerting anyone of their whereabouts? My brother lies wounded in your territory. Tell me, what part of this feels safe to you? Well, how in the fuck were we supposed to know that the triad was going to hit? Did you do some shady deal with them? Because we sure as fuck didn't. I snapped, then pinched the bridge of my nose. Kian stepped forward, his hand resting on my shoulder. My parents and Mother Liana would always have my back, but Kian would kill his friends and enemies to defend me. It was amazing having him in my corner, and I was grateful for it. The marriage between Gabriel and Amara is a good solution, Kian said calmly. It'll prevent escalations and strengthen our alliance. Jet and Elira are part of our family, and part of that alliance, too. Sailor lifted her sunglasses now, surveying all of us, and said, But a union has happened already. Without our permission, I might add. Silence stretched so long you could have dropped a scalpel and it would have echoed like gunfire. All I have is a photo of Anya smiling happily after those two got hitched. Kian grumbled. I don't know how, when, or why it happened. I groaned. Of course, Anya's parents would have learned somehow, some way that she and Jet had gotten married. It gives the Santos Empire even more leverage. Kian continued. Jet's the sole heir to the Volkov Empire. Amara is the heiress to I don't give a shit what they have or will inherit. Raphael roared. You think I want my brother shackled in some backroom negotiation while he's bleeding out in a hospital bed and wondering whether he'll ever see again? Raphael stared at Kian like he'd lost his mind. No, Kian replied calmly. But like Amara said, if he agrees and I think you're trying to save these three and are willing to go to any length for it, I'm not letting my brother pay for your family's fuck-up. Because let's face it, Kian, every one of those kids, the Satan's twins and Amara, are ruthless savages that, oh, for fuck's sake, I'm pregnant, I blurted. Another silence followed, this one more dangerous than the last. What it was the first time I had ever heard Kian stutter. It would probably be the last time, too. I smiled sheepishly, hoping he wouldn't see the lie in my eyes. Gabriel and I, well, we've been circling each other for years. I never thought we'd, move on to the next step. You know. So I wasn't prepared. Please forgive me. Gabriel. Sailor exhaled slowly and stepped forward. You're pregnant with Gabriel's baby, I met her gaze. Yes. And if he's never able to see again, his vision makes no difference to me. It'll be a difficult transition, but we can work around it together. My voice shook, but I didn't let it break. Like I said, if he'll have me, I'll marry him in a heartbeat. I'd marry him in every lifetime. And together we can protect everyone. Strangely enough, I meant those words. Raphael studied me like he couldn't quite decide whether to end me or let me live. Then, he finally turned to look at Kian. If my brother agrees, he said, then fine. A marriage and yet I asked before I could stop myself. His gaze flicked to me. Don't push your luck. Gir. I had no idea what that meant. But the deal was made. Not sealed, but set in motion. As Raphael and Sailor entered Gabriel's room, I stayed behind, my legs unsteady. I knew what came next, telling Gabriel that I lied about the pregnancy and begging him to marry me for peace, for protection, and maybe even for love. And I prayed to God he'd say yes.
Gabriel. The first thing I felt was pain. It wasn't sharp and immediate, but more like heavy and shapeless, almost as if my entire body were covered in one large bruise. My chest throbbed, every breath scraping against the inside of my ribs like broken glass. There was a tightness around my eyes, strange and wrong, like something was pressing down behind them. What the fuck happened, I thought to myself. But then the memories came rushing in. The explosion. Amara screaming my name. Kian, instructing me to stay awake as I went in and out of consciousness, unable to see anything around me. My fingers twitched against stiff sheets. My hands moved, searching, confused, reaching for something or someone. But there was only the weightless press of a blanket, and the sharp, sterile tang of antiseptic thick in the air. Underneath it, the scent of latex and burned fabric. I blinked. Once. Twice. Nothing. There were no shadows. No color. No light bleeding through closed lids. Just black. Not even that. Really. Just nothing. I reached up to my face and brushed against the gauze. My heart kicked against my ribs like it was trying to break free. I tried to breathe, counting in my head to keep the panic from swallowing me whole. 1, 2, he's awake, said a male voice I would recognize anywhere. What the hell was Raphael doing here, had I died and not gotten the memo, if so? And this was the afterlife. Then Dios Santo. I needed a tour guide and a complaint sheet. I was too young for that shit. Maybe I was hallucinating. Gabriel. That voice was more like sandpaper against silk. Elira. Fuck. I had to be alive. Because there was no way the two of us would be in the afterlife together if I was dead. Amara. He's awake, she said. Louder this time. The room held its breath, so did I, as I heard the door click shut. Then a shuffle of feet. Gabriel. Her voice cracked slightly on my name. It's me. Amara. The warmth was familiar as her hand slipped into mine, her fingers curling gently around my own, like they'd always belonged there. She squeezed. Not too tight. Just enough to ground me. I turned my face toward her voice, chasing it like a lifeline in the dark. My eyelids fluttered, instinct taking over. But my bandage made it impossible to open my eyes. I reached up, ripping it off. Gabriel, she protested. What are you doing, I need to see if. I couldn't even finish the fucking statement. I blinked once, twice, then stared hard, willing something to come into focus. Nothing. I can't see. Irospit. I can't see you. My throat caught around the words. The air felt colder all of a sudden, despite her hand still wrapped around mine. The silence that followed was heavy, with things neither of us wanted to speak yet. I felt her breath hitch, but she didn't let go. She didn't say it was going to be okay. She just held on. And somehow, that told me everything. Why can't I see you? Amara. She was quiet again. And this time, the silence dragged. I heard her shift. The faint creak of the chair. The brush of fabric. I imagined her staring at my eyes. At the bandages or whatever they'd done to me. I imagined her trying to find the right words and failing. Then she exhaled, slowly. Like the words had been trapped behind her ribs, too. There was shrapnel, she said. Her voice barely above a whisper. I could feel her heat, and I realized she was putting the bandage back over my eyes. When the explosion went off, most of it hit your shoulder. But a piece, maybe more, hit near your eyes. The surgeons did everything they could, and now we just have to wait. My stomach turned. Did everything. I echoed hollowly. That means it wasn't enough. She hesitated. No. It means the optic nerve needs time to heal. Once it does, we'll know more. So they think it might be permanent, she sighed. They really don't know. I might never see your face again, I whispered, struggling with the truth. There'd be no more smiles to memorize. No light. No collar. Just black. How long have I been like this? 4 days, she murmured. You've been in and out. They kept you. Sedated because of the pain and the risk of swelling. Your shoulder healed up nicely. And your eyes. She faltered, while 1,000 questions swirled behind my teeth. But none of them made it out. I just lay there, frozen, letting the silence consume me. You're alive. Gabriel. That's the most important thing. Your vision will return. I really believe that. And you must, too. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to agree. I really did. But all I could think about was how I'd never see her again. She squeezed my hand again. Tighter this time. Remember how you told me you always focus on the positives, she said softly. I'm asking you, begging you. Please focus on the positives, and we'll get through this together. Together, I repeated. There was no hesitation from her. Yes, together. Who else is here? I asked, my voice scraping out of my throat. I thought I heard my brother's voice, Raphael. She stilled, and her fingers twitched slightly around mine. Yes. Raphael and Sailor are here. Kiantu. And others. I turned my head, the motion slow and uncertain. They're in the room right now. No. They're right outside. In the hallway. Want me to call them in? I hesitated. Not sure how I felt about being seen like this. I still had to process everything and come to terms with being seen as weak. Being seen as a target. No, not yet. A beat of silence fell between us. The air seemed to shift again. Charged now, with a question I didn't want to ask, but needed to. I swallowed the taste of hospital air. Metallic on my tongue. And Anya's silence stretched. And it was almost as if her answer was lodged in her throat, and holding my hand was the only thing keeping it from breaking loose and spilling. I didn't need her to speak to feel the change. The tension bled from her skin into mine, like ink in water. And in that silence, I already knew. Anya wasn't here. She and Jet disappeared. Amara whispered. They're safe. Kian followed them, but Jet keeps evading him. Unfortunately, my brother knows this area really well. I could hear a gulp echo between us. I'm sure she's safe. I let out a sardonic breath, the sound bitter in my throat. I guess it depends on whether Jet set up that explosion or not. He didn't. Her answer hit like a punch to the ribs. Relief came fast, hard, and unexpected. My whole chest trembled as I exhaled. I hadn't realized how much I was bracing for confirmation. The triad was behind it, but none of us seemed to know who they were after or why. She continued, honestly, it's probably for the best that they disappeared. I turned my head slightly, trying to focus on the direction of her voice, even if my eyes still gave me nothing. I'm not sure I agree, I said quietly. We don't know if Anya's with him willingly or not. Although deep down I suspected. Even in the haze of memory, I could still picture my sister standing in her silky pajamas in the villa, her eyes shimmering and locked on Jet. I had to admit she didn't look like a hostage. She looked like a woman in love. And God help me, I didn't know if that was better or worse than believing Jet had taken her by force. There was no immediate answer, but I heard Amara scoot closer. Yeah. Scent followed the motion, something familiar, tinged with citrus and salt, like she'd just stepped out of the ocean. I think we both know she isn't a hostage. Gabrielle. She let out a long sigh. And that I owe you a massive apology. The room fell into silence. I was so fucking stupid and blind. She continued. I played right into Jet's and Elira's schemes, instead of listening to my gut and you. I knew something was off, and yet I stubbornly clung to my conviction that they wouldn't betray me. Or maybe I hoped. And now my blindness. Damn it. That's the wrong word. Yeah, not the best one. I agreed, letting out a sardonic breath. I'm so sorry. Gabrielle. Amara's voice cracked. I wish it was me who got hurt. Not you. I wish I could take it all back. I wish I never followed Jet's vague instructions, and instead listened to my gut. And most of all, I'm sorry for not trusting you. The man who'd always waited patiently in the shadows. I fucked up majorly. You did. There was no sense in sugarcoating it. And you should have trusted me over your siblings. But living on regrets is pointless, and we cannot go back into the past. I know. And if I were in your place, I'd want to murder me and my siblings. I could never hurt you. Amara. Your siblings. On the other hand, I could choke the life out of them and never miss a beat. Her inhale echoed in the silence of the room. You might want to. Include me in that statement once you hear my next words. I tensed, unsure where those words would lead. When she remained quiet, I prompted, let's hear it. Then, give me a moment. She muttered. It might be the last time you talk to me that bad. Huh. I let out a sardonic breath. Better spit it out. Amara. Before I conjure shit in my head. Trust me, it isn't the best place right now. God, you might hate me after this. Her words sent unease down my spine, and I readied for the worst. Whatever that might be. Fuck. I'm so sorry to do this, after how much I hurt you. Amara. Just spit it out. Ispat. The suspense is killing me, and I'm not in the best shape as it is. She cleared her throat, and I could practically feel the tension rolling off her and permeating the air. How do you feel about marriage? I hesitated, then asked, can you elaborate? So we're on the same page. Who exactly would I be marrying? She paused. I wished I could see her face. Just a flicker of expression, her eyes narrowing, her lips pressing together, the tilt of her head. Anything. A clue. A thread to follow in this darkness that I couldn't crawl out of. But instead, all I had was silence and a sea of black behind my eyelids. Then soft as a breath. Almost too quiet to believe I heard her. Me, she murmured. Her voice had never sounded like that before, barely above a whisper. Fragile in a way that didn't suit her. Amara was fire. All sharp edges and wild grace. But now she sounded almost scared. I don't think I heard you right. Preciosa. An audible gulp bounced off the walls. I don't deserve this. And I certainly don't deserve your mercy or saving. But I'm still asking you. Will you marry me? My heart stuttered. What did you just say? It's messed up. I know, she said, her words stumbling over each other. And the furthest thing from romance. And you've been so wonderful and deserve so much more, so much better than me and this fucked up situation. It wasn't exactly how I envisioned the next step in this relationship to go. But life rarely went the way we planned. I have one question before I answer that. I stated somberly. Tell me why you're asking me to marry you. The soft beat of the clock was so loud between us as I waited for her answer. I don't want to lie to you, she said softly. It wasn't something that crossed my mind, especially after I cost you so much. And I'm sure you don't want me. Not after what my siblings and I have done to you. Kian demands it so we can keep the peace. Disappointment flooded me, and refusal was already on the tip of my tongue. But then she continued. But that's not the only reason. Gabriel, I love you. I'm not sure where, when, or how, but somewhere along the way. I fell for you. There isn't a man on this planet who's more patient. Kinder, or greater than you. There isn't a man I want as much as you, and there isn't another man who I love. Only you. My chest fucking trembled, and I swore I felt like an emotional wimp. But I loved every word I heard. And fuck it. I wanted to hear it again. Repeat that, I instructed, my voice raspy. God. Really? She breathed. You didn't hear me. I'm blind. Amara. Not deaf. I blinked, but darkness still dominated, and I cursed silently. I want to hear you say it. Hear the emotions in your voice. I fucking hate that I can't see you, so I depend on hearing your feelings in your voice. I love you. Gabriel, she said slowly. I crave you. I desire you. I want to spend the rest of my life with you. But if you don't share those feelings, I wouldn't blame you. And damn it, if it causes a war between our families, then so be it. But I will not fight you. You can do what you will with me, because I deserve your wrath, and I will forever mourn what we had. So, you're asking me to marry you because you love me, or because you want to prevent the fallout of your actions? Or are you asking me because Kian demanded it of you? I guess all of the above. She admitted. I love you, but I don't deserve your forgiveness. So I wouldn't have the courage to ask you to marry me, if not for Kian's stipulation. Isihil, I don't like that Kian's putting ultimatums on you. Honestly, I deserve for him to cut me off from the family after my actions. I could hear shame weaving through her words. I deserve no better. Amara, you deserve the best. I countered. Your brother was ready to wreak havoc, and Kian is furious. Not at him, but at Elira, Jet, and me. She hesitated. In fact, Raphael was prepared to murder us all and go after Kian. So I told everyone that I'm pregnant. A beat passed. Then two. I'm not. Obviously. I'm not. And I don't care that I lied to them all. But I don't want to lie to you. Santo Cristo, he muttered. I know. I laughed, although it wasn't exactly full of joy. Too much shit had happened. This must be the most romantic proposal the world has ever seen. It wasn't exactly something I practiced or ever dreamed of doing. And I know how badly I fucked up by kidnapping you. If I hadn't, this is all my fault. If I'm honest, Amara, this sounds like a proposal out of guilt. She let out an exasperated sigh, part frustration, part surrender. No, Gabriel, I'm not proposing because of the guilt. And I know the timing is horrible. Don't you think I know that I'm proposing because I like you? I snorted. Before everything blew up, and even mere minutes ago, I could have sworn you said you loved me. She let out a strangled, almost embarrassed laugh that was caught. Somewhere between a breath and a confession. I do love you, she murmured. Although it doesn't seem you could reciprocate those feelings. So despite the fact that I deserve it, I'm trying to preserve some of my self-respect by not shouting it from the bottom of my lungs. That shut me up. The room was still, and I could feel her gaze on me even though I couldn't see her. Something unspoken passed in the silence, something heavier than the words themselves. This, us, she started. Softer now, but steadier. We've felt inevitable for years. I remember every conversation, every glance, every near miss. Every time you looked at me like you wanted to say something but didn't. And every time I did the same. She paused, and I sensed her leaning over me, like she needed to be closer to say what came next. I don't even remember the name of the first man I slept with. She continued, voice edged with quiet amusement. But I remember everything. About you. She hesitated, then added, so, yeah, I love you. And I hope, I don't know, I hope that maybe you at least like me. That this ridiculous game we've been playing wasn't just a game. I leaned back, the bandages over my eyes suddenly too tight, like they were strangling me. You have no idea how I've longed to hear you say those words. She stiffened. But I can't tie you to me now. But I'll ensure you're safe. Why can't you marry me? She protested. Preciosa. I might never see again, I reminded her, my voice rough. When we have a family, how the fuck am I supposed to help raise one if I'm blind as a bat? She let out a long, weary sigh, the kind that carried too much emotion for her to pack into words. You will get your sight back, Gabriel, she said firmly. And when I didn't respond, she added, softer now. But even if you don't, I wouldn't care. Not one damn bit. You could be blind, deaf, in a wheelchair. It doesn't matter. I already told you. I lied to your family about being pregnant to buy us time. But I meant what I said to you. She squeezed my hand, grounding me again in the warmth of her presence. All I care about is you, the man you are. And you're a good man. Gabriel, you really are. Passion. Protective. Maddeningly kind. Even when I don't deserve it. And all that wrapped up in a stubborn, impossibly loyal Colombian package. Honestly, I never stood a chance against your charm. Not really. I swallowed hard. She was saying all the right things too right. And Dios, I wanted to marry her. This whole situation was insane. Barely stitched together by lies and adrenaline. But then again, so was she. So was her family. I'd stopped expecting normal the second I fell for Amara. My throat tightened. I have a condition, I said, trying to steady my voice, even though my heart was anything but. You told my family you're pregnant. So if we're getting married, we start trying. Right after the vows. No games. No delays. We make that lie real. She didn't answer at first, and that hesitation, though it was exactly what I'd expected, still made something in my chest seize up like a fist. I'd loved her for years, watching her from a distance, memorizing every line of her face like scripture. I wanted what was best for her. I still did. And maybe that wasn't me anymore. But Dios mío, I wanted her to choose me anyway. Blind. Broken. I wanted her to choose me. Babies or not. I wanted her to always choose me. Because I had chosen her a long time ago. And I'd keep choosing her for the rest of my life. Then, finally, she said in a clear and unwavering voice, okay. My heart stopped, then kicked painfully in my chest. Let's get married, she said. No hesitation this time. And let's work on starting a family. Just like that, I asked, suspicion curling around my relief. She let out a tired laugh. Just like that. I'm definitely looking forward to the exercise of trying to get pregnant. I shook my head faintly, a smile ghosting across my lips. You're an unusual woman, Amara. That's probably why I love you. She chuckled. Says the man who's been stalking me for years and now wants to put a baby in me. Her lips brushed mine soft. Sure. And devastatingly real. I smiled against them. I love you, Gabriel Santos. I deepened the kiss, tasting the weight of her words and the promise they carried. A promise that tasted like fire and forever. A promise bound by blood, family, and love. Raphael hospitals made me itch. Not physically, no. This was deeper. It stretched all the way back to my mother's long hospital stays. and to Sailor during her recovery after the attack. The antiseptic stench too clean, too sharp, clung to my skin, crept under it. It made me feel helpless all over again. I still remembered how hard it had been to clean Sailor's wounds and how impossible it had felt to make her whole again. But now my brother needed me, and there was nothing, not even God, himself, that would keep me from being here. Because when Santos' blood spilled, the world bent around us. Watching Anya and Gabriel grow up had been the most rewarding and most terrifying part of my life. They were strong, independent, capable, and all I wanted was to lock them in my house and keep them safe from the world. But I didn't. And now this happened. Don't go all macho on me, Raphael, Sailor said quietly, her fingers curling around mine. They're adults. Locking them away wouldn't protect them. It'd only trap them, and they would resent us for that. She always sensed the storm building inside me before I even felt the lightning strike. I exhaled, jaw clenched. I'm worried sick about them. Anya and Jet. I hesitated, then shook my head. Actually, no. I do know how I feel. I want to murder that psychopathic Volkov heir. Raphael, she said sharply, her tone cutting through me. You can't put the sins of the father on the children. We don't know the full story yet. But that picture of Anya smiling after she married him that doesn't lie. That boy should have never done it like that. I growled. I was supposed to walk her down the aisle. He stole that from me. And now Gabriel's in here. Blind. Because of him. His actions lead to fucking catastrophes. Sailor wore her calm like armor. But I knew the cracks. The tremor in her chin. The way she squeezed my hand just a little too tight. She was just as wrecked over this as I was. We can't blame him, she whispered. But I did. My daughter was out there alone with Jet, and Gabriel lay broken behind those doors with bandages over his eyes. Shoulder torn up. The future I'd imagined for him possibly stolen. Anya and Gabriel were the best of our family. And now one was missing, and the other might never see again. I was going to kill someone for that. I just hadn't decided who. The hallway door creaked open, and Kian stepped in from one of the other rooms. Flanked to be Elira Volko. She walked in like she expected a fight. I stared her down, weighing my options. Maybe she should pay for her brother's sins. To her credit, she didn't flinch. She just lifted her chin and narrowed her eyes at me. Volkov blood through and through. Raphael, Sailor muttered under her breath, elbow brushing mine. Enough with the staring contest. She had that polite, unreadable smile on her face, but I could feel the tension in her body. Like me, she didn't trust the girl. Amara was with Gabriel inside the hospital room. She was another fire I hadn't figured out how to extinguish. She was a damn wildfire of a woman. Dangerous, defiant, and apparently in love with Gabriel. I couldn't decide if I respected her or wanted her gone. Maybe both. Gabriel probably felt the same. But when Amara dropped the bomb, the kind that rearranged the atmosphere, everything stopped. She was pregnant. And Gabriel was the father. Silence had followed her announcement. Kian looked like he'd been hit in the gut. Sailor went still, and I forgot how to breathe. A man like me shouldn't be easy to shock. But that took the wind right out of me. My brother had gotten his captor pregnant. Jesus, I needed to talk to Gabriel. No. The door to his private room creaked open and Amara stepped out. I tried to read the girl, but her poker face was perfect. Too perfect. She walked out of the room like a queen descending from her throne. Technically, I guess she was Mafia royalty. But who gave a damn? Gabriel's ready for you, she said calmly. I exchanged a look with Sailor, and we stepped inside. The scent of antiseptic hit again. Harder this time. So did the reality of it all. My brother lay in the hospital bed, gauze over his eyes, and his arm strapped in a sling. But he smiled. That same lopsided, infuriating smile he'd worn since I met him as a young boy. Hey, you two, he greeted. I'm assuming there are two of you, Raphael and Sailor. He chuckled at his own blind joke. But all I felt was grief, and fury, and love. Because nothing hurt worse than seeing someone you loved try to smile through hell. Gabriel. The stillness in the room stretched like a rubber band pulled too tight, and frustration coiled in my chest like a live wire. Or maybe that was fury rolling off Raphael. I couldn't really tell. Machines beeped in a slow, mechanical rhythm. A low hum from the overhead lights buzzed in the background, blending with the hiss of oxygen and the shuffle of footsteps in the hallway outside. I fucking hated being this helpless. Gabriel, Raphael rasped finally. How are you feeling? Hermano, hello. Darling. Sailor's voice was warm and teasing. The two of them couldn't be more different. My brother all storm clouds and fire. Sailor a steady sea, but I'd never known two people more perfect for each other. You look like shit, Raphael supplied. I let out a gravelly chuckle. I missed you too, I said, smiling, even though it felt brittle. I couldn't see them. That absence gnawed at me, made everything feel distant and wrong. I've been worse, but don't worry. I'll get better fast. You're blind, Raphael snapped. Well, fuck. Thanks for the reminder, he muttered. I was just starting to forget. Boys, Sailor scolded gently, brushing my hand affectionately. That's not something to joke about. You gave us quite the scare. Gabriel. Sorry, I said quietly, and meant it. Raphael let out a grunt, his mood practically vibrating through the room. The flight over here was hell. Sailor beside me. We were worried sick. I forced a smile. Don't worry. My shoulder's healing fine, and I faltered, unsure what to say about my eyes. The ache behind them was a constant throb, a reminder of everything I'd lost. I'll manage. I've already reached out to the top ophthalmologists in the world, Sailor said. Always a step ahead. Always trying to make things better. Let's keep the faith. Okay. I heard movement in my periphery. What's happening right now? In the room? I mean, they paused. Raphael sitting by the window. Sailor replied after a beat. Then I'm in the chair next to your bed. Her hand covered mine again. Right here. Fuck, I whispered, frustrated. This sucks. Not even a year ago I was, telling Nicola to hang in there when he got put in a wheelchair. And now look at me. I tapped my chest. I'm a goddamn hypocrite. Fuck that, Raphael growled. You're not a hypocrite. You're handling this better than most of us would. Yes, you are, darling. Sailor agreed. It would be concerning if you weren't upset. I lifted my hand again, searching, and Sailor was already there, curling her fingers around mine. Thanks for being here. Of course, she said. We're family. We stand together. Speaking of family, I hesitated, then said, Anya, don't worry about Anya. Sailor, cut in. We're handling it. I stiffened. So you know. Oh yes. Raphael grumbled. And I swear to God, I'm going to see how well Jet Volkov, or whatever the fuck his last name is, flies when I throw him off a building. Raphael Sailor Seahill. Exasperated. Let's not. Well, Heine. Someone has to fucking pay for the shit that's happened. I agreed with him, but I stayed quiet. No use upsetting Sailor more than we already had. If it helps any, I said slowly, thinking back to that moment when I saw Anya looking at Jet like he was her whole damn world. She looked good and happy. In love, Avon. Sailor's voice dropped a notch. And Amara, my whole body tensed. What about her? She's pregnant, Raphael said bluntly. And she tells us you two are getting married. So I'm asking, is it Stockholm Syndrome, or was it her? Siren's voice that lured you in. Louise said you should have packed earplugs. I huffed out a laugh, shaking my head until it sent a jolt of pain through my skull. Are you seriously asking if Amara groped me while I was tied up? I mean, Raphael cleared his throat. She did kidnap you. And women can take advantage of men too. For fuck's sake. Sailor snapped. Not now. Bringing Luis on this trip was the worst decision. He's filled your head with crazy theories. And if I have to hear mermaid shit one more time, I'm going to murder him. I barked out another laugh. Deep and almost painful. But I couldn't stop. My eyes burned from the force of my emotions. Jesus Christ. Raphael, if Amara had forced herself on me, do you really think I'd be marrying her? I've been watching Amara since the first day I spotted her at dark. Why do you think I agreed to teach a class there? I thought you liked teaching. Sailor said. Iskofed. Do I seem like professor material to you? No, she admitted. Besides, Nicola warned me she'd try to kidnap me. Il est here, thinking she'd lead me to Jet. I needed eyes on him. Why? Sailor asked. Because he tried to trade her, I said grimly. He came to me last year. We met in a club. What kind of club? Raphael asked suspiciously. Doesn't matter. What matters is, he offered Amara in exchange for Anya. I said no, but I suspected back then that he wasn't done. So I've kept an eye on him ever since. And then he disappeared. Sailor whispered. He set a trap to get what he wanted. I said bitterly. He played the long game. I'd be impressed if I didn't want to murder him. Ditto, Raphael muttered. Sick freak. I don't like him. They're a unique family. For sure, Sailor murmured. That's one word for it. I said. Exhaustion tugging at my voice. Amara proposed to you. Jet kidnapped your sister. Makes you wonder what the hell Elira did, Raphael said. She helped her brother. Obviously. He muttered. Though I'm sure there's some poor soul out there tangled in her web. Think she tortures her lovers? Sailor asked. With that one I grimaced. Anything's possible. Raphael grunted. And you're marrying Amara. Because of the pregnancy, I paused. There was so much I could say. The pregnancy was a ruse. But I wasn't ready to tell them that. That was Amara's and my secret. I'd be a fool not to, I said, instead. Voice thick. I've wanted her for years, and now she's finally come to her senses and wants me too. She proposed. Sailor made a soft sound, half laugh, half gasp. And you said, yes, I did. Even though you're in here because of her, Raphael demanded. She didn't do this to me. I could have ended up in Albania regardless. Jet was always a step ahead. Silence followed, heavy and complicated. You've always been an optimist. Raphael muttered. You're blind because of her and her fucked up family. I sat up straighter in the bed, despite the weight pressing down on my body. Look, I know it's a mess, but I love her, and she loves me. I'm not made of glass. Raphael, vision or no vision. I'll recover. You don't need to protect me from my own choices. You're my brother, he said, voice thick. You think I'm just going to sit here and play nice with all of this? I swallowed hard. I'm not asking you to like it, but I am asking you to accept it. Let me fight this fight and live my life with Amara, even if I have to do it blind. There was another long pause. Can I walk you down the aisle? Raphael asked dryly. Since I got robbed of that with Anya. If you try it, I'll kill you. I deadpanned. Sailor choked on a laugh. Oh, Lord. We better make sure it doesn't. Come to that. She paused, then added softly. Raphael, you have to admit, Gabriel and Amara somehow, in the chaos, they really are perfect for each other. Laughter filled the room, breaking the tension like sunlight, breaking through fog, and somehow I knew things would end well.
I'd like to interrupt with a 1-minute advertisement. You can fast forward through it if you wish.
Wir können auch davon ausgehen, dass sie keine Suspension haben. Die hätten sie sonst wahrscheinlich gezogen, um die Dublinias rote Karte auszugleichen. Stattdessen der Ausgleich jetzt.
Raus, jemand?
Macht er hier den Deckel drauf. Können die Juniors den wichtigen zweiten Platz sicher machen? Ja, es ist durch! Die Juniors gewinnen das Duell gegen Era Colonia mit dann insgesamt 9-7.
Todo se define en los penalti shootout.
Organiza, allá va Rubio, Rubio con el amague, Rubio con el disparo, ¡gol! Arranca Irere, lo toma con calma, va calculando Irere, ¡gol! Lo empata el América. Arranca Giró. Allá va la española. Hace el amague. Giró Tinajero. Acá viene Vero Pérez. Sale Nicole. Vero con el disparo. ¡Gol! Vero.
Amara, the hospital waiting room was starting to look way too familiar. Suffocating in its familiarity. I'd been taking shifts with Raphael and Sailor. keeping watch over Gabriel like he might vanish if one of us so much as blinked. They had just arrived to relieve me. I gave them a small wave, traded the kind of half-hearted pleasantries only exhaustion could birth, and ducked out into the early evening. The revolving door gave way with a soft whoosh, and the cool air slapped my skin. God. I needed a shower, a hot one, and preferably followed by real clothes and 4 uninterrupted hours of sleep. I was halfway down the steps when I collided into something, or rather, someone. A very solid chest. I blinked, took a step back, and glared upward. And upward. Damn it. He muttered, "Watch where you're going." Well, came the reply. What kind of language is that? Coming from a supposed mermaid, I tilted my head. Oof. Isihil. Dios santo. I've never seen a mermaid so confused. I guess I should be grateful you're not singing. Funny. The psychiatric wing is on the 3rd floor. You're only a few yards off. Might want to check yourself in. He didn't so much as blink. He leaned lazily against one of the tall cement columns just outside the ER doors, like he had all day to argue. Gabriel, the man said sharply, like his patience had a short fuse. How is he? I stared at him, confused by the demand. And you are Luis de Luega. I tried to step around him, but his arm shot out, blocking me. I arched my brow. I suggest you remove your hand. Luis, before I do. He smirked, utterly unfazed. Must be the personality that got Gabriel. Definitely not manners. That had me pausing. You know Gabriel? I asked slowly. Better than you do, he said simply. I'm his right-hand man. I crossed my arms. Weird. He never mentioned you. His lips twitched, just shy of a smirk. I know about you. You don't know about me. What does that sound like? Like a minor inconvenience I could bury in the woods. I replied sweetly. Luis chuckled under his breath. You've got claws. I can see why he likes you. But I'm still not convinced you're not going to set him on fire by accident. You're really charming. You give all the mob wives this treatment. No. Just the ones who blind my best friend. His words hit hard. I didn't let it show. I'd done enough crying in hospital bathrooms this week. He's alive, I said flatly. You're welcome. He gave a tight nod. Yeah, and I'm grateful, but it doesn't mean I like the price tag. Gabriel made his choices. Sure, but don't pretend like your family didn't nudge him toward the cliff. Your metaphors are giving me a headache. Your family has been giving me a headache. A silence stretched between us, filled with the hum of traffic, the faint blare of a siren blocks away, and the buzz of fluorescent lights spilling from the hospital entrance. People passed by, giving us a wide berth, maybe sensing the threat in the air. Look, I said finally. I get it. You're protective. So am I. Tell me, Amara, what happens if he doesn't regain his sight? Luis asked. Voice cooler now. Less accusation. More calculation. You still gonna play wife when he can't see you? I don't care if he never sees me again. I snapped. He sees me better than anyone ever has. Sight or no sight. We're in this together. Luis studied me like he was still trying to find the trapdoor. My weak spot. In my words. But I didn't have any left to give. Finally, he pushed off the column. Good answer. Shocked you, didn't I? A little, he admitted. I was expecting more siren. Less substance. You'll learn not to underestimate me. He gave me a long, dry look. Just make sure you don't underestimate Gabriel. He'll always choose loyalty over love. If you make him pick, well, just don't make him pick. The words were gentle. Almost too gentle. I'd never make him pick. I said quietly, "He already did." Luis blew out a breath like he'd been holding it for days. Then, in the same typical suave fashion that I'd seen in Gabriel before too, he ruined the moment with a smirk. "Can't wait for the wedding," he muttered. "The toasts are going to be a riot. If I feel generous, I might throw you off a building just to lighten the mood. Make sure it's after I cut the cake." "Deal." I moved past him, my shoulder brushing his lightly. "I'll be keeping an eye on you. Amara, keep both eyes on me. Luis." He didn't answer, just tilted his head, gave me one last unreadable look, and vanished through the hospital doors. "Gabriel." The door clicked open with a soft hiss of air, and I shifted on the bed, a sharp bolt of pain radiating from my shoulder. The bandages across my chest pulled tight with the movement, and the itch beneath them was a constant, maddening presence. "Who's there?" I gritted, my voice edged with fatigue. "Your favorite voice of reason?" Luis replied, dryly, his familiar tone cutting through the air. "Santo Cristo. Gabriel, you got really fucked up." "You don't fucking say." I let the sarcasm coat my words like armor. "And here I thought you were the voice of bad judgment and bad news." "Oh, how you wound me." His footsteps approached, soft but steady. That same predatory calm he always embodied. I could feel him studying the room, scanning for threats he couldn't name but always expected. "I just had a one-on-one with your future wife," he said, voice flat with undertone. It was so pleasant. I can't wait to do it again. "Luis," I warned, my patience already thin. I had to talk myself out of throwing her off the roof first. He muttered, almost like he was confessing a sin. "Escofed. You give yourself too much credit. She would have tossed you first, even wearing heels, and dusted off her dress after." "I know," he grumbled, dragging a metal chair forward, the legs screeching against the tile. The sound of movement told me he had sat down beside me. A heavy exhale followed as he leaned back like this was just another day at the office. "Estás hecho un asco." He had a habit of telling me I look like a mess, always delivering the insult with the subtlety of a sledgehammer. "Been a long week," I heard. I could almost feel him dissecting the damage. He wasn't only evaluating the bruises or bandages, but the fallout from the choices we made back in Buenaventura. "You gonna lecture me?" I asked finally. "Or just sit there like a disappointed priest?" Luis huffed. "Don't flatter yourself. A priest would have sprinted out of this family years ago. Now, Satan, he might pull up a chair and pour a drink." "You're probably right. I always am," he said smugly. Then his tone dropped. "I also know she's had you wrapped around her little finger long before she ever looked at you. I'm not a fool." "Lois." "No. You're worse. You're in love." I let out a breath. "Yeah. So she kidnapped you." "Gabriel." "Il était," I reminded him. Louis scoffed. "Jesus Christ. No. Just me. Making decisions you don't like." I leaned back into the pillows, feeling the pain settle in my bones like concrete. "I know you've been burned," I said quietly. "I know you don't trust easily, especially not women who don't play by the rules. But Amara, she's not what you're afraid of." She's not pretending to be something she's not. She's raw. She's fire. She owns her mistakes, even when they cost her. She's chaos, he muttered. And I'm not. I said, that's why it works. Are you really marrying her? Yes. I answered without hesitation. I see. It would mean a lot if you and she could find a way to get along. He didn't respond right away. I knew him. He was running the calculations, measuring every angle, every risk. Luis didn't offer loyalty lightly, even to me. And if we don't, he asked finally, I'm going to choose her. I said, no matter what, I'll always choose her. Luis exhaled slowly, like he was exercising something heavy and bitter from his chest. After a long beat, he said, you always did have a soft spot for trouble. That's why I made you my right hand. I shot back. He snorted. Touche. A pause followed before he continued. I'll stick around. Watch your back. Watch hers too. But if she sings at me, I'm walking into traffic. That made me laugh, really laugh, for the first time since he walked into the room. Noted, I said, still grinning. No singing near Luis. We both chuckled, and the weight on my chest felt a little lighter. Not gone, but bearable. And in this world, that was enough. Beep. 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 A steady beeping and the scent of disinfectant and something else dominated my senses. I tensed, a creeping sense overwhelming me, and my sixth sense flared. There was someone in the room. Who's there? I called out, frustrated at this vulnerability. There was no immediate answer, but I couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched. I didn't relax, my hand wrapping around the knife I had placed next to me. I waited, my grip tightening around the knife. And I didn't have to wait long. Santos. Fuck. I'd recognize that voice anywhere. What did you do to my sister? Jet, I heard his footsteps then. And judging by the shuffling, he took a seat. I'm keeping her safe. She's my concern now, not yours. I let out a sardonic breath. Wrong. You fucker. She's my concern and always will be. Is she here? No. A heartbeat passed before he continued. I came to assure you she's safe, that I'd never hurt her and to apologize. A shock rolled through me. Jet and apology in the same sentence made up a perfect oxymoron. Kind of late for an apology. Don't you think, I said with a sardonic breath. He didn't answer immediately, but when he did, it surprised me again. My mother taught me it's never too late to apologize, but the key is to mean it. Do you? I questioned. Mean it. That is, I do. Strangely, I believed him, and I hated it. I wanted to fucking murder him and then bring him back to life just to murder him again. More than you'll ever know. The anguish in his voice was hard to miss. But I suspected my hindered sight enhanced my other senses, spotting emotions being one of them. It doesn't fix anything. I gritted. And if you were truly sorry, you'd bring my sister back. I felt him tense. I'm sorry. Santos. I'll do anything besides give her up. Bringing her to see me isn't exactly giving her up, I stated, loosening the grip on the knife. He remained silent, and suspicion crept into my soul. Unless she's mad at you, he didn't answer, and I suspected I hit the nail on the head. She is. Isn't she? No. The single clenched word told me otherwise, and I chuckled softly, ignoring the pain shooting through me. Oh, this is priceless. The irony was hard to ignore, and my chuckle grew into full-blown laughter. And so damn worth this. Maybe you lost your mind in the explosion too. God damn it. Santos, you have to get better. He rasped through gritted teeth. Oh, boy. I think you're about to get the taste of sweet Anya's Latina side. Because it's clear you're clueless about who my sister is. 2 quiet moments passed. I've never seen someone's temper flare so fast. He muttered under his breath, almost as if he were speaking to himself. However, it was all I needed to envision the situation. Bring her back home. I said, you went about this all wrong, and it's time you admit it. Jet. She's my wife. The cold tone crept through the room, and so did his stubbornness. I'll make all this right. And you, for fuck's sake. Santos, you have to get your vision back. I threatened the doctors, and he trailed off, clearly despairing. It might have been wrong. But suddenly, I didn't want my vision to return soon. I wanted this motherfucker to suffer. And he would. I knew my sister enough to know that when she reached a pissed-off point, there was no return from it. I could practically envision her setting him on fire, throwing away the match, and walking away with a sweet, slightly crazy smile on her face. It might make me petty fucking sue me, but I relished in it. We sat there in silence, and I wasn't exactly sure why he was here, but I suspected he was lost in his own thoughts. I am sorry, he said, breaking the silence. And not only because it backfired, but also because you got hurt. That was never the intent. Apology not accepted. He let out a breath. I figured, but I am sorry and grateful that you protected Amara. Which leads me to my next to-do item. I don't follow. I'm sorry for the few encounters we've had as well. He continued. My sister is a grown woman, and she's always been capable of making her own choices. It was her choice to make, not mine. Well, she chose me anyway, so you only delayed the inevitable. Holidays are going to be awkward as fuck. He grumbled. Not if you're not invited. He chuckled, but there was no humor in it. I deserved that one. And more. I pointed out. The scraping of the chair against the hospital floor told me he was getting up, and my grip tightened on the knife. He might have apologized, but it didn't mean I trusted him. However, the echo of his footsteps grew distant, and I slightly relaxed. Jet, I called out. Yes, does Anya want to leave you? I questioned. I'm not sure. She's too busy throwing shit at me and trying to kill me to voice her plans. He grumbled. My lips twitched. That was my sister, all right. A word of advice, if she wants to leave. Leta, I really am sorry. Santos, was his answer, choosing not to comment on my advice. The door shut with a soft click, and I knew he was gone. The worry for my sister remained. But suddenly, I felt lighter because I knew Anya could handle Jet. And if I were a betting man, I'd wager that it wouldn't end well for the fucker.
Gabriel. The days came and went. The hospital routine giving me way too much time to think. And that alone was enough to make me insane. My sight was still useless. The doctors insisted it would take time. Yet I'd seen no improvements in the days and weeks that had passed. It was hard not to despair. I kept imagining the future, and it didn't look very bright and colorful. Literally and metaphorically. My brother claimed it would return, and Sailor suggested I see a therapist. Although, what I would talk to a shrink about was beyond me. But on a positive note, my shoulder had healed very nicely. The door to the room opened, and I had to swallow a bark of frustration. I had never felt so helpless in my entire fucking life, and the adjustment was hard. I hid it, sending guilt that haunted Amara, and what I hated more than my sightless condition was knowing she beat herself up for it. There's my uncle. Nicola's voice filled the space. He looks like an uncle, doesn't he? Matteo. Although I have to say, I'm a bit disappointed not to see you in a hospital gown. I was so ready to commemorate the moment. Isihil. Preparing for an exhausting conversation. At least the fucker wouldn't have a photo of me in those idiotic hospital gowns with my butt hanging out. Small mercies. What the fuck are you two doing here now? No. Is that any way to greet your nephew? Nicola drawled. The sound of his cane following behind him. Although, it sounded as if he wasn't using it for every step he took. It's certainly not a way to greet your friend. Matteo piped in, dragging a chair forward. But I can understand it when it comes to your annoying nephew. I chuckled. Hello? You two annoying assholes. Agosp echoed, bouncing against the walls. Did you hear that? Matteo. He fucking called us annoying. I was more bothered by him calling us assholes, Matteo said. Although, there was no bite to his words. Not me. Nicola piped in. I'm used to it. Iskofed. So nice to see. My voice caught, and I had to clear my throat before continuing. Thanks for visiting me. You too. How are you holding up? Nicola asked. Just great, I retorted dryly. Everything is perfect. My sister is still missing. I can't see shit, and I'm still stuck in this hospital. Look at the bright side, Nicola said slowly. You finally got Amara. That was the longest courting I've ever witnessed. It doesn't compare to yours. Nicola. Matteo snickered before turning serious again. You've always looked at things from the bright side. Gabriel. So I think it's important not to stop now. Yeah. I'm trying real fucking hard. I couldn't see them, but I imagined them sharing a glance, exchanging silent words of what to do next. What? Why are you not saying anything? Listen, Gabe, I'm your nephew and friend, and I want you to remember your advice. Isiu, are you really doing this right now? Damn right. I am. Nicola Gretel. You helped get me out of my self-pity. And while you seem to be doing much better than my dumbass, I can also imagine the despair in you. I've been there and done that. It's important to keep an optimistic attitude like you usually do. In fact, annoy the fuck out of all of us with it. I snorted. If I knew my payback was coming, I would have kept my mouth shut. Nicola. What Nicola is trying to say, Matteo piped in, is that you have family and a woman who's standing by you. Focus on that, and everything else will follow. Things must be bad if both of you are pampering me with personal advice and life lessons. I grumbled. Not at all. But I'm sure this situation isn't easy for you. Matteo replied. We're here for you. Gabriel, you need a distraction. And that shit won't happen in the hospital. Nicola Chimed. So I suggest you get Amara in here. Have her lock the door. And you two fuck each other until your vision comes back. Why in the fuck did I bring you along? Matteo hissed. I brought you along. Matteo. Nicola deadpanned. He's my uncle. Not yours. I swear I've never heard you refer to me as your uncle as much in my entire life as I have today. Well, you are my uncle. Old men. This is not helping, he muttered. Nicola must have opened his mouth to speak. Because Matteo cut in. I swear to God. Nicola, if you say one more thing, I'm going to kill you. Fine. Fine. But I think Gabe and Amara fucking until his vision comes back is good advice. Yeah. If I wanted to chafe, I grumbled. Besides, it's not like I can see what I'm doing. Silence followed, stretching for a long moment. What can we do to? Matteo asked. No. Fuck that. Nicola interrupted. Your other senses are heightened. Gabriel, take advantage of that and learn from it. And continue as your old self, because you are still that. Eyes or no. Amara's going to fucking kill you. Nicola, Matteo said, exasperated. She specifically said not to upset him. My lips twitched despite my somber mood. I think I might shed a tear as I listened to her kick your ass. Nicola Snigger, I would never hurt a woman, but I might hurt you. Uncle, I finally understand your sentiment. Nicola. And those words you gave me after your accident, I answered honestly. I'm struggling with the idea of someone like Amara so alive, sharp, and beautiful being stuck with me. Tu l'arte, Nicola said somberly, because I don't think that woman is going anywhere. And her mother's so weird. By the way, are already planning the wedding. For the love of God. Gabriel. Don't piss off Liana Volkov. Matteo muttered. We'll be on your side. But please try not to let it come to that. Unless... I could hear Nicholas shift. And he cleared his throat uncomfortably. Unless you don't want this marriage. I let out a sardonic breath. I do. So fucking much. I admitted. I just don't like how it came about. The furthest thing from romance I could possibly think of. Tough shit, Nicola said. Exactly. You think how my marriage came about was romantic, Matteo. Agreed. Most of the marriages in our world come about in a fucked up way. Look at my parents. Look at yours. So, guess what? You treat her well. Love her. And make her happy. And that's all that matters. Unless you want to let someone else marry Amara Nicola baited. You're really pissing me off. Nephew. My voice was dark. Any man who touches her will die. I clenched my teeth. The mere idea making me sick to my stomach. Ugh. The Colombian is finally coming around. Nicola seemed way too pleased with himself. Trust your Latin roots, uncle, and just use Amara as your partner. Sight or not. You love her. She loves you. It's quite simple. She loves you. Your persistence and charm. Not your eyes. Matteo added. I know we hate emotions and want to be the force that protects the ones we love. But the fact of the matter is that our women are strong and capable. So let's fucking treat them as equals. It was how I felt, too. But it didn't diminish the slight feeling of inferiority now that I was blind. Thank you both for visiting me, I said, pushing my hand through my hair. This conversation is over. But, Nicola, forever trying to be the annoying one. But nothing. I want Amara here. Not you two bozos. I heard the two shuffle. And I added, thank you both. This helped. I could hear their collective sighs. Anything. Nicola drawled. Now, get to work. Uncle. See you. Gabe, Matteo said. Then the door shut softly behind them, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Alone. I pondered on Nicola's and Matteo's words long after they left. The doctors and nurses came and left, and I still couldn't shake off the worry of what the future would look like if my vision didn't return. The door creaked open, and her familiar scent wafted through the air. My future wife. I greeted her. How did you know? Your perfume. Besides, nobody walks quite like you do. She chuckled, pulling a chair over. What's that supposed to mean? She demanded, her small hand taking mine. I shrugged. You have a specific way that you walk. It's a good thing. I'll take your word for it. Our fingers intermingled. How did the visit with Matteo and Nicola go okay? The heartbeat passed before she asked. Just okay, I considered my words carefully, not wanting to sound like a wimp. But I also didn't want to lie and pretend that everything was normal. If this thing between us was going to work, we'd need to have a heart-to-heart conversation and be partners in everything, including emotions. I think you deserve better than me, I said honestly. The idea of you with anyone else kills me. But we have to be honest. I cannot give you everything, and I certainly can't protect you in my condition. Firstly, I'm perfectly capable of protecting myself and you, she retorted wryly. Secondly, I don't want anyone else. Selfishly, I liked what she said, although I didn't think she was seeing the whole picture of what our future would be. How the hell am I gonna make love to you? She didn't answer, letting go of my hand. Silence stretched, and with it my anxiety. But I couldn't take back the words. The truth was that it did worry me how in the hell I would pleasure the woman I love. Don't look for excuses. Gabriel, she finally said somberly. We'll explore our senses together. In fact, if you're up for it, let's start now. Woman, I'm always up for it. But she put her finger over my mouth, shushing me. No boots. I locked the door. I felt the bed dip, and then she straddled me, her body heat hovering above me. I'll put a blindfold over my eyes, and we'll fumble through this together. Okay. The only thing you tell me is if your injuries bother you, and we'll stop. Her fingers roamed my body, sending shudders through me every time her knuckles brushed against my skin. Her hands worked on the buttons of my shirt, leaving it open as she dragged her palms down my chest and abs until she reached my pants. Your body is so hard, she murmured. She adjusted over me, her wet heat smearing over me, sending blood rushing through my body. My hands came to her hips and found her naked already. Fuck. Preciosa. Irasp. Give me a warning next time. Tentatively, with a feather-light touch, she brushed her fingers over my chest. Noted, she murmured, her lips finding mine, and we kissed deep. Wet and messy. Our teeth clanked. Our tongues danced, and I could feel her slippery pussy smearing her wetness over my abs. She brushed her mouth over the scar, peppering kisses over my chest. I love you, she murmured against my skin, her lips trailing down my neck. And my chest exploded with emotions. I waited years to finally hear those words from her, and now that she offered them, I wasn't strong enough to resist her. I wouldn't let her go. Her hand shook as she struggled with the zipper, finally tugging it down. She pushed the pants down my thighs, her fingers fumbling slightly, and something about it made me hard as a rock. My cock sprung forward, hard and ready for her, and her small hand wrapped around my throbbing length. Fuck. That feels good. He let out a guttural sound. I love you too, Amara. So fucking much that I don't think I can breathe without you. My hands reached her breasts, and I worshipped them, pinching her nipples. She arched into my touch, a moan slipping through her lips. No more talk about letting me go, she said, and the air stilled, my heart threatening to come out of my chest. I can't let you go. Preciosa. Iraspt. Even if I wanted to, and I don't. She leaned over, resting her forehead against mine. We might argue and disagree on a lot of things, but the two of us will do it together, as partners. My hands found her face, and I held it gently, guiding her lips to mine. Together. I echoed. Forever. My palms gripped her jaw as I pressed my mouth to hers. My tongue swept across her lower lip, wet and messy, and her mouth parted, welcoming me. Our tongues slid against each other in perfect harmony, lazy and sweet, delicious and sinful. She moaned into my mouth and her fingers dug into my hair. My hand trailed a feather-light touch down the curve of her neck and all the way down her stomach until it reached its destination. The pad of my thumb put pressure on her clit, and I felt slick wetness trickle down my abs. I need your pussy strangling my cock, I groaned, my breath hot against her lips. We fumbled, my hand reaching between us as I took my hard dick and guided it to her hot entrance, rubbing it up and down her wetness. Her entrance clenched around the tip of my cock. She put one hand on my chest and took me in hand with the other. My tip found her entrance, and she began lowering down, the wet heat clenching around me. My hands found her hips, and I thrust up, impaling her fully. My balls instantly tightened, lust shooting through me, ready to explode. Fuck, that feels good, she panted, her mouth latching onto my neck. She rolled her hips, my cock sliding in and out of her, our bodies slick with sweat, flesh smacking against flesh in an erotic dance. Her breast smashed against my chest, her moans and my grunts bouncing off the walls of the hospital room. My pelvis ground against her clit, and with each thrust, her moans got louder. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm gonna... Her body shuddered, and I slammed into her harder and faster, relishing in her noises. It didn't take long for her to cry out as I hit her sweet spot. She rolled her hips, riding me while I continued fucking her through her orgasm in deep and long strokes. Both of our bodies even slicker now. Fuck, I growled, plunging into her with one last punishing thrust and finishing inside of her with a shudder. Our heavy breaths filled the silence, our mouths finding each other. I love you, I murmured against her mouth. I've been yours for years. Amara. She took my left hand and interlocked our fingers. And I'm yours. Gabrielle. Forever. No matter what.
Amara, a full 2 weeks had slipped by since the explosion. Weeks that felt strange and uneven. Like time had decided to limp along instead of walk. Gabriel was being released today. His sight still hadn't returned, but his strength had. And if you asked him, he was more than ready to get out of the hospital. He was already making plans that scared the hell out of me because they didn't include wait or heal or take it easy. Instead, his goal was to go full steam ahead. The doctors were in his hospital room now, walking him through post-discharge instructions. They spoke loudly, in broken English, and would adjust their pace when addressing Gabriel, almost like he didn't understand English or basic human anatomy. In the meantime, I paced the hallway. The hospital smelled like anxiety and bleach, even with the cracked windows letting in a cool breeze. The overhead lights buzzed faintly, and the floor tiles squeaked beneath my boots as I turned on my heel for the 7th time. Just breathe, I told myself. In, out. I moved to the doorway and hovered there, hand resting on the frame. My heart in my throat. He was getting discharged. He was coming home. This was good. This was progress. We'd start planning the wedding. Seal the alliance. So why did I feel like I was about to be sick? Then I heard footsteps and I just knew my parents were here. Jesus Christ. I muttered under my breath, the words barely audible. Amara, my mother's, smooth, commanding voice rang down the corridor. I turned just in time to see the full parade approaching. Oh my gosh. Killian. It's Amara. She's fine. My mother beamed, and I couldn't help but smile, just like Kian told us. My father deadpanned. He appeared tense but composed, giving me a quick once-over. His eyes narrowed slightly. Like he could sense the emotional war playing out in my chest. He was dressed in his usual black-on-black suit with an expression carved in stone, and behind them was Mother Leanna. Click, click, click. The unmistakable staccato of her 5-inch designer heels on the tile echoed off the walls. She wore a blazer over her cream-colored dress, her long hair immaculately pinned and sunglasses perched on her head. She smiled like she was walking into a gala. "Look at you," she said as she reached me. Her eyes glittered with too much pride and just enough mischief to make me nervous. Pacing like an expectant father. How romantic. I'm not pacing, I muttered, even though I absolutely was. Mom reached me and kissed the side of my head gently. "You look tired." "Oh, yes." Kidnapping the heir of the Santos cartel and keeping him entertained for close to a month must have been exhausting. Leanna chirped, and I rolled my eyes. Leanna. My father scolded, but his gaze was on me. He knew, and so did I, that I fucked up. "What were you thinking?" Amara, my shoulders slumped. That I was helping Jet. "You three," Mom sighed, shooting me a look that was equal parts pity and disapproval. "Whenever you get together, it's like throwing a volcano, an earthquake, and an avalanche into a blender and hitting puree. And this marriage? Mother Liana asked. I groaned. Of course she knew. I specifically told Kian not to tell anyone. I'd planned to ease them into it. One conversation at a time. Calmly. Ideally with alcohol involved. The plan was to get married first. Deal with the fallout later. But no. It would seem he was incapable of shutting his mouth when it came to matters of my personal life. We were going to tell you after we made it official, he muttered, more to myself than anyone else. Mother Liana just smiled. Not the sweet kind. The kind that had razors. Beneath it. Sweetheart, you don't have to marry anyone, my father said. You know we'll have your back no matter what. I nodded. Is it your choice? Liana asked. You're not being pressured into this, I opened my mouth to answer. But she cut me off with a dramatic wave of her manicured hand. Because let's be clear, my children are too good for any family. Santos or otherwise. Her voice was low. Velvet-wrapped steel. I don't care how. Many cities. Countries. Or drug routes they control. Father scoffed. She's Emery's and my daughter first. Let's not forget that. I pinched the bridge of my nose. It's my choice. I ground out. No. I'm not being forced. And yes, I know exactly what I'm doing. Mother Liana tilted her head slightly. Skeptical. Do you? She asked. Because love has a nasty habit of making people do very stupid, very permanent things. Like fall for men with tragic eyes and tongues so smooth. They could sell salt to the sea. My mom let out a breath like she was holding back a laugh. My father didn't bother hiding his. The tragic eyes thing is a little on the nose. Liana. Amara snatched him, not the other way around. And I applaud that. Liana drawled. But I don't applaud Amara marrying some Mother Liana. You better consider your next words carefully. I cut her off. Gabriel saved my life. He threw himself over me during the explosion. And the result is his blindness. I love you, but I won't have you disrespecting my future husband. Gabriel Santos is a good man, my father said. I shot him a grateful smile. But before the warmth could settle, Liana dismissed it with an eye roll. Men are always good until they get what they want. That's not fair, I said, frowning. Giovanni, your husband, has everything he wants, and he's still a good man. So is my father. She scoffed, unbothered. Yes. Well, they're the exception, not the rule. And trust me, I'm the reason they stayed good. My parents shot each other an exasperated look. As long as it is your choice to marry Gabriel, that's good enough for us. Dear, my mom said. Liana let out a theatrical sigh. Well, love blinds us Volkos too, Liana said breezily, adjusting one of her rings. It's still dramatic, still dangerous, and frankly, it adds to the mythos. Never mind, she isn't really a Volkov, my mother muttered. Mother Liana's gaze slid back to me. Sharper now. I only ask because once you're in, you're in. Amara, you know how our world works. We don't do half measures. Not with loyalty. Not with legacy. And definitely not with marriage. She paused, letting the words settle like dust. Marriage isn't a performance. I met her eyes without flinching, even though a part of me wanted to. Neither is love, I retorted. That silenced her. Just a beat. A blink. A barely there shift in her expression that might have passed for approval. Then she nodded once. the motion crisp. Good, she said softly. Because if you're going to blow up your life for someone, at least make sure it's worth the fire. Well, Leanna, my father cut in dryly, clearly over it. Thank you for this incredibly uplifting pep talk. Truly. Nothing like existential dread to mark a special occasion. Liana didn't even glance at him. I'm simply being realistic. You're being dramatic, Leanna, Mom added mildly, sipping from a paper cup with the resignation of a person who had been through this kind of scene far too many times. The two are not mutually exclusive, she replied, then turned to me again. All I'm saying is, don't mistake passion for permanence. I exhaled slowly, my chest tightening, but I held my ground. I'm not mistaking anything. I know what I'm walking into. Do you? She murmured, not unkindly. Yes, she does. Leanna. My father came to stand next to me, shoulder to shoulder, his presence grounding. We've raised her well, and she's strong. So stop talking to her like she's still a child. And he's a Santus. Amara has chosen well, Mom said, as if that explained everything. And maybe it did. All right, everyone, I said, folding my arms tightly across my chest. You're acting like we're negotiating a peace treaty, not talking about love and marriage. I fixed Liana with a pointed look. I've seen what a good marriage looks like. Yours is a happy one. And my parents, don't even get me started on them. They make the Notebook look emotionally repressed. Father chuckled. Mother blushed. And Mother Liana arched her brow and said, I'll pretend I didn't hear that. He scoffed. You guys are being so dramatic. I don't do drama. Darling, I am drama. But today, I'm playing the supportive matriarch. Even wore neutral tones. Kian appeared at the end of the hallway before I could point to her neutral gold heels and sleek sunglasses. He held 2 coffee cups like peace offerings, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Is everyone behaving? He asked dryly as he handed me one. The warmth of it seeped into my fingers instantly, and I took a grateful sip. So far, I muttered, casting a wary glance toward where my parents were whispering in a corner like co-conspirators. Kian stepped beside me, his shoulder brushing mine in quiet solidarity. I thought we agreed, I said under my breath. You wouldn't say anything until after the marriage. He rolled his eyes. Oh, please. You try ignoring your parents and Liana blowing up your phone. Honestly, you should be thanking me. I lasted a whole week. I deserve a damn medal. I snorted into my cup. Fine. Bronze. At best. Harsh. He leaned against the wall. So, how's the patient? I sighed and glanced toward the room. Monitors beeped faintly in the background. Steady, but far too clinical. I can't wait to get out of here, I said. Kian winced. God, your optimism is infectious. I aim to please. Silence followed for several heartbeats before Kian spoke again. Gabriel Santos is a good man, and if I may say so, a perfect match for you. I tilted my head. Studying him. You seem to know a lot about him. He chuckled. Of course I do. It's my job. Plus, Jet admitted once or twice that Gabriel circled you like, what's the word he used? A vulture. I scoffed at the irony. Anyhow, it prompted me to look into him. And I like him. He's well balanced. My brows knitted. What do you mean? A good part of his childhood was fairly normal. He wasn't part of the criminal world, because he lived with Sailor away from it all, and under the protection of the so-called billionaire kings. Yes, I'm aware. He manages to surprise me at every turn, I admitted, shaking my head with a bemused sigh. Kian chuckled, the sound warm and a touch too smug. That's a good thing. Keeps things interesting. Makes the marriage feel more like an adventure and less like a sentence. I smiled at the thought, imagining what we'd face together, the good and the challenging. Still, Kian continued, Gabriel's got his feet on the ground. More, let's say, normal than the rest of the Santos clan. He stared at him. Well, that's high praise. He smiled and opened his mouth to speak again when the door opened. Gabriel stepped out of the room, dressed in a perfectly tailored three-piece suit, like he'd walked straight out of a memory. There he stood with the same confident posture, same calm intensity in his expression. But there was one undeniable difference. In his right hand, he held a white guide cane. For a heartbeat, I was between the past and the present, between who he was and who he'd become. But then I moved, leaving Kian behind without a second thought, and rushed to him, threading my fingers through his. He squeezed my hand like an anchor, steady and sure. Hey, preciosa, he said. Are you ready to get out of here? So damn ready. I breathed, not even trying to hide the relief in my voice. Whatever came next didn't matter. We were stepping into it together, and that made all the difference. Amarawi left Albania and made a detour to Sweden, a pit stop born out of hope or maybe stubbornness. There was an eye specialist, one of the best, supposedly at Karolinska University Hospital. I have never seen this happen before, the doctor said again, thoroughly flabbergasted at Gabriel's condition while the two of us held hands with bated breath, hoping for a miracle. The injury healed nicely, and there is no reason he shouldn't be able to see. Isihil, but obviously he cannot see. Silence followed. His eyes narrowed on the piece of paper in his hand, examining Gabriel's medical history and lab results. The only thing I can say is that we need to give it time, the kind doctor finally said. Stress plays a role in our healing, and it could be related to this. Guilt shot through me, and as if he could sense it, Gabriel tightened his grip on my hand. Not your fault, he rasped quietly. It was hard not to feel that way. I contributed to his stress, and now I couldn't fix it. And this helplessness was devastating. The only advice I can share is to give it time, the doctor concluded. Let your body heal, and work on lowering your stress. His words fed the hope. Gabriel spoke up first. Thank you, doctor. The two shook hands, and then we made our way outside. The breeze was cooler here, but the sights were beautiful. The city was romantic and picturesque. The first time I'd come to Sweden, I was with Illyra, and we rushed through all the sights restlessly to see the next best thing. Stockholm had passed by in a blur. Gabriel and I walked the cobbled streets, his hand in mine. The city unfolding before us like a centuries-old watercolor painting brought to life. The autumn air was crisp, kissing our cheeks and smelling faintly of wood smoke and rain. The sun was soft and painted everything in golden. Tones the rooftops, the glassy surface of the waterways, the ancient buildings with their crooked charm. Old Stockholm Gamla Stan was magic. Yet, the magic was slightly muted as I processed the doctor's words and battled guilt. It seemed there was no concrete advice on how to fix this, and it left me feeling helpless. Gabriel was handling this whole situation like a champ, but I knew he struggled with the idea of spending the rest of his life in darkness. And selfishly, I wanted to fix it for me. More so, because I contributed to this predicament. I don't want you blaming yourself. Amara. Gabriel murmured, my steps mirroring his and guiding him across the street. It's hard not to. Iraspet. You're so wonderful and deserve all the best. I fucked that up. We approached the curb, and I added, curb 2 feet ahead. With caution. He stepped onto the sidewalk, and then he paused, turning to face me, his eyes unseeing on my face. I got the best. Preciosa, he said slowly. I got you. My throat tightened at his words. Hardly a lottery win for you. I croaked. I got the better deal here. And it feels unfair. He chuckled. No wonder I fell in love with you. You're one of the most selfless people I've ever met. My chest trembled at his words. I love you too, Gabriel. My voice choked as I added, you're my precioso. He smiled. I fucking love that. It's terrifying, I admitted. His brows furrowed. Why? I shrugged, but then remembered he couldn't see me. Because I worry about losing you, and just the idea hurts. I cannot fathom. Damn it. I was getting too emotional around him. He claimed he loved that side of me, but it made me feel vulnerable. Although it seemed appropriate that we'd both be at some stage of feeling vulnerability, him with his sight, and me with my feelings. I want to tell you something, but you have to promise me not to get too excited. He started slowly. Excited or pissed off? I asked, smiling. Well, I hope you'll be excited, he replied with humor. Okay, hit me with it. I've started to see shadows. My mind seemed not to be able to grasp his words while my heart soared with hope. How, when, what are you saying? I kind of like you tongue-tied. He chuckled. For weeks. Whenever I would open my eyes, it would be just darkness. No, I'm seeing something. Shadows in the fog. But it's not pitch dark anymore. He gasped, a hope sparking in my heart. But why didn't you tell the doctor I breathed? Maybe he could. He shook his head. He can't do anything. And I didn't want to give you false hope. Gabriel, I protested. This isn't false hope. This is real hope. Progress. He nodded. Yes, progress. I lifted on my toes and wrapped my arms around his neck, squeezing him tightly. I'm so happy, I whispered, burying my face in his neck. You're the most wonderful man and deserve all the best. I love you so much. You're forgetting I have the best. I have you. Iraspet. I love you too. My lips found his and I kissed him deeply, pouring all my emotions into it. I'm so happy. I murmured against his lips. I don't deserve this or you, but I'm going to keep you anyhow. He chuckled. You better. Preciosa. Otherwise, I might have to resort to some questionable methods to keep you by my side. No need. I'm yours forever. He brushed his nose against mine. I like the sound of that. We resumed walking, our hearts lighter as we wandered slowly, surrounded by narrow alleyways and ochre-colored townhouses with ivy clinging to the walls. Window boxes overflowed with late-blooming flowers, and the scent of cinnamon from a nearby bakery clung to the air, like an invitation. Every few steps, we would pause. I'd take in the view and describe it all to Gabriel as he clung to my every word. We crossed bridge after bridge, arching gracefully over the waterways that laced through the city like silver veins. I told him Stockholm was often called the Venice of the North, and he tilted his head, smiling as he pictured it. I described everything I saw as vividly and poetically as I could. I explained to him the way the water shimmered beneath the bridges, catching the reflections of spires and sailboats and seagulls mid-flight, or how buildings leaned into one another like old friends, their windows glowing amber with evening light. He listened with that quiet, focused intensity he always carried, and, like my words, were building a world he could walk through, even if he couldn't see it. At one point, we stood along the edge of the waterfront, wind tugging at my hair and the hem of his coat. He reached out, fingertips brushing the wrought iron railing as I leaned against his side and whispered about the boat with white sails and a wooden hull drifting along the harbor. "You make it sound like a dream," he murmured. "Maybe it is," I said, "but it's a beautiful one." He squeezed my hand, a soft smile playing on his lips. "I'm glad I'm in it. We didn't find answers in Sweden, but we found hope. And most importantly, we had our love." And I vowed to myself, when that's right, when his vision returned, we'd be back. The Miami skyline stretched endlessly beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, a glittering mosaic of high-rises and street lamps that pulsed like a living heartbeat. "So this is where you live most of the time?" I asked Gabriel, studying the penthouse with the sleek minimalist design, its black and brushed gold accents, smooth white walls, and soft finishings giving off the effect of an oasis from the concrete jungle. "Yes. The view is," I stopped mid-sentence, the words catching in my throat as my chest tightened unexpectedly. "Yes," Gabriel said softly, as if he could feel the hesitation ripple through me. "It's breathtaking." I fought the instinct to move toward him, fought the ache in my heart that always twisted when I remembered he couldn't see the skyline the way I did. Instead, I stayed rooted in place, watching as he navigated the open room with quiet confidence, his cane tapping gently across the polished floor. When his arms wrapped around my waist, I melted into him, resting my hands on his strong chest. The steady beat of his heart beneath my cheek was the only sound I needed. "You don't have to watch what you say around me, Preciosa," he murmured into my hair. "Don't censor the world on my account." I let out a long breath, something between a sigh and an apology, and leaned further into him. His arms tightened around me, grounding me as we stood side by side in front of the vast expanse of glass. The city pulsed below us, alive and glittering, while inside the penthouse, it was just us, still, quiet. A moment suspended in glass and fading sunlight. He stared straight ahead, eyes blank, but posture relaxed. He didn't need the view to feel it, the heat of the setting sun on his skin. And I, selfishly, studied every inch of the horizon for both of us, though I didn't describe it this time. For once, I let the silence speak, because in that moment, it wasn't about what he could or couldn't see. It was about the way he held me, like I was the only view that mattered. My gaze pulled back to Gabriel, who stood still. "Are you watching me again?" His voice broke the silence, deep and slightly amused. "No, Elite. Too quickly." He smiled, that smug, infuriatingly charming smile. "You breathe differently when you lie." "Now you're lying," I said, trying not to smile. "Are we turning into an old married couple with secrets already? Possibly. Now you'll overthink every breath for the next hour. Victory is mine." He chuckled, his grin widening. "You're impossible." "I'm trying," he said, turning his face toward me. "To be blind or annoying multitasking is a strength of mine." I laughed soft. "Involuntary? You're really okay." "Though as okay as I can be," he said, reaching out with practiced ease and finding my hand. His fingers laced through mine like he'd memorized the shape of me. "I don't need sight to know you're worrying too much." "I'm not." He arched an eyebrow and I sighed. "Okay, I am." About I shrugged, but then remembered he couldn't see me. "Well, I don't know what to do." "About the wedding," I admitted. "My family is blasting my phone. And I heard your brother call you earlier and bring it up too." It was his turn to sigh. "Yeah." He was wondering when we'd set a date. I tensed, and he quickly added, "I don't want to rush you." My brows knitted, and then I released a strangled laugh. "Seriously, Amara, I don't. I was trying not to rush you." I cut in. It was his turn to laugh. "Why do you think I would want to delay?" I hesitated. I wasn't sure if you wanted some time to see if your vision would come back. I felt bad rushing you when you're dealing with so much. And I feel like I'm doing a horrible job of helping you. He arched an eyebrow. "Are you sure that's all yes?" I answered without hesitation. "If we could get married tonight, I'd be good with that." His shoulders visibly relaxed and his mouth curved into a beautiful smile. "Then let's do it," he drawled. "Although, let's give our families and friends at least a week to get their asses to Miami." I grinned and pressed my mouth to his. "You got it. Santos. One seriously badass wedding coming right up." Amara, we were getting married in 3 days. The preparations were in full swing with florists, tailors, security teams, and our parents' iron-fisted scheduling. Meanwhile, Kian was neck-deep in chaos of his own. Apparently, he'd become a prime target of the triad. Earlier this year, he'd quietly slipped Enzo Marchetti confirmation of Nikki Popova and her psychopathic husband's involvement in a sprawling organ trafficking ring. It was the kind of truth that didn't just expose monsters. It disrupted empires. No. The new head of the triad was eager to make an example of him. Not with bullets, but with something even more insidious: sabotage. His goal was to stir tension between Kian and the alliances he'd spent years carefully building. And if Anya had been killed in Albania, it would have caused major conflict between the Santos and Cortez families. And while he played political chess with a knife at his back, and Jet was MIA with Anya, I was supposed to be picking flower arrangements. "I'm home," I called, shutting the door to the penthouse behind me. "In the living room," Gabriel replied, and it was only then that I heard voices coming through the speakerphone. "I'm just finishing up a call, and then I'm all yours." I chuckled at the irony of life. If someone had told me 2 months ago that I'd be walking into Gabriel Santos's penthouse with a wedding dress, carefully concealed while he was conducting business, I would have probably killed them. Of course, it wouldn't always be this way. Once the wedding was behind us, I'd get into my father's business and start helping Kian, and Gabriel would continue running the Santos cartel. He and his brother agreed that Gabriel wouldn't take over operations fully until his sight returned. And if it didn't, well, we'd cross that bridge when we got there. I tiptoed into our bedroom and put the wedding dress in the back of my closet. It wasn't anything elaborate, just simple, and more me than any dress my mom or Liana had delivered. Those were currently crowding a different spot in my closet and would be donated first thing tomorrow with Luis's help. The call must have ended. because the apartment went silent. I changed out of my clothes quickly, and instead of putting on my usual shorts and a t-shirt, I opted for one of Gabriel's shirts. I loved how his scent wrapped around me like a blanket. I made my way out of the room and down the hallway. The whole penthouse had an open concept, which made it easy to spot my man seated on the midnight gray leather sectional in the center of the room. One arm was draped casually over the backrest, the other resting near his cane. His sleeves were rolled up to the forearm, shirt unbuttoned just enough to be considered a threat to my composure. For days, I'd been watching him adjusting, recalibrating, navigating his new reality like a man unwilling to bow to it. And now, here he was, strong, steady, and mine. He tilted his head slightly toward me, his eyes still blue and searching, though no longer seeing, were pointed just off-center from where I stood near the kitchen island. I crossed the room barefoot, the floors cool beneath my feet. The smooth, polished stone reflected the low light and made the space feel larger than it already was. I dropped onto the couch beside him, careful not to jostle the cane as I curled into him on the cushion. "How was shopping?" "Preciosa," A asked, his voice all warm honey and dangerous charm, like he hadn't just sent me into the 9th circle of bridal hell. "Boring," I muttered. "I wish we could have just gone to the courthouse and gotten married. This shebang is not me." He chuckled. "Shebang, yes. She. Bang." I gestured vaguely at the universe. The glitter. The tool. The 37 opinions about which shade of white looks less corpse-like on me. And Liana treating me like I'm about to be a star in The Corpse's Bride. He bit back a laugh. A bride with a hint of spice and rage. "Isi Hill. Don't make me put a dent in your pristine penthouse." He shrugged. I wouldn't notice it anyhow. My chest tightened, although there was no bite to his words. "Just facts. Just make sure your wedding dress has that mermaid tail thing. Otherwise, Luis will be so disappointed." Trumpet silhouette. I shoved my shoulder lightly against his. "And Luis can put that shit on his own woman." He chuckled. "Touché." I sighed into his shoulder. "I just want to be your wife. I don't need 15 floral arrangements and a live harpist to prove it." He kissed the top of my head. "Then let's compromise. We'll have the harpist, but she only plays soundtracks from Stephen King movies." I snorted. "Deal." He smiled, although he stared out into the empty space. "Want to watch a movie? No. I thought you loved movies and popcorn," he remarked. I didn't want to stare at the screen while he couldn't see it. I trailed off, pressing my lips together, unsure how to relay that I was scared of peace. I wasn't afraid of his blindness, or our enemies, or the ticking clock of legacy. I was afraid of the quiet, of having everything and not knowing what to do with it. I only knew how to survive chaos, but living in calm seemed to be a whole new ballgame. Gabriel tugged me closer with gentle insistence until I tucked my legs beneath me and moved closer so he could wrap his arm around my waist. His body was warm, solid, familiar in all the ways that mattered. You don't have to hold your breath waiting for the next explosion. Sometimes it's okay to just be, he said, his voice a low murmur against my hair. I rested my head against his shoulder and exhaled. Let the weight press out of my ribs and into him. Let the quiet become something less oppressive. Just this once. "We're still getting married, right?" he asked casually. Like he wasn't talking about a life-altering decision. Unless the mermaid ruffle thing and Leanna's nagging changed your mind. I laughed into his shirt. It strengthened my resolve. Actually, excellent. He sounded relieved. I'm never going to change my mind about you. Gabriel, I assured him softly. No matter what. I'm just terrified of normalcy. And this us is so normal. He smiled. Welcome to my world. Preciosa. You can thank Sailor's upbringing for the normal. I chuckled. I feel like mine was anything but normal. He nodded as if he understood. And I really thought he did. My parents didn't bother to raise me like a girly girl, recognizing it wouldn't work for me. Maybe it was part of Mother Liana's influence, or simply just who I am. Probably a little bit of everything, he said softly. Yeah, probably. But you do know I wouldn't have you any other way. Right, gosh. Gabriel knew how to say all the right things, and I loved him for it. Are you sure? I whispered. Abso-fucking-lutely. I smiled happily. The silence that followed wasn't awkward this time. It was gentle, soft around the edges. Gabriel reached forward, his fingers brushing lightly across the surface of the low marble coffee table until they landed on a small, smooth object I hadn't noticed before. What's this? I questioned when he held it out to me. He smiled. Open it and see. He held the velvet box with both hands, like it was something sacred, like I was. I reached for it and started unwrapping it, a gasp tearing from my lips. Do you like it? He asked, his voice soft, almost uncertain, so unlike his usually unshakable confidence. I opened my mouth, but for a second, no words came out. My throat tightened and my heart thudded in that uneven way it always did around him. I know you're not into anything flashy, he continued, nervously rubbing his thumb on his thigh. I was really specific, painfully specific, because I wanted it to feel like you, quiet but strong, simple but impossible to overlook. He smiled faintly. One ring to bind us. That made me laugh, even as my eyes stung. I love it. I breathed. My fingers trembled as I reached for the delicate band. It was elegant white gold, set with a gentle arc of tiny diamonds that caught the light without screaming for attention. It's perfect. Understated. Stunning. I'm glad, he murmured, relief softening his features. I held the ring up, admiring the way it glittered. A promise made solid. This'll be the only ring I ever wear. Forever. He grinned. Guess that means I did okay. Huh, you did better than okay. You picked a ring I want to be buried with. His brow lifted. Planning your funeral already, damn. Marriage is serious. I chuckled. I'm just saying that from now on, you're stuck with me. Blood, death, taxes, and this ring. He grinned. I wouldn't have it any other way. Well, since we're exchanging gifts, I did pick up something for you while I was out today. I reached into my pocket and handed him the cold metal. His brow arched. You bought me a watch. Well, I didn't want you to lose your whole sexy mob boss aesthetic. It's a vintage Braille citizen shine. You can feel the time instead of seeing it. He chuckled, running his fingers over the curved metal. Describe it. Very sleek. Silver face. Black leather band. Minimalist design. Also, waterproof. You can open the outer layer and feel the handles. It's sexy as hell. Just like you. He turned the watch over in his hand, studying it with his fingertips. You think I'm sexy, you're blind. Not deaf. Gabriel, I said playfully. Stop fishing for compliments. Just needed confirmation. He leaned in slightly, voice dropping to a low whisper near my ear. I love you, Amara. My breath caught. I turned to face him, suddenly very aware of the potent heat rising between us. It was the kind that was impossible to ignore. My heart fluttered with the deep ache of a woman who knew what it meant to almost lose everything. I love you too, I whispered. His hand found my cheek, his thumb tracing the curve of my jaw, lingering like he was mapping every dip and curve. Even if my eyes permanently stay like this, I didn't fall in love with your eyes, I said as I shifted, straddling him, with slow purpose. My hands rested on his chest, feeling the steady thrum of the heartbeat I now knew like a rhythm under my skin. I fell in love with your heart, I continued, eyes locked with his. And your terrible yet suave charm that's like a Bond villain trying to flirt his way out of any situation. He smirked, but it faltered when I leaned in closer, my words brushing against his mouth. I love the way you make me feel. Vulnerable, but also strong. I don't. I feel like I have to hide any part of me from you. You're the only man that loves both sides of me and doesn't make me choose between soft and unbreakable. His hands gripped my waist reverently. I don't just love you, I whispered. I recognize myself in you. He kissed me then with the kind of focus that made everything else vanish. It wasn't desperate. It wasn't hurried. It was grounding. Because we had nowhere to be. Because the world had finally gone quiet in the right way. Amara Gabriel deepened the kiss, his tongue turning, demanding. He slid his hand from my cheek into my hair, fingers tangling gently in the strands as his lips moved with a patience that was almost maddening. He kissed me like he had all the time in the world, like he wasn't in a rush to conquer anything, because I was already his. I ground myself against his hard length and he stilled for a breath, his hands hovering at my hips. Tell me what you're wearing. He grunted against my lips. One of your shirts, I murmured, pressing soft kisses along his jaw and neck, and nothing else. A low groan rumbled in his chest. I wish I could see you. I found his hands in the dark and guided them beneath the fabric, pressing his palms to my skin. Your hands see me better than anyone ever has. That was all it took. His grip tightened, fingers sliding up my sides, thumbs grazing the bare skin beneath the shirt and brushing against my bare breasts. His touch was exploratory, as if he was learning me 1 inch at a time. Then he reached the buttons, working them open easily. It didn't feel like he was just undressing me. It felt like he was claiming the moment, claiming me. His mouth followed the path of his fingers, soft kisses pressing into my sternum and down to my ribs. Every graze of his lips was a vow, a promise. I wasn't sure if it was my heart pounding so hard or his, but the air around us thickened, charged and electric. You feel like fire, he murmured against my skin. God. Amara. I curled my fingers into his shirt, fumbling with the buttons. Take it off. He did swiftly, without flourish, tossing the fabric to the floor with zero regard for the designer label. My hand splayed across his chest, tracing the muscle, the heat, the heartbeat that thundered beneath my palms. He was solid and warm and real. The scar along his shoulder caught my fingertips, and he shivered under my touch. His sight may have gone, but his instincts hadn't dulled. He touched me like he could still see me and knew exactly how to make my breath hitch. You're still you, I said quietly, pressing my forehead to his. Just with a different view. He chuckled softly, but it turned into a groan as I rolled my hips over his. "Careful," he warned, though the way his fingers dug into my waist said otherwise. "I'm already hanging on by a thread." I smiled. "Don't hang on. Let go." And he did. He leaned forward, kissing my heart. Fast. Like the wait was over and the pretense was no longer necessary. We were alive. We were in love. And we were together. My shirt hit the floor next, followed by whispered curses in Spanish that curled like smoke between kisses. The city behind us blurred into a mess of light and shadow, but all I saw was him taut muscles, trembling breath, the heat radiating off his skin. Hungry for him, I reached for the leather belt at his waist. Fingers, trembling as I unfastened it. The soft click echoed in the hush of the darkened penthouse, followed by the whispering slide of his zipper. I sank to my knees before him and slipped his pants past his hips, letting them pool around his ankles. I pressed a kiss just above his waistband, tasting the tension thrumming through him. His hand found the back of my neck, not to guide, but to anchor. "Tell me what you want," I whispered against his skin. He shuddered, and the night held its breath with us as I reached for his hard, warm length. He was heavy, and the way he looked down at me, eyes dark and full of something deeper than lust, made my chest ache. "You like this?" I asked. His cock was big, veins pulsing with the need I felt between my thighs. "Yes, this," he whispered, voice rough with restraint. I leaned forward and kissed the tip of his cock, then opened my lips and took him deeper, savoring the way he groaned, like the sound had been dragged from his soul. His fingers tightened in my hair, not forceful, just desperate to hold on. The warm and salty taste of him made me moan as I glided my tongue, licking his cum while humming with approval. His hips jerked and he thrust deeper in my mouth, gliding in and out with dominance. But I was the one holding all the power. He fucked my mouth fast and hard, his nostrils flaring each time I moaned, hummed, and gagged. Oh, God. This was the sex I'd been dreaming of and waiting for. He looked down, unseeing, breath ragged, eyes dark with want. But underneath it, something softer flickered, something tender. "I want all of you," he said, voice rough. "Every second, every breath. Come up and ride me, preciosa." My heart stuttered at the need in his tone, the vulnerability stitched between the hunger. I rose slowly, letting my body graze his on the way up, my bare skin, brushing over his taut muscles. His hands found my waist again, thumbs stroking my hips and drawing small circles into my skin that made my clit ache. I hovered right above him, my hot, throbbing entrance brushing against his length. I rocked my hips once, twice, both of us grunting and moaning at the sensation. And then his fingers curled into my hips and he thrust up, filling me to the hilt. "Santo Dios," he grunted. "Oh, God. Gabriel," I moaned. "Start fucking me, Amara," he said, his voice teetering on the edge of reason. He was worried about losing control, but I was already there. I rocked my hips, his big cock pulsing inside me as I moved. My fingernails curled into his muscles, holding myself as I bounced on him, flesh against flesh and moan against grunts. I gasped as he slid his hand into my hair and yanked my head back, pressing a rough kiss on my neck and sucking, marking me. His lips found my nipple and took it inside their wet heat. nipping and sucking, and white light shot behind my eyelids. We moved with purpose, each one of his thrusts sending sparks dancing along my spine, each whispered word a thread pulling me closer. My clit ground against his pelvis as I bounced against him, making me shudder and see stars. "I love you so goddamn much," he rasped. I closed my eyes and relished all the sensations. The couch creaked. The outside world faded into static, and his hands were everywhere. In my hair, on my hips, on my breasts. He was deep inside me, his lips burning everywhere they landed. Oh, God, oh, my Gabriel. I shattered into a million pieces as I came, only aware of him inside me. My body tightened and my pussy clenched around him. A pulse of heat. And he shattered. Our rhythm lost to the storm we'd created. His movement turned ragged and desperate until he surrendered and a groan tore from his chest with one final thrust. My Amara. Iraspet. Then he spilled inside me. Warm, thick, and wet, while we both floated somewhere between earth and space. Or maybe it was somewhere between the ocean and land. My head came to rest against his forehead as a shaky breath escaped me. There was nothing that mattered but his warmth against my skin, my name on his tongue, the way my body and heart belonged to him. This wasn't just sex. This was love. This was our forever. A claim of us and the years we'd wasted. But we'd have many more ahead of us. Nothing would stand in our way. Epilogue Amara. The church was small and modern, tucked quietly into a sunlit Miami, its clean lines softened by ivy climbing the stone facade. Inside, golden candlelight shimmered along the walls, dancing against pale stone and stained glass windows that glowed like jeweled stories that held 100 whispered prayers, 1,000 soft regrets, but not ours. Never ours. We hadn't come here in sorrow, but in triumph. After years of circling each other, we'd found love and would choose each other in every place, time and universe. Gabriel stood at the altar like a statue come to life, dressed in black, the cut of his suit sharp against the warmth in his eyes. His shoulders, so often burdened by responsibility, were square and still, but I saw the flicker of emotion in him as I stepped into the aisle. His head lifted, his mouth parted. He only saw shadows, but I truly believed he could feel me. He understood me, and in that suspended heartbeat, I knew he always had. I held my breath, not out of nerves, but awe. The world seemed to hush around us. Time thinned like gauze, soft and glowing, wrapping us in the weight of everything we were, everything we had carried through the years. 2 Gabriels left. Raphael, Nicola, and Matteo stood in quiet solidarity while my own bridesmaid Sky, Penelope, and Elira waited for me. Nicola, for the first time since his accident, stood tall without his cane. His eyes weren't on me. Instead, they were locked on his wife. Skew, radiant in her dress, pride shining from her like sunlight. She reached out slightly, almost imperceptibly, like she was both grounding him and lifting him. Elira stood next to her, her smile easy and full of secrets. Raphael was watching his wife, Sailor, with an expression so tender it almost didn't belong in a room full of witnesses. Luis, somewhere in the 3rd row, was shaking his head, probably lamenting the absence of a dramatic mermaid shape to my dress. while a wave of friends and family looked on with misty eyes, hushed gasps, and a few not-so-quiet sighs. But none of that fully registered, because all I could see was Gabriel, and in the space between us, between my spot and the altar, a future full of joy and happiness awaited. It wasn't the dazzling kind, but a quiet and richer one, although I knew better than to think it wouldn't be without its challenges. Nonetheless, it was ours, a happiness built slowly, a love that had waited, watched, endured, and finally stood waiting with open arms. The man waiting for me at the altar might have experienced blindness, but he'd always seen me, and that would never change. As I reached him, he held out his hand like he'd rehearsed it 1,000 times. I slid my hand into his, and he smiled that quiet, knowing smile that hit somewhere deep in my chest. "You're here," he murmured. "Just for me. Wouldn't miss it." I whispered back. The priest spoke, but his voice felt distant, almost like background music to something much more sacred unfolding between us. This man, this complicated, loyal, maddeningly good man had watched me make mistakes. Yet he still waited for me and loved me. I had spent years pretending I didn't notice him, didn't care for him, didn't love him, didn't want him, didn't need him. But now, standing here in a white dress, my fingers laced with his, I finally let myself feel it all. When it came time for the vows, my voice trembled for the first time in a long time, but I didn't look away. "You're the only constant in my chaos." "Gabriel," I said quietly, holding his hand tighter. The one man who looked at all my sharp edges and never flinched. "You never asked me to be someone else. You just stayed. Despite the obstacles, despite the challenges. When the world feels tilted, you're still here. And I love you for it. All of you." His fingers brushed over mine gently. He breathed out a slow exhale, as if he'd been holding it in for days. Then he spoke his own vows, voice low and reverent. "I would have waited lifetimes for you. For this moment," he said, "but I'm damn grateful I don't have to. I love you, Amara. I have for years. You say I stayed, but you're the only place I've ever belonged. And now that I have you, I'm never letting go, no matter what comes next." When the priest pronounced us husband and wife, Gabriel found me without hesitation. His hands on my face were warm, steady, familiar, and when he kissed me, it wasn't perfect or polished or poetic. It was real. It was ours. And for the first time in years, maybe my whole life, I wasn't hiding my true self anymore. The end.